Well. Hello, everybody. 'Tis I, the media ghoul, the most mediaist of all the ghouls around, on YouTube at least. Any other ghouls are more than welcome to fight me for the spot, but as it stands, I reign supreme when it comes to perfect arcane opinions that nobody has any problems with. Now, today, or tonight, or this morning, wherever it is you're watching this at the moment, we're going to be doing a little bit of a, interesting stream. Hopefully it's quite a long one. There's quite a bit of things to talk about. Whether or not this is going to be split up into many parts, as in live stream wise, or if we're just going to keep on keeping on until it's done, we will see how long things take. So we've got a couple things planned for the little chit chat today. I know, once again, it's an absolute shock and horror to see that I'm talking about Arcane. I never do this, but I thought I'd make a special exception for you guys. Not an anime girl, my main man. How are we doing? You've still not updated that YouTube name, I see. But I guess that's an easy way for me to recognize who you are. Thanks for jumping in. So today's stream is going to be split into multiple parts. As I kind of mentioned last stream, we have some tier lists to do. Reasonably interesting. The shipping one will be, most exciting, I'm sure. That one is actually one that I haven't seen many of the options that I have to choose from. So we will definitely have a bit of fun with that as you get my live reactions to some of the ships that people have done, or at least have gotten popular in regards to Arcane. We've also got ranking all of the fight sequences. We've got ranking, or at least talking about all of the hidden frames from all of the intros. Whether or not that's just like a cool thing that they did, or whether or not it's actually meaningful. Spoilers, as someone that's gone through and put a video together about it, it's kind of half and half. Some of them are literally just frames from that episode, which isn't the craziest thing in the world, but some of them are actually quite interesting and cool to talk about, so we'll go over those. We've got ranking every episode, which that's going to be a toughie. I can guarantee you right now that all of the Season 1 episodes will be ranked much higher than most, if not all of the Season 2 episodes, but she'll be right. Pinsum, oh god, not the ships. You see, the thing is, mate, I'm here with you on that. I am completely with you there. But it should actually be hopefully a bit of fun, because we can kind of cringe together. And I'm gonna give it an honest try. You know, even if I'm absolutely dying of cringe because of what the ship is, hopefully, unless it's too icky-picky, I'll make some sense of it and try and argue to try and make it make sense. So hopefully that's a little bit more fun than it sounds. Not the ships, the Arcane fan base is so bad. Yeah, look, as someone who also trolls around on Reddit, trying to help and defend people that take issue with the show from the absolute screaming masses that thinks anybody that has any issues with the show is just wrong and stupid, and the media illiteracy term has been thrown around a lot, which I find very interesting. But again, as I said, hopefully we can have a little bit of fun with it, instead of it just being like oh god, why am I here? Please end all of my suffering, which there's potential for that as well. But hopefully entertaining either way. And I've also got, I was just kind of, again, trolling through Reddit, and just thought I would grab some either interesting posts that are worth talking about, just because there's like an interesting question or an interesting comment. There are some that are just like, what the hell were you thinking when you wrote that? And there are some that are, as mentioned, just kind of be able to flow the conversation forward. I will quickly point out that I've redacted all of the usernames for the people on Reddit, because like this isn't like me trying to target people that are just sharing their thoughts online, more of me just responding to those particular thoughts. So again, nothing targeted or hopefully too insulting, but we'll see when we get to some of those how I feel about them. But let us not waste too much of each other's time. As I said, we shall see how long the stream goes. I have a lot of time to do it. Whether or not we require a small break and then to just smash on, or we have a larger break and then just have 2 split large streams, we shall see. We shall see. Alrighty. Hear me out. It's okay to target people who ship the crazy stuff. I mean, it's definitely okay to tell them that they are tripping balls and question where their thinking is. Absolutely, but no, we don't want to be. We don't want to have the YouTube people go, "OMG, this stream is targeting the poor minority of people that loved Arcane." Oh, the poor buggers. Well, actually, before we jump into this, that's something that I absolutely notice is, trolling around YouTube and Reddit, is that obviously 90% of the time you are seeing people that are absolutely glazing the show, with the odd person that's like, I didn't really get this. And then there's always, every day, maybe every few hours, a post that's like, all I see is negativity about Arcane. Everybody hates it. Am I the only person that loves it? Spoilers, no. Have you looked at the ratings recently, my friends? The worst ship I saw was Jinx. Oh my god. Jinx Vi. I was like, they are sisters. Holy cow, what is wrong with you? And Pinsum, like, obviously this isn't Game of Thrones, right? this has some progressive values in its fantasy. And yeah, it's also not like they are adopted siblings. They are blood relations. So it's kind of like, that's sinful, not an anime girl, yeah? Absolutely, it is beyond sinful. Beyond sinful. Jesus wept at the Arcane Ships, and so will all of us, I would say. Cool. So, again, we're going to split it up. We're going to be doing a couple things. We're going to jump in, do a tier list, and then go back through the Reddit. We're going to see how it goes. I've got a few things running at the moment, so we'll see if I can manage all of that. But let us just get this show rocking and rolling. Okie dokie. Before we get into anything too crazy and too negative or cringe or anything like that, I want to point out, now I might mispronounce the name here because it's not it's one of the how the hell do I say that kind of things when you first glance at it, but Pcaara, is it Picara or Pisara? I'm not 100% sure. I'm very sorry on that. She has been making some amazing comments on some of my videos recently, and what I wanted to just quickly point out, she's made a 33-minute video about Arcane Season 2, and what I found incredibly interesting there is she is a proud, out-in-the-open Cjbeards shipper, and she was basically going through all of the major issues that she had with the season and their relationship. Which, look, it's just kind of on subject. If you have any interest in that, I definitely recommend checking out the video. Super great writing, really good editing, very funny as well. And as I said, it's interesting to have someone go very deep into explaining why they were let down by what they were at least hoping to see in the season in regards to a Cjbeards ship. So, lovely little example there of someone who is, again, a proud shipper, and was very disappointed with what they saw in regards to that relationship. Which is definitely, in my opinion, a very interesting individual to get that from, because I feel like personally there was a lot of things that were intentionally changed and forgotten about, so we could get some of that Cjbeard imagery. And yeah, it's interesting that especially for this individual, it didn't really work out for her, and they explain why very well. So look, check out that video if you have the time, if you are interested in that. I certainly was. Hello Red Guy, once again, it's been a while, my friend. Thanks for popping in. You were in some of my earlier streams, so it's nice to see you there, mate. I think you popped in for the last one as well. Alrighty, so now we're going to jump into an interesting, if you're on Reddit, you would have seen this floating around quite a bit. They have been doing a poll checking out who everyone on the Reddit's favorite characters are. Now, I will stress that this is not who they believe the most developed or well-written or XYZ character is. It's literally a popularity contest. Who is your favorite? They vote each day, I believe, and then cross an individual out and rank them. We're up to, I think, Echo was the previous, hitting third favorite. And shock, surprise, Jinx and Vi, and obviously Echo, no real shock there in the top 3 there. But what I wanted to do is kind of go through this. I haven't paid a huge amount of attention to it. I just saw it was a thing and thought, well, that'd be interesting. I've done my own tier list talking about this very thing. So, let's see what the masses on Reddit have to say about this. Now, immediately, without without even delving too deep, I see a very, interesting thing going on here. Again, this is a popularity contest done via poll. Who is your favorite? But it is very interesting to me that we have a character like Marcus, second last, Marcus, who is a actual character, is way behind characters like Steb and Loris. And even Benzo. Look, Benzo's got plenty of character. That's kind of chill. Steb, though, the guy with 0 lines of dialogue and is just stands there like... what character do you enjoy? Do you like that he's like a blue guy and he's like a fishy boy? Did you like the imagery of him running through the grey in the finale? Like, that's just kind of crazy to me that Marcus, an actual character with layers and depth, is rated so lowly. I understand Maddie. I would have preferred to see someone like a Milo and Clagger potentially, but I understand a Maddie. It is just a bad character. I completely agree with that. You have this doe-eyed, innocent enforcer who looks far too young to even be an enforcer, turns out is a badass Noxian spy. What? Yeah, I completely get that people aren't into that. And of course, people that are like Caitlyn stans like me probably didn't like the, betrayal, how terrible. But Marcus, really, guys? She is not badass. Yeah, I mean, that was in big quotation marks, Red Guy. She is the complete opposite of that. She is a quote-unquote badass Noxian plant. Like, yeah, okay. Not in the show that I saw, but you do you, Arcane Season 2. Again, we've got a character like Marcus down there, and let's just have a look at who. So, Rictus. Really? I love, Rictus is chill. He's literally a one-note character that serves another character, and that's cool. Absolutely welcome to have that. Singed? Sure, he is, arguably, potentially more going on than Marcus. But he's also rather one note. Let's be frank, he is a mad scientist who's trying to save his daughter, aka Mr. Freeze, except the wife. So it's not the most crazy thing in the world, but, Marcus is just a corrupt cop, right, with a daughter. So that's also not the most creative character, but it is still very much a character. Loris and Steb, however, crazy. Let's see just who else is sitting above Loris and Steb, two very much non-characters that really have nothing interesting going on, in my opinion. So, Ambisa. What? Hey, look, I'm not fond of all the changes they made to her, that's for sure. She becomes rather bland as things go on, and she has zero subtlety in regards to what she's doing. But my God, Loris and Steb are preferable to Ambisa? What? Yeah, that's kind of whack to me. Absolutely whack. Again, we have these two absolute non-characters winning out the popularity contest over Ambisa and Marcus. WTF. Perfect example as to why this is nothing more than a popularity contest, because, my God, I do not understand the thinking behind that at all. I mean, what kind of character is Loris? What kind of character is Steb? What do you like about these individuals? Do you like that Loris is a nothing burger that follows Vi and then doesn't follow Vi and then is just a little, basically, carbon copy of Brom without the accent? Is that cool? Do you like that we spend time with this non-character for them to just get blattered in the neck? I don't know about all of that. And Steb, my God, not a line. You can have silent characters that are very interesting. Steb, however, not so much. The stoic fishman, okay, who clearly thinks he's way above a lot of people around him, the way he looks down his nose at everybody. Is that stoicism, or is that being him being a judgy little fish boy? Truly only God knows. But my God, Milo over Ambisa? Okay. Oh, sorry, Ambisa over Milo. I am tripping already. We've only been streaming for 18 minutes. I'm already tripping, my God. So that kind of, alright, Richter, Singed, Milo, Ambisa, that's crazy. Under Steb and Loris. And then we've got Clagger. I mean, generally you'd kind of have those two together, but I understand people don't like Milo because he says mean things. He's a kid. It's what kids do. Why is Heimerdinger so high? Like, who put the Lorax up there? Hopefully they're talking about Season 1 Heimerdinger. Because I don't know who the hell Season 2 Heimerdinger is. But they're clearly missing in this list. Because, yeah, I don't think that would be rated very highly. And that's actually an interesting thing to point out. I noticed a lot of people in the fandom on Reddit absolutely hate Heimerdinger. So a lot of them I see have zero issues with what happened to his character and his fate, which is sad. It's unfortunate. Again, it doesn't matter if you like or dislike a character. If they're eliciting emotions from you, that means they're an actual real life character. And that's good. Marcus, you don't like Marcus. That's because he's a character, and it's written very well. Loris and Steb, not so much. Clagger, yeah, again, I understand it. He's a little bit nicer. He's like the big tank kid that can take on like 2v1, 3v1. I get it. Rated above Ambisa, I don't know about that. Rated above Marcus, I don't know about that. And then we have Benzo. Benzo above what? Okay, so Benzo is interesting. He's like Vander's second. He was his like right hand. Again, as I said, I haven't looked at all of the ships in the shipping tier when we get to it, but I'll put money on the fact that Vander and Benzo will probably be a ship, so I'll just have to mentally prepare myself for that. Grayson. So Grayson above Ambisa. Mark, I mean, I kind of get that, but again, Grayson, it's just we have so little. We understand like a lot of our enjoyment of a character like that is through like headcanon stuff. And oh, I love the voice actress. Which, hey, so do I. That voice actress is, or actress in general, is incredible. The worst ship I've seen is Vander and Silco. I agree that one's absolutely miserable. Like, just even shipping them, like, destroys their pre-built relationship. Again, they're not blood brothers or relatives in any way. It's like they were brothers in a brotherly fashion. But yeah, look, it takes this really interesting dynamic and just kind of pollutes it quite a bit, which is super unfortunate. But ship is gonna ship, and you got to respect the game sometimes. It is, as the kids say, what it is. So Grayson, and then I'm assuming, because we got Vander, Vander's up there, so that's Warwick at 13. And again, guys, like, it's Vander, but like Warwick doesn't have much going on, right? One moment. Oh, no, okay. Sorry, I thought someone was coming to me unannounced, and oh my goodness, I got so terrified. The Redditors are coming after me already. Again, it's like Warwick is like, okay, it's Vander, and he's got some cool fight scenes, but there's not a huge amount going on there, because we are now in the depths of Arcane Season 2, where character writing seemed to be forgotten and thrown aside for some pretty spectacle and some lovely music. Unfortunate. We then have Isha, which, if you watched my character tier list, the trouble with Isha is, again, she's kind of like, yes, she's courageous, like far too courageous for a child, in my opinion, but she is such a blank slate character that I feel a lot of people either love Isha because she's tied to Jinx, they love Isha because she's a cute little kid, or they love Isha because they're putting a lot of their own thoughts or headcanon onto the character, which, generally is fine, but when you're dealing with, like, say, Season 1 Vi, and Season 1 Jinx, and Season 1 Caitlyn, and Season 1 Jace, and Season 1 Victor, etc., etc., having these kind of non-blank slate characters so high up is kind of interesting, at least, I'll say. Where are we here? Let me just quickly tippy 2. That is how we do. Black Tiger Paw, it's good to see you again as well. Sometimes going into the Cjbeards fandom is like watching American History X with how they hate Mel. That is very interesting thing you point out. There is a Reddit post here about Mel, which we'll get to. And it is kind of crazy to me. I think the most wholesome, if we want to talk about shipping, the most wholesome one is where it's like a threesome between Jace, Victor, and Mel. That's probably the nicest you'll get, where everyone's playing along nicely. But you also see it, that's interesting. You also see that with the light cannon shippers. Light cannon is Jinx shipped with a character called Lux from League of Legends. The Time Bomb fans and the Light Cannon fans do not get along at all, which was very interesting to see by the end of Arcane Season 2. A lot of Time Bomb shippers dancing around in glory, and a lot of Light Cannon shippers being very upset. But yeah, I if you missed it, I mentioned at the start, there's a video, if you are interested, on a actual Cjbeards shipper's opinion on that, how they dealt with it in Season 2. She was not too chuffed at all with how it went. Definitely worth checking that out. What's Light Cannon? So Red Guy Light Cannon is the ship like Time Bomb. Time Bomb is Echo and Jinx. Light Cannon is Lux, who is a character from League of Legends, not in Arcane, and Jinx. it's basically these two shipping communities absolutely clashing together, because one of them got what they wanted, and the other are desperately holding out for something. There is another law YouTuber who argued Mel didn't protect Victor during the bombing because she subconsciously hated him. What? What? Seriously, that is, I mean, I'll have to check that out because that is, to me, absolutely kind of whack. Uh, I mean, again, we're dealing with an innate magical ability that she doesn't control. If it's some subconscious level thing, there could be some argument there. But, I mean, you look at how Mel reacts to finding out that Victor is dying. She clearly has, like, cares. That's insane. Yeah, Dan Black, like, that is crazy. Like, I mean, look, I sometimes dig pretty deep to get to where I'm trying to get to, but my God, that is crazy. Yeah, and she got mad as hell. Eesh. When I said it wasn't fair, she held Mel to that standard, but not Mage Victor. Also, I don't know about Mal J. Vic. Yeah, Red Guy, that's very much just a, hey, let's be wholesome and not split the shippers, and everybody can get along quite nicely. She got mad as hell when I said it wasn't fair. She held Mel to that standard, but not Mage Victor. Mage Victor is actually disgusting, by the way, if you didn't catch that in one of my streams. Like, he's the biggest villain in all of Arcane, and there's something to add to that as well. Like, not only is he going universe to universe to universe, basically creating all of these timelines, potentially, and sacking the entire universe, like just test, just like a little, like a science fair test to him, right? He's just trying to figure out what rune is going to get the result, and when it doesn't go the way he's planning and the other Victor takes over Rune Terror and turns everybody into automatons, he just kind of leapfrogs to the next one and keeps trying it. And what's grossest of all is he is basically like going up to this little kid to ensure this tiny little boy meets him in the future, and for JVIC shippers fall in love and have a little mwah, mwah. Crazy, disgusting WTF. They clearly didn't mean to portray that, but my God, can you infer it? It's kind of icky poo-poos. It was Lelodi's Law. Okay, I mean, I'll check it out. Just to kind of get where... What evidence she has for that, because, I mean, maybe I missed a few things. There's potential for that. You can see his eyes move when Victor's hand goes to his shoulder. Cosmic genocide is cool, man. Yeah. Clearly the writers of Arcane thinks it's romantic to, cosmically genocide universe after universe, just for your little science experiment. Kind of crazy. Righto. Little bit whack. Little bit WTF. A little bit WTF. Alrighty. Yo, he keeps Jace as a living statue. Yeah, that's kind of whack as well. He also, like, changes his entire look between seasons. Funny that. Kind of, okay. Because you can actually pause, by the way, if you didn't know, you can, if you have the functionality, you can pause on the wizard's face in Season 1 and zoom in, and that ain't Victor. Sorry, it ain't Victor. Even his costume changes. So, like, there's some retroactive changing they've done, which they do all throughout Season 2, which is unfortunate, but 'tis what it is, you know? Alrighty. So we then move from Isha to Heimerdinger, which, look, again, because of the popularity contest, my God, I thought Heimerdinger would be rated very low, but this is quite surprising to me. And then Savfk, right, Savfk over Heimerdinger, okay. Maybe you liked the path she went down on Season 2. I liked the character she was in Season 1, and then she flip-flopped into this... completely different individual for Season 2. If you're chill with that, fine, rank her 10, absolutely cool. And then we have Mel, and I see my boy Silco is above Mel, which, Black Tiger Paw. The overall fact that Hextech is wrong because magic bad, but mages are cool and Jace and Victor need to kill themselves. Rub me the wrong way. A crack ship is Smeech and Rictus. I don't know why you think that's cracked, bro. Like, that's hot as. I'm like, oh, I'm getting excited just thinking about it. All the things Smeech could do with his little robo body. Oh, man. Oh, dear. Yeah, and look, like with Heimerdinger, it's also like, bro was willing to watch, as I said in my latest video, bro was willing to watch Victor, like, slowly and painfully die of fantasy cancer instead of helping the boys with Hextech. It's kind of crazy that the 180 happens, like, literally pretty quickly. Yes, he's been dwelling on it for years at this point, but he's also had years to see how amazing things are without Hextech, so don't know where they were thinking of going with that. So Mel, yeah, because again, we're getting into like core characters up here now, so wherever they lay, it is what it is. Mel's 9, Silco's 8. Love to see it, my boy. Obviously, let's forget about anything that happened season 2 in regards to Silco. Let's just focus on when Silco was alive and untarnished, and that's season 1 Silco, which is the bestest of boys. We have Jace at 7. Wow, Vander over Jace. Interesting. I mean, personally, Vander is one of my favorite characters, so it's good to see. I love to see it. But it is interesting that a lot of people ranked Vander very highly on Reddit, very highly. And then Victor at 5. I feel like, because we're starting to get into, like, past Silco, we're starting, like, Jace, Vander, Victor, Caitlyn, Echo, Vi, Jinx. We're starting to get into characters that people actually relate to. It is insane to me how many people say they relate to Jinx, who is a tortured, traumatized individual who murders people. Whether or not that is on her, that's an argument that can be made. But it is sad to think that if you watch something like Arcane and you see what Jinx goes through and does and go, oh, that's a bit of me right there, you should seriously go have a conversation with someone about that. I don't want to judge you too harshly, of course, but there might be something you want to have a chat about with someone that knows what they're talking about. Anyway, so we've got Victor at 5. Again, I'm very happy and surprised that Vander landed so high. Maybe there's a lot of people out there that are like me, that when just anything Vander related happens, it's like it tears at my heart and soul. So Victor 5, Caitlyn 4. Caitlyn is another shocker to see so high. I see all the time on Reddit people absolutely despise her, what became of her. Not in regards to the writing, but they're like, she's and we've got some Reddit posts about it. She's a genocidal dictator, fascist genocidal dictator. Caitlyn Kiraman, everybody. The fascist genocidal dictator. Okay, we'll get there. Echo, so Echo landed at number 3, and then it's up to Vi and Jinx. Again, no shock there. That is zero surprise at all. I really wanted Victor to get his glow up. I wanted to see him get muscles like he did in LoL. Well, I mean, they're probably robo muscles, mate. They're probably not real. He probably what am I thinking of? Like, he probably put those little inflatable things in his arms, and then he hits a button and he's like, "Ja, look at how tank I am now." You know, like, he's a puffy woofy. What am I going to say? He's a scrawny little machine herald. I'm sorry. 'Tis what it is. When you said glow up, I was thinking you're actually referring to his galaxy look, right? Because he's pretty glowed up there when he's Super Saiyan Victor walking around Aurelian Soul's innards. His prototype skin he has. Oh, really? Really? Personally, I haven't gone through a lot of skins. I played the game in beta, and then I played it for about 7 years, I think, and then haven't touched it since, I haven't even thought about it since Arcane Season 1 came out. So it has been a while. has been a while. The original one. Right. Okay. Chill. That's cool. Yeah, because again, well, to be fair, even without seeing the skin, I'm totally with you because he wasn't like the sick guy he is in Arcane. As everyone around him was quite ill, right? That he wanted to help heal. This fandom gives Mel more hate than Kate, who gassed people. Yeah, I mean, also Vi also gassed people. No one talks about that. Vi was absolutely happy to gas the citizenry of Zorn, even defended it when Jinx called her out on it. Nobody seems to attribute that to her character. Interesting. Right, the original one, yep. Lol, my sister said I remind her of Jinx and should cosplay? Just like her. Goddamn, I can't spell. That is totally chill. Neither can I, so I will try and figure out what you're saying. Don't worry. So you ask, should a cosplay? So you should cosplay as her. Look, I Red Guy, totally get there is a difference between someone you know saying your personality reminds me of Jinx and someone saying, oh, like, this is me when Jinx is having, like, a mental breakdown, right? Like, to me, that's like, oh, that's kind of sad. But, yeah, completely different story if someone's saying, like, you remind me of, or your personality is like Jinx. That's totally chill. And, hey, look, if you're into cosplaying and you've got the body for a Jinx cosplay, go hard. They go absolutely nuts for it on Reddit, I see. Like, I could spend hours and hours and this is just the internet, you know. I can spend hours and hours and hours on some hidden detail. Someone could spend dozens of hours doing some amazing fan art, and someone will take a selfie with half of a cosplay of a character, and they get like 10 trillion likes. So it's just, it is what it is. But hey, if you can pull it off, go hard. I think it would look great. Depends if you'd go for the long hair Jinx or the short hair Jinx, right? Jace's end dialogue still pisses me off to this day. You're beautiful because you have cancer. Don't you see? Don't you see it, Victor? Your imperfections like fantasy cancer, that makes you who you are. Like, again, it's not like you're talking to some bro who has like an ugly big nose or some guy who walks with a limp because he has a disability. Bro is sick with a horrid disease due to where he grew up. My boy, Jace, you're perfect. Your cancer is perfect. Oh, my bro. My bro. Yes, he had the walking stick since he was a kid in the brace, so of course there is something going on. But you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Alrighty. So yeah, look, this was how Reddit, at least, has been ranking these characters. Reasonably interesting. No super shocks, but I admire you for dying. In every universe, I die of fantasy cancer. My boy, what a sad, tragic story. Oh, I don't give a shit. That is funny. Alrighty. So, again, look, no super surprise here. Of course, if you saw my character rankings, people like Marcus were in the top 5 characters because they are actually characters that died before Season 2 could taint them. Uh-oh. That sucks. What do we have next? Okay. So some of these are things that I found and put into a slideshow. Others were just sent to me to put in. So some of them I won't know about, and we'll get a fresh reaction. Others, I have something to say. So, in every universe we meet, except the one where the lesbian dies. Whoops. He also dies, let's be fair. Let's be completely fair, Black Tiger Paw. Wizard Victor did go and do all this, but then Wizard Victor seemed to not stop the large explosion that killed Jace, Vi, and potentially Caitlyn as well. Obviously unconfirmed, but I think it is pretty obvious that's how things went down. That's probably why Jace didn't come to the alternate universe that everyone out, or the other two went to, because there was no body to take over. We could have done a Doctor Strange multiverse of madness, and he could have taken over the rotting corpse, but I don't think it's that kind of show. In every universe, me and my lab partner, quote unquote, disintegrate into the void, by the way. By the way, lol, Black Tiger. Yeah, like, and it's crazy that it's just, I'm just going to continuously loop this as Wizard Victor and just sack entire versions of Rune Terror. All of these people, all of these individuals with lives and dreams and hopes. Nah, you can be ascended, and you get ascended, and you get ascended, and you get ascended. It's like, dude, what a horrible fellow, my goodness. Alrighty, so what do we have here? My 12-year-old cousin wants to watch Arcane. First and foremost, no, I think it's R-rated, right? It's R13, at least where I'm at. She's pretty mature. She's 12. Okay, chill out. They only disintegrate in that one. We don't know if Mage Victor disappears. Yeah, because, you know, this is the rune that was used, and through the power of man-love, ascended Victor was stopped by being sucked up by Jace's rune. I wonder what they meant by that. And it's the same rune that Wizard Victor gave him when he was a small child. Whatever did you mean by this? So my 12-year-old cousin wants to watch Arcane. Okay, she's pretty mature. Chill, she's 12. She's okay with curse words and violence. Not a good way to start it. Arcane deals with some insanely heavy themes. Pagan. Yes. Pagan. You know what I'm talking about. She's okay with curse words and violence. Again, this is a very different show than a show that just says the F word, because it's really cool and edgy to say the F word. And has watched Stranger Things. Well, Stranger Things is like a teen show, but it is skewed towards younger audiences. Well, actually, I say that. I watched it when I was not young, and its season 1 at least was fantastic. I think it was actually more skewed towards 80s kids, but cool. Stranger Things and Arcane are very different. Arcane has drug use, Arcane has sex and violence and cursing, and again, some pretty heavy themes for a little kiddie. She's okay with dark things and emotional shows. She's 12. No, she's not. She might say she is, but she's 12. I was a bit worried because as someone who watched a few episodes of Arcane before being too scared to continue, you couldn't continue it yourself, and you're like, I wonder if my younger cousin can watch. What is this? I know season 2 is darker. Not really. Sadder. Not really. And has sexual content. Yes, it does. That may not be appropriate for 12-year-olds there. That's all you had to say. If you typed that out yourself, probably unwise to show it to the child. But she's quite mature for reasons such as growing up too quick. Dude, this is reading like a bloody pedo manifesto, I am not going to lie. Like, this is like the biggest red flags all strung together in one sentence. Emotional issues and fears. She has suicidal thoughts sometimes too. A 12-year-old, that is tragic. I won't joke about that. I don't believe it, but I won't joke about it. However, she has also watched The Rookie, the cop TV show. Tell me that's not the bloody cop TV show that's like a sitcom basically for cops. Has a 12-year-old played Call of Duty World at War? That's darker than season 2. Yeah, I mean, especially when you turn the brightness right down. Yeah, and there's different forms of violence. There's different forms of things that aren't appropriate. Again, when you deal with heavy shit, it's not like a boo jump scare, I scared you. It's something that can be dwelled on for years and years and years, and maybe wait until they're a little bit older. Goodness me. However, she has also watched The Rookie, another TV-14 show, ranked for similar reasons, curse words, heavy blood, etc. Honestly, the blood and the violence, there's a lot going on, but it is incredibly subtle in regards to other shows that involve a lot of violence. Like, that's like the lower list of things as to why they shouldn't watch something like this. I would love to hear from... Oh, look at how they ended oh my god, look at how they ended this. This is absolutely, like, straight from a pedo manifesto. Oh my god, I would love to hear from 12 to 16-year-olds or older. Preferably 12. Look, this Redditor might be like 14, right? You know, it's chill. If this Redditor is over the age of 18, someone needs to check out this person. Holy crap. But look, from how they wrote it, clearly this is someone pretty young themselves. All I'm going to say to this, no. No, you can watch other things until you're a little bit older and can deal with and actually absorb what the show is trying to tell you. Because frankly, surface level stuff in a show like this that plays a lot in the grey isn't overly interesting or really worth thinking about. It's the stuff that's going on underneath, which is very interesting. Alright, that was weird. Why did this get put... Okay, that was bizarre, but... Oh, okay, so this is an interesting one. So, I won't spend too much on it, but Amanda, lovely Amanda, who always gets it right when talking about her show. Look, her show, she worked on season 1 a lot. She worked on season 2 a lot. She is a, head story designer or whatever. Most assuredly, probably the reason Catvi exists in the show. And a lot of people appreciate her for that. Absolutely chill. Sometimes I feel people working on huge budget programs should generally keep quiet and some of their opinions to themselves and let other people theorize and talk. It kind of helps your show exist. Anyway, she had an interview. She or they, I don't know. I think she's homosexual herself, so I don't want to be insulting to anybody that goes, she identifies as a okay, her, they, them, whatever. Had an interview and they were asked a couple questions, some of which were absolutely attached onto, especially for the Catvi shippers. One of them we'll start with this one on the left. I definitely think he's going to love Vi in regards to Tobias Kiriman, Caitlyn's father. Look, that is quite a thing to say when Vi's sister killed his wife. And then Vi never seems to have a conversation with Tobias. Caitlyn doesn't seem to have a conversation with Tobias. Tobias is in one scene, has 2 lines of dialogue, and one of those lines is, "What is she doing here?" Which, I don't know, that doesn't seem like it's the start to a very good relationship. She admitted the whole Enforcers killing Vi's parents was all done for the ship. Alright. Has nothing to do with the story or the dynamic or the class conflict between Zorn and Piltover. It has to do with Vi munching Caitlyn's minge. Okie dokie, isn't that fun, guys? No, nothing more to think about there. Ooh, the class conflict is actually about the class conflict in Vi's pants. I didn't see that part, Black Paw. If that is the case, if she did say that, that is pretty whack. That is pretty whack. Instead of setting up again, I've watched season 2 many times now, and it keeps frustrating me that we never go back to the bloody bridge. It feels like that's where the story was going to end, and they'd done so much to set all of that up, and yeah, instead we got a 75,000 hour sex scene of Vi munching on some minge. So hot right now. I think I saw it on Tumblr somewhere. It was from an actual interview. And yeah, look, some things to be cautious of, Black Paw, is, some shippers will just put a caption over a picture of Christian or Amanda just to kind of get their point across, or for their ship or whatever. Why is this doing this? There we go. That's better. We do hear friend across at the end. Useless. Yeah, look, that beautiful motif, which is all throughout season 1 and season 2, and so, like, when I hear it, and like, you've got Vander Warwick and Jinx, and it's just, it feels like everything's kind of building up towards this Jinx and Vi clash, the cycle of violence that's going to happen between those two girls, and what happened with Vander and Silco. Again, unfortunate to see that they threw that aside for the Zip Zap Magic Man is gonna take over the world. OMG, Echo can do his thing, a little bit of man love, and then the story's over. How exciting. God. But like, yeah, Dear Friend Across the River is absolutely gorgeous. Gorgeous track. I get annoyed now when I hear it because of the lost potential there. And then the other element we have here from the interview with Amanda. Who fell in love first? Oh, absolutely Caitlyn, she says. So, interesting. So, basically all the flirting. So, here's the thing, right? Is she addressing, like, love, or is she addressing, like, the first character to be like, oh, I'm into this person, right? Because if she's talking about love, it like literally could have been either of them. Totally fair. But then it's also like, if you're trying to say, well, actually, Caitlyn ended up being into Vi first. Well, Vi, that's a lot of masterful flirting, by the way, from someone who has literally spent their entire upbringing at this point in prison. I hate to even think about the individuals you had to practice that on in bloody Stillwater. Yikes, that's a bit traumatic. Yeah, that's a lot of flirting going on for someone that you don't even know is a homosexual. And yeah, for them to just be like, yeah, actually, Caitlyn, well, you know, she was macking on. But look, I feel, because she is a professional writer, she is talking about love. So in regards to the relationship out of Vi and Caitlyn, who got, who kind of stepped past that puppy dog stuff into something a bit serious. Yeah. Interesting. Someone also asked her if Jace and Victor were romantic, and she responded in a private Facebook message, they are forever embraced in the arcane. That is actually held up by visuals as well, if you didn't know. When they embrace, right before we get the shots of Victor getting sucked off by Jace. Getting sucked into his crystal. Oh, yeah. Oh, whoopsie. When they kind of embrace and touch foreheads, yes, their heads form a love heart and their arms form infinity. So we even get that visual. Thank you, Fortiche, for doing that. So, I think that's actually what they were going for. Unironically, quite literally what they were going for. Tobias was a good father-in-law. We don't see that at all. So what this is referring to is Amanda saying that Tobias, see here, I definitely think he's going to love Vi. Just basically being like, people saying, well, Tobias will be a good father-in-law in regards to Vi, which again, as I said before, heavy doubt. Have more than 2 lines of dialogue with him, where one of them is a hyper negative towards Vi, and maybe we can have the conversation. Maybe have a conversation about Vi's sister killing his wife and the matriarchy of the Kiriman estate. Maybe have that conversation first before we think about, is he going to be a good daddy to Vi? I don't know about all that. There is a 2-inch gap between their foreheads. It's not gay if the foreheads don't touch. Can we say that about our lips too? Look, the symbolism, it's very obvious. It's subtlety is dead. I've said that a couple times in some of my breakdowns in season 2. There is no subtlety. A lot of the very intentionally subtle dialogue and foreshadowing and visual setup and foreshadowing that happens in season 1 has gone away as an amazing job as the animators at Fortiche did for season 2. Again, a lot of that kind of nice, subtle framing as well has just kind of disappeared and to kind of be replaced by action sequences like every episode or two, and impact frames every 5 seconds, which, that's chill for me because I made the impact frame video, which like blew the hell up in regards to my level of YouTube. Before I made that video, I had 53 subscribers, and then I made that video, and a week later I was at over 400, so I mean, it worked. It helped me out at least, guys. I appreciate that. And yeah, as you say, mate, as long as the heads don't touch, if the tips don't touch, then it's a Cjbeards ship, baby. Alrighty, what do we got here? Arcane shined in their selection of music and original score. I completely agree. Some of the OST is gorgeous. Thanks to Mako, Ray Chen, brilliant, and other artists from both seasons. What were your favourite tracks and or instrumentals, and why? Some categories below to narrow down the difficult decision. Favourite songs of all time. Well, I've done the ranking. What could have been. They've put favourite songs of all time for them. What could have been. I completely agree. Absolutely excellent track. I'm not a big Police guy or the Police guy. I don't think Sting is like the greatest singer in the world, but man, what a track that was. Completely agree. And Ray Chen on the violin as well. Beautiful. Favorite instrumental or background music for them, they said The Bridge, which my assumption is that's Dear Friend Across the River. Maybe. If not, then I would say that that's mine, Dear Friend Across the River. They've also put Oil and Water, Fallout, Turn Your Back and I'll Disappear. Oh, Turn Your Back and I'll Disappear is gorgeous. I also like I Promised You, which is by Ray Chen. That's like how can I, like sci-fi, like science-y almost violin track that plays when the interdimensional man love stuff happens. That music, even just listening to it by itself, is primo song. Ray Chen blows it out of the park as per usual. No real surprise there. Songs that gives you all the feels or make you cry like a baby. I Can Hear It Now. That's a sad song. It doesn't make me go boo, boo, boo. Remember Me. That is, the association with Vanda there is incredibly depressing for me as well, which is funny because it's not like it's a depressing sounding song. It's just, what we've associated with that particular song. I kind of agree with that. Remember Me is very sad. The one that, like the Remember Me intro as well. What Have They Done to Us by Mako. That's absolutely tragic. Isha's song, less for the fact of that it's because of Isha's sacrifice, which doesn't make any sense. It is more to the fact of like the song is gorgeous, not only performed incredibly well, but like the English translation is beautiful. I know someone who I watch the show with who speaks fluent Mandarin, and he could kind of confirm a lot of the English translation that I had found. And yeah, it is a gorgeously written, performed song, so it kind of gets me on the feels a little bit. I generally think more about Powder, as in Season 1, Episode 1 to 3 Powder, when I listen to that song, more than Isha, sorry. Song that gives you goosebumps. To Ashes and Blood, Raised by Wolves. Oh yeah, the song that plays for Ambisa. I totally get that. I get that. To Ashes and Blood, that's probably a good option there actually, because it is such a very different kind of song. They've got like Shuriman made up language, like prayer in there as well, which is super cool. But in regards to just kind of think of like a lot of that, The Line kind of gives me chills sometimes, especially when he gets up into his head voice and he sings really high, and it's like, wow, that's nice. And the live version is pretty cool. Songs that get you pumped. I don't really care. Honestly, I don't really care about that. I'll just agree with Hellfire. It gets me real pumped, even though it makes me think of Caitlyn going around gassing the citizenry of Zorn, which is crazy. And then Vi being totally chill, also gassing the citizenry of Zorn. WTF. What do we have here? Why Victor helped the Ambisa. Okay, so Probably not English as a first language, so I'm not going to say anything about that. Why Victor helped Ambisa. Why did he help Ambisa to build the army when he wanted to help the Vander in previous episodes, saying he's worth the risk and something about humanity? I do like that. He said he's worth the risk and something about humanity. I don't really remember. But later he turns his followers into dummies without any intelligence. Well, my, oh my. I Promised You is beautiful, but then I get upset upon hearing Victor's motif because of what happened to him. Yeah. Look, that is absolutely fair. Like, totally fair. I think the violin and again the theme is just awesome, so it doesn't really bother me too much. Where, as I said before, Dear Friend Across the River it would be my version of that, where I hear it and I love it and it's beautiful, but it just makes me think of all the wrong things, right? So, look, this is an interesting question, especially in regards to, like, what it means for Victor, like, himself as a character, and for Ambisa, for that matter. So, and they point out something very, very interesting and absolutely on point. Victor literally goes between episodes from, I am not letting you, like, take or change Warwick because I see Vander as the person and he's not a test subject, he is a person, even though he has systematically gone around and turned all of these individuals by quote-unquote healing them, quote-unquote not healing them, end quote. He's like, I'm not going to remove their humanity, when clearly that's what's been happening to all these individuals that you've quote-unquote healed. Again, perfect example for me is Huck. Huck, we see when he is himself wheeling and dealing and doing his work, he is a stuttery, not overly confident individual. And then when he is quote-unquote healed, he is a completely different person with a completely different personality. And that is basically the death of that character. So yeah, look, he's literally going on, maybe unbeknownst to him, killing all of these people, which is a little bit more in line, in my opinion, with the original lore. For him to basically just, Jace doesn't want to be with me, so I'm gonna, evolve everyone into automatons, basically, or Arcane's version of them, I guess. And literally just force everybody into this change. The choice is false, or whatever he says, which is kind of cringe. Especially because, again, it's just such a quick 180 from even the character that we see in Season 2 in regards to Victor. And again, for Ambisa, look, I know I've said it before, but Ambisa, baby, you are getting hunted down by magic users who use illusion and trickery. The Black Rose Society is filled with magic users, and you decide to team up with a, let me think about it for a second. Oh, a magic user. What WTF are you doing? Are you stupid? What the WTF? WTF is the what the WTF? Like, what are we doing here? Ambisa, babe. Like, it is much safer for you to just throw your morals aside and use Mel than it is to just team up with this magic man that you have no idea who he is or what his ambitions is or what he wants to do. Like, Ambisa, do you actually want everyone in Runeterra to be just forced into becoming these automatons? How long do you expect you will last? In regard, obviously show-wise, she kind of gets blatted by the Black Rose. But had she not, like, what was the plan, Ambisa? Do you think Swain is going to be chill with that? Do you even serve Swain? Is Swain even the leader of Noxus at the moment? I'm thinking no. I'm thinking the next show that involves Noxus will have Jericho Swain's story, so maybe he's not in charge. But again, it's just there's a lot of things going on here that really doesn't fit with the way that the show and the story and the lore and the game has presented Well, everything. Right. It is a good thing, good question though. I just love it. But later, he turns his followers into dummies without any intelligence. Yeah, so like the automatons, dummies though. It's pretty funny. I like that one. Did Jinx see a daughter in Isha, as Silco saw a daughter in Jinx? I thought about it. In fact, Jinx is raising Isha the same way Silco raised Jinx. We don't know that at all. We didn't see how Silco raised Jinx. She doesn't forbid her anything. Again, we don't know that's how Silco treats Jinx. And in case you forgot, Jinx also tried to play hot potato with her own grenades in the first season, just like Isha. What? So Silco didn't set up the best parental example, but Silco clearly gave Jinx caring skills and what it's meant to be a true parent, supportive and loving. Ooh. Slight misread on Silco as a character, I believe. Yes, he loves Jinx as a daughter, but the relationship Silco as a father would have and, say, Vander as a father would have, obviously completely different. Silco as a father would be something that we normal humies would not really be able to relate to. Pinsum, supportive and loving is crazy. Yes. Yes, he blocks, like defends her to his soldiers and his goons and all of that, but don't forget that that is a way for him to keep control, as he doesn't want Jinx to be like an asset that can be used against him. There is a lot more going on with that relationship than he raised her and that's all happy chappy and taught her everything she knows. Look, Silco was my favorite character, but I'm not going to mince words. He would not have been a great father or role model, and we can see that because Jinx is incredibly tortured and mentally unwell when we see her again. So look, again, Silco protects her, absolutely. Silco, like, when she went in episode 4, season 1, and she steals the Hextech gemstone, Silco was incensed because, yeah, the Enforcers and Piltover are going to come down on Zorn with a hammer. The only thing that stopped his kind of rage was the fact that Jinx stole something of use. Again, it is a complicated relationship. That's why it's so interesting and actually really good, really well written. There's lots of layers there. It's fantastic. It is not a normal daddy-daughter relationship. Now, the whole Jinx, Isha, mummy-daughter thing, look, I'm not sure about that at all. Frankly, to me, it's a big sister thing, if anything. The mother element is a little bit, again, because we're dealing with Isha, who has to be old enough to be like, yeah, I'm gonna sacrifice myself to save you, you know. We don't want to make that character too young and too baby, right? That's a little bit whack. And yeah, she doesn't forbid her anything. I mean, she sneaks out to do half the shit she does, so it's kind of bullshit. This is a little bit whack. Silco clearly gave Jinx caring skills and what it means to be a true parent, supportive and loving. Yikes. Don't know where you got all of that from. If there is any part of Jinx that is supportive and loving, she would have picked that up from Vander or Vi when they were sisters. That's crazy. The reason Jace charged his shock blast here is because he mistook Heimerdinger for a kid. Oh man, I mean a meme's a meme and it's all funny and stuff, but I've got no damn clue why people just jump on this idea that Jace is like some rabid kid killer. WTF? Like he literally he went from, I'm so angry at Zorn that I'm going to take this random person and 2 Hextech weapons I've created to disrupt one of their biggest like products in regards to economy, which is Shimmer. Whoops, I accidentally killed a kid. I'm going to 180 and sue for peace. That guy you're saying is the kid? What? Moving on. It's funny meme, but oh god. Oh god. At least the person that posted this is onto it. Can we talk about how interpreting this scene between two canonical brothers as romantic is a really weird thing to do? Yes, we can talk about that. Just because, hey guys, look, just because two characters are next to each other and one looks at the other, doesn't mean they want to have bum fun. Don't know who needs to hear this, but yo, I remember that Milo Clagger look. It was weirdly homoerotic. I do agree, my gaydar went cha-ching when I saw it, but the reality is look, these are two brothers. Clagger looks at Milo because Milo is watching the woman she is into perform music. Again, yeah, my gaydar went dingo, but I did interpret it more of the fact of like, yeah, he's like, yo, that could be your girlfriend one day, you know? But yeah, the visual is a bit, it literally, again, the season is filled to the brim with shipper bait. This is a perfect example of it. Something that can easily be interpreted as something very normal seems like, and like it's such an easy read for it to be some kind of ship material. And it's really quite unfortunate. Again, thanks for that, Fortiche. I will defend Fortiche to an extent. To an extent. Stuff like this, stuff like the Love Heart Infinity. Oh, jeepers. One moment. I'm not muting or anything. I'm just doing that so I can then do this. Alright. Alright. Okie dokie. Okay, so yes, the person that posted this at least is onto it enough to say that, hey, this is kind of weird, guys. You know, it can be interpreted in many ways, as Black Tiger pointed out. Like, it is incredibly homoerotic. But these are two brothers. As I said, Clagger's just like, hey, bro, that could be your missus, or what's it? That could be your missus. One has such a weird, gravelly voice as a young boy. Episode 8 was the worst. When Victor leers over Jace, holy schnitzel, then you, yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you're not into the Cjbeards stuff at all, yeah, it's kind of interesting. There's the straddling going on. Yeah, there's the, oh, let me whisper sweet nothings into your ear to get you to join me, and then when you're like, no, I don't want to join you, I'm going to literally throttle you. Kind of toxic, Victor. Wowie zowie. What did they mean by all of this? So yeah, look, this is icky picky, but we're going to have to talk about it a little bit more because this is going to be a nice little transition into this. Oh dear, so it begins. Alrighty, the ultimate Arcane Ship tier list. Okay, so what I have done to this is I have changed this red into actual relationship, because if characters are actually in a relationship, there's not really a lot to talk about. And then we've got S, A, B, C, we've got WTF, and then we've got absolutely not for things that are just absolutely unacceptable. Again, I probably know a few of these, but I can almost guarantee that there'll be some here that I may have never heard of. Let me have a quick. Oh dear, that'll help. Alrighty, now let's begin the ship tier list in fear and horror. What do we have? Okay, what do we have down here? Okay, easy one to start off with. We've got Kate Vi, or Violin. I much prefer Violin than Kate Vi, but that's fine. You guys do what you like to do. So, easy. Super easy. Actual relationship, because yes, they're in an actual relationship by the end of the show. And probably if we had to look at actual ships from Arcane, it's the one that makes the most sense. Obviously, because this is a relationship that the creators wanted to happen, so they put the most time and effort into writing it to make it make sense. It's like, for me, I mean, we don't have a lot of relationships to talk about, but Vi and Caitlyn and Jace and Mel, really good relationships in my opinion. I like them. They work for me. But again, as I said in my in one of my videos, it's like, I'm a big supporter of this relationship, but then it's like, man, when we got that sex scene, it was absolutely like, it was like, okay, can we move on? Your sister's off playing bloody hot potatoes with grenades, and you're having a fun time in a prison cell. Like, this is, what did the writers mean by this? Like, even me, I was like, why? This is a bit much. This is a little bit much. All right, you know, we can have a little bit of a mwah. We can have a little bit of a Minch man. I need to stop saying that. I'm sorry. I really need to stop saying that. But we can have a little bit of a munchy minge. And then we can move on. All right? Oh, dear. I'm going to have to make another one of those drinks really quickly before we get into too much cringe. Okay. So, look. Kate Vi. It works for me. It's an actual relationship in the show that got a lot of attention, a lot of writing to make it make sense, to make it good, and that's great, because it works. It works for me. These two are like polar opposites. They represent both sides of this ideological spectrum, Piltover and Zorn, and they come together, and they make sweet, sweet music, and it's beautiful. And unfortunately, that has no actual representation to the story at large, because there is no actual class conflict, much like the relationship happens in Season 2, where they break up and then just randomly get back together without an actual conversation about anything, like no relationships work. Dude, it is so rushed. They split, and then they meet up again, and then they're back into it like nothing happened. Much like that, the Zorn-Piltover class conflict was just kind of like, you guys can figure it out. It works. It's fine. Okay, so Cjbeards, I'm going to sit here for now until I actually rank it, so this is not where it's going to sit. Cjbeards, look, like, you have another situation here, and as I said before, even if I'm not into these ships, or even if I think a lot of them are icky-picky, grossy-wossy, I'm going to try and make it make sense and then honestly rank it. It's not going to be this, ooh, I don't like that, so I'm putting it in what the hell? So look, Jason Victor, you have the same situation as Vi and Caitlyn in regards to each being on like opposite sides of this ideology, Piltover and Zorn. You have Victor raising Jace in regards to his science, where Mel is like raising Jace in regards to his political aspirations. So you have that nice little element going on as well. But again, for me, it's more like these are like kind of like partners, as in work partners or brothers, quote unquote. They've known each other for a few years, sure. It's more of that friendship dynamic to me, more than an actual physical relationship. And that's also kind of something to quickly point out as well. Like, does shipping mean that these people that ship them just want to see them smush butts? Sometimes, not always. Sometimes it is more for the romance, it is more for the kinship, rather than a sexual relationship. But let's be completely frank and beans here. A lot of shippers, they want to see them smashing butts, right? They don't give two craps about the romance. They just want to see the two bodies go to pound town. I like Cjbeards. Don't like how his entire life revolves around him in Season 2 and how he lost his agency. I wanted him to be the Machine Herald. I completely agree. I mean, they massacred Victor as a character and the League of Legends canon character in the same breath, in the same sentence almost. Season 1, their relationship was way more brotherly. The shipping was subtle. Season 2 wasn't subtle at all. Yeah, look, I mean, Season 2, you had actual, like, lines of dialogue. Like, it was affection that held us together. You know, you have actual, like, lines where it's like, oh, man, Victor's been thinking about Jace's hammer a lot. That's whereas in Season 1, you might get, like, a look, and it's like, ooh, what's that? But again, yeah, look, as mentioned, it is a relationship that if you wanted to go down that path, there is a lot of actual thematic and story elements that make it make sense in an actual, like, romantic relationship. More than just, again, it's like a Jace Mel. It's the opposite. It's a Jace Victor. And again, like me, a fan of Jace and Mel's relationship, it's not because I like to see them smashing booties. That doesn't really work for Mel, but, you know, maybe she's got a little bit of a magic going on in that department. Like, that relationship wasn't interesting to me because of that. It was more the dynamic that was going on. Like, Mel was playing Jace, but also teaching him and slowly falling for him. Like, there was just a lot more things going on, which you can say the same, to be fair, about Cjbeards. Do the Cjbeards shippers deserve, like, blame for what happened to the characters? Absolutely not. You know, even the ravenous monsters as some of them are, at the end of the day, the writers are the writers, the showrunners are the showrunners, and they make the call there. So in regards to, like, Jace Victor as a actual relationship that can be shipped, it makes sense for me for a lot of elements, more than just, as said, a lot of shipping is just, I want to see them bloody rough and tumble with each other, right? There is a lot more going on. There is a lot more setup and build up in the show for that as well. It certainly just doesn't kind of come out. Like, you can see why people would go down that path. So I'm kind of jumping between B and A for Java. I'm going to be it because just the way that it's dealt with in the show, the fact that they felt like, oh, we have to split Jace and Mel up so we can get the bloody love infinity symbolism going on, like, really spoiled whatever you had going on. Like, anything subtle, anything with layers that was set in Season 1, much like most things in Season 2, are just cast to the side. Super unfortunate. We got the time bomb. Okay, so again, this is another one that is going to be kind of let down by how it's managed in the show. The reality is that, like, our Echo and our Jinx are completely different people, as I said in my latest video, to the Echo in Episode 7 and Powder in Episode 7. Our Echo has half of a lifetime's worth of memories and experiences that do not involve Powder. He would not view Jinx as he does, like, in Episode 7. It is whack. It is incredibly forced. The only real tie in Arcane that we have is that they were little kids together and they knew each other, right? Like, sure, if that's all that's required to kind of push a ship like that, then whatever. I like things that make a little bit more sense, more than just, oh, we can craft a cool name out of it. But if we look at Echo as a character and Jinx as a character, do I think the ship works? No. I'm sorry. No, it doesn't. Echo in Arcane has literally built, like, a entire gang and place to almost combat Jinx and what she and Silco do. And yes, most shippers are crazy AF, don't like that fandom. Yeah, I've dealt with some of them. The affection comment was okay, but Ep 8 was really shipping bait. Yeah, absolutely. I also don't like how Mel was treated as a beard by the fandom. Yeah, look, again, it's like they split them up for no real good reason, just so they can get a little bit more closer with the Cjbeards stuff, in my opinion. I feel like episode 8 would have been the best episode in the series, if they just set it up in the plot properly. I think it was cute at face value, but it just felt so strange. So are you talking about like the Cjbeards stuff, or just in general, like the Victor change and all of that sort of stuff? Because to be honest, like I'll be completely honest with you, not an anime girl. I don't think a single episode in season 2 could be considered the best episode in the series. That is just me. I hold season 1 in such high regard that I feel most, if not all, episodes would kind of be ranked for me above that. But let me know what you mean exactly by that. I mean episode 7. Sorry. Right. Okay. So I felt episode 7 would have been the best episode in the series if they just set it up in the plot properly. Yeah, and that's kind of what I'd mentioned in my video. It's like, it's nice. It's nice to see these things. It's nice to see Powder as she may have been. They fumble so many things, which I talk about in my video, and make things a little bit odd and whack and cringe and icky. But the major thing for me is the time waste of episode 7. Had that been episode 7, season 2 of a 5-season television show, I wouldn't have half as many issues with it. Yes, it breaks a lot of things. Yes, it ruins Silco's character completely. Yes, Echo is gross when dealing with Powder. But at least it wouldn't have been a massive waste of time, because the season was incredibly rushed and we spent an entire 40-minute episode mucking about on the time bomb and Cjbeards ship, basically. It's okay. Yeah, season 1 was great, but I'm a sucker for an epic. I totally get that as well. I totally get that. Like, you know, like I can kind of, in both hands, hold like a tight, focused, character-driven narrative and a big, bombastic, action-oriented. Like, I can enjoy both of those. And I get that. I just, the expectation for me was it wasn't going to kind of go down that path. So I was a little bit disappointed because, again, my expectations were so high after season 1. So high. So fun for me, yep. Though I think, honestly, season 1 was better. Yeah, and look, that's just... There's a lot of elements that keep season 1 so tight, and I can rewatch it and rewatch it and rewatch it and enjoy it every time. Season 2, there are some elements where I just kind of turn my brain off and I'm like, yeah, okay, this is happening. All right, can we get to the next thing that I'm interested in seeing? Whereas I don't think that really happens once. I can even the setup episode, like episode 1 and 2, all that setup, I can just eat it all up, because there's so many like little bits and bobs, dialogue-wise, character-wise, that just kind of keep me going, much like a heavy, big epic action sequence or world-ending story might. I personally think season 2 soundtrack was a tad stronger. No, I completely agree. It does help that there was 7 more songs in the season 2 soundtrack, in regards to like the big, heavily produced tracks, not the OST. So that definitely helps. It also helps that where season 1 had like one big... Oh, no, to be fair, I'm thinking 2, you've got the Firelight's introduction, and then the Echo and Jinx fight on the bridge. Like, you got 2 examples of like this music video section with animation style changes, and it's just so awesome. We get that like nearly every episode in season 2, right? So it's more noticeable, a lot of the music, because it is quite focused in season 2 as well, which is cool. It's good. Yeah, cool. So, Echo and Jinx. Look, I think the shipping there. Look, if we're dealing with Echo and Jinx from League of Legends lore, a little bit different. The actual time bomb, it's a little bit different, but we're talking about Arcane here. So for me, again, the Echo that we know in Arcane and the Jinx that we know in Arcane Very different, very incompatible as well. Like, what is Echo gonna take Jinx back to the bloody tree fort? I don't know. Like, you got to be pretty trusting, and we know Jinx is not completely mentally stable. Look, there's just a lot of elements there that just wouldn't work. Like, he would have to sacrifice a lot even just to make the relationship work. Is that even worth it? Yes. Things like that are important. I've tried looking for the heart freeze frame during the Jason Victor ending. It's in one of your videos, yeah? Oh, someone just subbed. Sorry if you picked that up. Frippy! Thank you so much, Frippy. Yeah, look, I can actually probably find that for you. Thank you for jumping on board there, Frippy, for the sub. That's awesome. I'm trying to hit 500 during the stream. That'll be fun. But no, let me bring this up so you guys can see it. I'll put this on. Hi, it's me in my timeless void whilst I look for this particular image. But no, sorry, that particular frame actually isn't isn't in my video because I didn't see it until it was shown to me by someone, and it is pretty obvious when you see it. Victor Chase, Love Infinity. And it's actually in that individual, that video that I had mentioned earlier to watch. I saw it because she put it in the edits, but she didn't really kind of point it out, so I pointed it out for her. Or is there one where it's actually filled in, so it's a bit easier to see, or maybe a larger version? No, that's fine. I've got the frame here. That's all that we really need. This one has a filter on it, but it just, oh no, that's small as too. Let's get one that's just like straight up frame from the show. Why are they so small? Why are they so freaking small? Like, no troubles. All right, so that's fine. I'll make that work. So if we do that. No, I just want to see the picture. God, Google making me go onto bloody Threads. God, get out of here. I don't want to get on that stuff. What about this one? Well, this one should do it. Right? Reddit? Right? Okie dokie. That will do. We don't have the lines filling everything in. Which would make things a little bit easier to see, but I think we can point it out. Are we there? There we go. Maybe if I zoom in, or if I do this. There we go. So this is the frame. It's a little bit easier to kind of pick up on when you've got the like paint drawn on it, but if you look at the two heads together and then Jace's upper arm is like the bottom part of the heart, with the two heads forming each side of the heart. And then underneath that, you can see Jace's other arm holding Victor's other arm underneath it, creating like this squared off infinity symbol. Do you see that? Oh, with the heads, right? Yeah, this one. Yeah. This is the one. Honest to God, I think Echo's Firelight outfit may be one of the coolest outfits I've seen in fiction. It's pretty good. It's pretty cool. Trench coat with the mask. Yeah, so it's pretty cool. Do you prefer his look with all the paint and everything like that, or just the standard, like, yes, he's got a lot of the anarchist symbolism and stuff going on there, but I do like the sleeker, cleaner look, personally. So yeah, I think you all hopefully can see that. So that's the frame that I was talking about before. Their heads form the heart along with Jace's arm, and then yeah, both of their arms create an infinity symbol. The space between their arms also look like butterfly wings, which there is a lot of butterfly imagery with Jace especially, and with Echo, actually. So there is fan art that got popularized with people because it was really good fan art. People actually thought it was a frame from the show, which like as this was happening, they kind of added an extra frame where all of these like pointy bloody part energy things that are coming off Jason Victor form a full butterfly. That tricked a lot of people into thinking that was actually like a impact or hidden frame in the show, which no, it was fan art. But we do have this here, which is literally just a frame in the show where, yeah, the symbolism could not be more obvious in my opinion. Anyway, back to the task at hand. Oh, God. Yeah, I saw that. I saw it on Pinterest. Yeah, so a lot of people thought that was an actual frame. But unfortunately not. I actually went back and looked myself just to make sure, just to confirm that it was just fan art, and it was just fan art. So look, for me, I'm sorry, Time Bomb guy. I'm really sorry. As I said, if we're talking the Time Bomb from League of Legends, that's more of a conversation, but Echo is a character, Jinx is a character. Does their relationship work? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I'm sorry, but it is just not functional to me, especially these two particular characters. But I did just see we've got Echo and Powder. Now, the way I'm going to do this is I'm not going to say this is our Echo who has taken over episode 7 Echo's body and is being a gross little freak with Powder. What this is going to be is actual episode 7 Echo and Powder. Does it work? Yeah, I like it. I like it, absolutely. Like that, they're both like kind of little tinkerers, inventors. They both would have grown up close to each other. Obviously, Echo being raised by Benzo, and Powder being raised by Vanda and potentially her brothers. I think it's really sweet. I like it, and it's just one of those things that makes it like nice, makes episode 7 nice. Do I like the episode? No. Do I think the episode works? No. This is cool though. I'm into it. I'm into it. Our Echo and our Jinx though? Absolutely not. I'm sorry. Absolutely not. I did see one when I was going through the Reddit looking for some of the things for the slideshow. There was one piece of fan art that I actually quite liked, but it probably does more to explain their potential relationship than a Time Bomb would, where Echo is like portrayed as Batman and Jinx is portrayed as the Joker. And it's like, yeah, that would be, if any relationship were to happen, it would be a non-sexual, non-romantic, like rivalry. I got very excited there. Rivalry between the two, as they both represent. Again, it's the clashing ideologies, but it doesn't exactly work in regards to this story, because where it works for Jason Victor and Vi and Caitlyn, they represent both cities. Echo and Jinx represent the same city, unfortunately. But I like Echo and Powder. It's nice. It makes sense to me. Those two particular characters, who are completely different individuals to our Echo and our Jinx, might I add. That was like a very actually moment. Okay, so look, Mel and Jace, I know they break up by the end, and that's shit, and I don't like it. But they are in, let's be frank and beans here, an actual relationship for the vast majority of the show. Does it work? Absolutely. Do you like it? Absolutely. As I've said many times, it is an actual layered relationship with a lot of stuff going on. Mel is playing Jace, but also teaching him and slowly falling for him, where Jace is just this young puppy dog love, like puppy love to Mel. For some reason, his forehead is magnetized to her lap. I don't know if he's got like, maybe when disgusting freak wizard Victor was giving him a rune, he like bloody put a magnet in his head or something that only works for Mel's lap. But that seems to be a comfortable spot for him. It's fine. Totally chill. But yeah, look, it's an actual relationship, and I really like it. I like it. It works. Works for me. Jace is super hot. Mel is super hot. It works. That's all you need when it comes to a good ship. Okay. Okay, so we're going from a yahoo, I like this, to a uh-oh. So we got Silco and Vander. Alrighty, so I said it before, but this is no thank you, absolutely not. Like, this isn't a thing where it's like, oh, Echo and Jinx are together, and it's like, well, that doesn't really work for their character, blah, blah, blah. Silco and Vander destroys whatever relationship they had previously, and just throws it into a disturbing blender. Remember, Vander tried to drown Silco and cut his face. This is crazy, guys. And this is even in episode 7, the good timeline, this still happens. Mel and Jace deserved... I completely agree. Before even finishing your sentence, I completely agree. Mel and Jace deserved a better ending. Hated how he gaslighted her in episode 8. This led to many shippers saying Victor was competing for Jace. Yeah, look, the reality is, to me at least, that the writers intentionally broke them up so Jace and Victor could seem closer. Ridiculous. And the thing is Mel still defends Piltover and all this, so it's it was literally just some absolute nonsense. It almost felt like a writer self-inserted themselves because they didn't like the relationship and they preferred the ship. Something so frustrating. And it's Jace being well, you were playing me. It's yeah, bro. Yeah. Did you not realize this, my boy? Come on, man. You're meant to be smart. Yes, that's a sticking point and that's frustrating, but you can at least have a bloody conversation like adults instead of just throwing this potentially multi-year relationship just in the gutter. Come on, pal. I could see Mel and Jace slowly drifting apart while still loving each other. Overton also admitted on Twitter she intended for Mel and Jace to be boring. Yes, I saw that. That's kind of what I was talking about before, when writers that work on multi-million-dollar projects should, just maybe not answer every question that's asked on social media. Maybe there are some things that you should just kind of keep to yourself. That is one perfect example of it. Again, I was hinting to it before, but it's Amanda didn't like the relationship, and as she says, everything she does is super intentional, so anything she wrote is super intentional. Think about that for 5 bloody seconds, and you'll figure out a lot of people's frustrations with Season 2. He rages at her for manipulation, but never speaks a word against Caitlyn. Yeah, who used him to get someone out of prison who is potentially a not good person because they are in prison. Obviously, we know Vi. We know that she was wrongfully put in there. We as an audience know that. Jace doesn't know that. Caitlyn doesn't know that. And it's also oh, you've been touched with the arcane. I can't trust you, babe. The arcane's bad. And it's my brother in Christ, you have a Hextech rune inside your arm. Your leg is being rotted away by the anomaly. You have made a deal with Wizard Victor. I don't think you should give 2 shits about Mal having magic. Why didn't you save more people, brother? Dude, why didn't you? Why didn't that's like asking why didn't you have your hammer there? She didn't know she they couldn't have an actual fucking conversation. It's insane to me. It was all just nonsense being thrown at each other's face without an actual reasonable answer. Crazy. He also makes a railgun for Kate while saying Hextech. Yeah. Yes. Insane. Insane, guys. And then, when he needs to defend Piltover, oh, I'll make a couple big old turrets, but I can't make Hextech rifles for anyone else. I can't make gauntlets for anyone else. Yeah. Alright, Jace. Real clever guy you are. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. But, more importantly, guys, so Silco and Vander. I am not fond of this ship at all. Silco was my favourite character. Vander is easily one of my favourite characters. They do not work at all together. No, thank you. Again, as I say, it tears down any actual relationship that these two characters, rivalry relationship that these two characters have. And yeah. Look, if you want to ship them, more power to you. I'll just silently vomit in my mouth if you do. League of Legends Jace would have been Hextech unsafe. Not my problem. Yeah, I mean, League of Legends Jace wouldn't have pussied out when he got to Victor's peace plantation. He would have killed every single evolved person there and then blit-blatted Victor because he thinks he's in the right because Victor is doing things he shouldn't be, so there's a lot more going on there than in the actual show. I was so excited when I saw, punished Jace show up, and he kills Salo, and I'm like, oh, damn, they're gonna do it. They've set up this lovely little peace plantation for Jace to come in and literally murk everyone. No, they couldn't. They didn't. Lame. Whatever. But yeah, look, Silco Vander, yuck. Not a fan. Don't know. Again, there's shipper bait in episode 7. He lovingly holds on to Vander's shoulder and gives him a, "What's up, big boy?" He's Vander's little twink boy. No, thank you. No, thanks. Next, we have Jinx and Caitlyn. What? What? Is this just a I want to see them smash booties ship? Because how does this relationship make sense at all? Jinx murdered Caitlyn's mother. Guys, what the hell? Jinx murdered intentionally Caitlyn's mother. I don't give two shits about what the brain-dead writers put in episode bloody 8 or 9, 8 I think it was, where Jinx is like, "I didn't know your mum was there. Sorry. So sorry. I didn't know she was there. Jinx, babe. Jinx. The council member wouldn't be at council, bro. Yeah, you're mentally ill, babe, but what are you talking about? Oh, I didn't think the councilwoman would be at the council meeting. What the hell?" And then Jinx, again, screw whatever nonsense they put in at the end of season 2 just to resolve their hatred for each other. Jinx, let's not forget, when she was being infused with Shimmer, which obviously seems like a horrendous process to go down, she doesn't look like she's having a good time. She is literally seeing herself, Powder, be replaced by Caitlyn through her bloody hallucinations. She sees Singe. She sees Caitlyn as Singe doing the horrible surgery. Dude, what? No. That's a WTF for me. That makes no... No, not at all. That doesn't work for me at all. Look, this is, to me at least, a clear example of they're two hot girls and they want to see them smash booties. That's insane. Caitlyn... Yeah, the fact that Caitlyn even forgives Jinx in season 2 is nuts to me. But them being in a romantic or sexual relationship... What? No, thanks. We've got what I mentioned before. We've got the let's placate and keep everybody happy by having Jace, Mel, and Victor in a open relationship with each other. They even baited Silk. Yeah, like I said, yeah. They literally shipper baited Fanta and Silco in episode 7. Nuts, bro. Nuts, man. Ugh. I rolled my eyes so hard they popped out of my bloody skull when I saw that. "Oh, darling, my big bear husband Vander taught me forgiveness. Oh, his writing skills is what put me over the edge." Oh, the one paragraph letter where he's like, "I'm shit at this. I'm sorry. I went a little bit mad when I tried to actually murder you." Yeah. Weak. Pretty weak, I must say. Pretty weak. Okay. Now, what have we got here? So yeah, Jace, Mel, Victor. Look, I mean, a open relationship between the three, would that work? No. Like, I don't think Jace would be on board with a relationship like that. I don't think Victor would be on board with a relationship like that. Mel, like, maybe there could be some argument about, like, her being Noxian. Maybe she's more open to something like that. You know, you look at how Ambisa looks at, you know, sex and that kind of thing. But even then, like, Mel seems to be away from Noxus for a lot of her life. So I can't use that as, like, that might make it make sense. And again, like, Mel represents the political side of Jace's character, where Victor represents the science and exploration and innovation side of Jace. Both Mel and Victor being these kind of two elements of Jace. And again, those things kind of clash. Especially with, you know, what Jace and Victor want to do that's right, and then what Jace and Mel want to do, which would be right for their people. I think that clashes way too much. Mel is, like, pushing for hex tech weaponry and stuff like that, and Victor is so against it. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. I'm not gonna WTF it or absolutely not it. I'll just rank it quite low because, look, I get the ship. You know, trying to make everybody happy, trying to make the Jace and Mel people and the Jace and Victor people happy. I don't think it really works in regards to an actual relationship. Like, again, Mel, there's maybe an argument should be open to that, but again, I don't know that for sure, and I feel Jace, and especially Victor, would not be chill with that. At least it's not like a icky, what the hell are we talking about one. That's nice. Got a little bit of a break. Caitlin, Maddie, yeah, I mean, like, this should be up here because they are actually an item in the show, and that does actually last many episodes. Obviously, Maddie is playing Caitlin. She's a Noxian plant, so it's not really a good relationship. Literally, she's being played, and again, there's no real setup to her being a Noxian spy, aside from the fact that she says Noxus one time, and she does the Noxian salute first, which is something a spy should not do. A little bit cringe, but again, they are actually together. They are actually an item in the show. So as much as I like or dislike it, doesn't really matter in regards to my tier list, at least. If Maddie had an actual arc, I think she would have been liked so much more. 100%. Imagine if she was from Piltover working for Camille versus Ambisa. And I mean, they set up the family, don't they, if I remember correctly? They're, like, in the council chamber, both, like, twice, when Ambisa is doing her speech and then when Jace is doing her speech. Am I correct there? They're, like, the wearing white, blonde, and white, very pale people. I might be mixing up my characters there, let me know. But yeah, look, like, again, if it was more of a... Yes, House Feros actually makes Mel wealthy. Yeah. Cool. Because I believe Camille, I might even be pronouncing that wrong, but she's like a newer, and I say newer as in, like, released in the last, like, 8 years for League of Legends. So I don't know a huge amount about her, but yeah, I did notice the family there, and potentially her. I'm not sure on that. But yeah, look, like, at the very least, they could have had one or two things where on a rewatch you go, oh, how did I miss that? Of course, like, or, oh, that's a bit sus. You know, like, for example, what they could have done is when, so let's say, same scene, same setup, the task force and Caitlin and Vi, they meet up with, I forget his name, Smeech's accountant, and the dolls come down, right? Now, instead of showing Maddie being terrified like a little small child, you could have had Loris or even Steb, because this would have been more noticeable if stoic, stone-faced Steb was a little bit shocked or taken back by it, and then Maddie, the doe-eyed, innocent young girl, was just like had no effect on her. Like, she wasn't shocked or frightened or anything at the surprise, right? Or you have even again the same sequence where Maddie is all scared, and then Loris goes up and goes, "Oh, everything's going to be okay," and pats her on the shoulder as it does in the show. And then we could have as Loris leaves or walks away, a quick cut of Maddie very quickly going from like a "oh, I'm scared" face to just like a stone normal face, right? Like just something where it's like, "Oh, how did I miss that?" Or as you're watching it the first time, you could be like, that seems a little bit sus. Whereas the things, like I say, they did literally nothing, because anything they tried to do is pathetic. If she gets Hextech, then Jason Victor really did die for nothing. Good God. Yeah, well, seems like a lot of characters died for nothing in the show. Ha ha, boom boom. How sad, how unfortunate. I think what's most sad is the individual Megan, who told me to do the shipping tier list, is not here. I'm so sorry, girl. I'm so sorry. You'll have to catch up on it later. You'll have to watch the VOD. Shame. I bet you wanted to be here for that, though. Or for this whole bloody thing. I don't want to go too far. I don't want to get spoiled by some of these. I'm just focusing down here. So Skye and Victor? I mean, there's definitely a relationship that could work, right? Both very interested in the same, if not similar things. God, I don't really actually have much to say about their relationship, because again, like the most we get from Skye and Victor is what amounts to potentially not even Skye, right? Like in season 2, what we see of Skye could be Victor's humanity. It could be the Arcane fooling Victor, like forcing him down a particular path by just pretending to be Skye and being like, "Oh, come here, Victor. Oh, we've never ever seen such damage before, Victor." You know, like, there's many things it could have been, so we don't really, like, have concrete stuff on Skye. But Skye was into Vic. Like, Skye was, like, before she gets ashed away, she was, like, you know, looks like she was going to ask him out on a date, you know. And would Victor accepted? Yeah, I think he would have, actually. And that probably would have helped with the your imperfections make you who you are, Victor, because this beautiful, smart mama is asking you out on a date, brother. And he could have been like, "Oh my, perhaps there's a chance with me and Jace after all." Yeah, I mean, it works for me. I don't see a huge amount of issue with it. Again, it's just the fact that I don't know Skye's character well enough to actually argue a lot for it. So I'll slip them into B with the Jvik. The Jvik people are going to be very upset with me. I'm so sorry. Cool. Yeah, sorry if you were hoping that Jvik would be higher. It's not real. It's not hard. Mel and Savfk. Really? Really? I mean, trouble is, Savfk seems to, well, until she, like, flip-flops characters multiple times in Season 2, Savfk is not fond of Piltover, and Mel is a council member in charge of the decisions that help Zorn be as horrible as it is. Obviously, the main culprit for that would be Heimerdinger, but, you know, Mel still has some say. One moment before we continue on with the shipping, I'm going to grab a drink. 1 second. I shan't be long. I know you're missing me so much, guys. Just before I go back to making my drink, I saw one fan art of Melvika. Oh, I like the name at least, Melvika. And they drew Savfk as a caveman. What the hell? Man. That comment threw me through a bit of a loop. I went on a bit of a roller coaster ride with that. Draw Savfk as a caveman. Oh man, that's rough. I've got to see that. Oh dear. Okay, well that'll also be something for everybody to look forward to. As the stream goes, I will become less and less coherent. That's a really good idea for me, but we'll see how that goes. Alrighty, yeah, I can't believe that. As a caveman, how distressing and depressing and sad and tragic. OMG. OMG. Alrighty, let me just... Uno momento while I've got you here. Let me just nip onto... Hello, here I am, out here in the space and time, flittering about on my chair, cursed as I am. Lovely, lovely jubbly. Damn, we are close. We are close, folks. We are close to 500 subscribers. Oh, we are getting there. We are getting there. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. Alrighty. Now, where did we leave off? Mel and Savfk. Okay, so, yeah, look. Again, legit, she had a... Bro. Like, is that meant to... Like, because the thing is, right? The thing is, if you're going to make fan art of a ship, surely you're, like, into that, right? Surely, like, you're going to spend all that time making that fan art. Like, it's not a meme, right? Like, you're making a piece of art in regards to shipping these two characters, and you make Savfk a caveman. Oh, my God. Like, a Neanderthal? My God. Instead of a Neander short? Ridiculous. Mel and Savfk, that doesn't work for me. Look, again, the major thing there is Savfk is not fond of Piltover. Yes, they absolutely rush and flip-flop her by the end because they run out of time. But Savfk, that we know for the most time, hates Piltover, Piltovans, the Council, and Enforcers. Sorry, Mel is part of that. Are we saying that this is going to be like a hateful quote-unquote romantic relationship? I don't know. This seems like because like Savfk just seems like if you ship someone with Savfk, it seems like Savfk is the type of the individual you're into, and you want to see Savfk smash some booty. Totally, again, as I said at the start, that is totally chill. I prefer romantic relationships that make sense over just wanting to watch people have sexual intercorsio. So that doesn't really get me going. A relationship that makes sense, now that's hot. Oh my God, is that hot. All right. So I'm gonna have to see that. I'm sorry, doesn't work for me. It's not it's not like what are we doing? Like a Jinx and a Caitlyn or a Silco and a Vanda. But it's not a relationship that works for me in regards to the characters that we know. All right. We've got Mel and Victor. Interesting. I feel like Victor is... sorry if I'm going to be a bit cringe here, but it feels to me Victor is a bit too much of a little subby wubby. Yes, Mel probably is into that. She's a very powerful woman. But I think Mel, whilst she likes being a strong, powerful woman, likes a big hammer man to throw her on bed and smash booties. I don't see that happening with Victor. He would probably literally die trying to lift Mel up and throw her onto the bed, if you know what I'm talking about. Doesn't really work for me. Again, it's just the two, they represent two dynamics of Jace for me. And them getting together seems a little bit off base. Ever so slightly off base. To me. I don't think it, like, it's one that thematically doesn't make sense to me. They, like, it is possible for them to get together. Like, again, I don't think Mel and Savfk would ever get together because of who they are. There is potential for Mel and Victor. Like, let's say Jace falls on the wayside, but Mel sees the potential in Victor. But again, they have such ideological clashes when it comes to what you want to do with Hex Tech. So yeah, I really don't think that's going to work. I'm going to have to slip that in C as well. Oh my god, we've got so many. Oh my god, we have so many. Oh my god, I was thinking maybe I'm halfway. Oh my god. Oh, okay. Who's next? What? Silco and Victor, what? The two little sickly boys, the two little twinky sickly boys. Oh my god. I mean, Silco might be attracted to Victor's mind, right? Maybe, like in a way that it's like, it's gonna sound weird, but bear with me. Like, it's like a Jinx, right? But not his daughter, right? Like, it's one of those things where it's like, well, he could create things, and his mind could be very attractive to someone like Silco. But frankly, and again, this is going to sound whack because they're down here in the absolutely not. Silco and Vander makes more sense than Silco and Victor. They're not going to go into absolutely not because it doesn't radically destroy them. But yeah, that's a little bit of a dub TF for me. A little bit. Like, what crack were you smoking when you shipped that? Again, they are two little sickly twink boys. Okay. They're both from Zorn, right? They both want to see Zorn become or better itself. Well, arguable for Silco because he literally works to make Zorn worse. Yeah, I don't think... Again, it'll be the thing of Mel and Victor, right? No, so I think I should actually have that in C, because it's the same of Mel and Victor. Like, Silco would want to use Victor to create weapons and for power, where Victor would want to help people and not create weapons. So yeah, I'll see it. I won't WTF it. I can see why maybe some people went down that path, but that is pretty whack to me, y'all. Doesn't really work at all. Again, you have such clashing ideology there. It's just, yeah. Who's next? Who is this? Jinx and Victor. Man, you got a screw loose or something? You got lots of problems. And they also have Techno Jesus Victor there. Right? Because, like, this is also the question. What point of Victor are we taking for these characters, right? Like, is this Chaos God entity split into Wizard Victor, split into Evolved Victor, smashing booties with Jinx? Is this Techno Victor in the Peace Plantation, who, like, he clearly, at this point, doesn't seem interested at all in anything of that nature. Probably he's so enlightened, OMG. He spoke to God, and God said, no, 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 chastity, baby, no, no, no. Anyway, yeah, Jinx and Victor, again, it is just such an ideology clash. That is actually a WTF for me. I really can't see that working at all. Like Victor, especially this form of Victor, would like heal quote unquote Jinx, and she'd turn into this just placid, bloody, characterless loser or goober, one might say. Yeah, that wouldn't work for me. And then obviously Victor as Victor and Jinx most assuredly would not work for me. They definitely don't vibe well together. And yeah, especially if we're talking like, yeah, Techno Jesus and Jinx. Nah, that ain't happening in a million years. Sorry. It's not even overtly interesting in my opinion. Jinx and Savfk, oh. Yeah, trouble with that, I'm going to absolutely not that, because trouble with that is Savfk would have in part raised Powder into Jinx, so it's kind of like a motherly figure almost, because again, Silco being Jinx's father, Savfk being Silco's right hand, they were clearly would have been a lot of interaction together. Like one of the nicest moments between like Savfk and Silco is when Savfk gives her Silco, because she respects Silco, like a bit of advice about dealing with daughters. I'm sure that's not the first time that's happened, because she very quickly did it. It wasn't like this awkward thing that he just didn't take on board. Again, this seems like something that's happened before. So look, to me, Jinx and Savfk have too much of that bond already, that it just makes it weird to me. Again, it's not like you can say that like Silco and like raised Powder into Jinx and is like a father figure. With Savfk, it's a little bit more loosey goosey, but again, the way that I look at these characters, it's like, nah, that's like absolutely not going to happen. Savfk, you know, she's got that mummy milf tanky wanky energy. Oh goodness me. But yeah, kind of a bit of an oddball pick for that character. Little bit strange. And not really into that at all. Tobias and Cassandra, I mean, like, look, they are literally in a actual relationship. Like, what do I have to say? Like, Tobias and Cassandra, it works. Cassandra is this, like, powerful matriarch, and Tobias is a little cuck beta boy. So it works. You know, not an insult to Tobias. Like, Cassandra wouldn't be into a big, bloody Vander type, I don't think. Cassandra, yeah, she is the boss, right? So Tobias kind of fills that almost that more effeminate role in the relationship, and it works perfectly. Absolutely works perfectly. I don't really have or see any possible issue there. Plug that in. There we go. That is plugged in. Yeah, I mean, They work for each other. They're in an established relationship until Vi's sister murders Cassandra. Rip. Vi and Savfk. Okay. Reasonably interesting. Just some stuff going on outside that was look-worthy. Reasonably interesting. Vi and Savfk. They kind of are... they kind of butt heads a lot, right? And there isn't like this pre-existing bizarreness of like potentially Savfk helped raise this character. Again, Vi and Jinx are siblings, but we get into a little bit of loosey-goosey George R. Martin territory when we're dealing with who potentially raised an adopted kid away from the sister. I do not mind that. Like, I'm kind of looking at this like I would look at Savfk and Caitlyn. Again, it's like oof, she hates Piltover, but at least Caitlyn's not a council member until she's like the leader of Piltover. But Vi and Savfk, I mean, I can see it. I could actually see that working. Again, Savika's got the tanky mummy energy, and Vi is like heading almost towards that, or like a younger version of that. So if you're into like opposites attract, this wouldn't work, but I can see them at least smashing booties. Is that interesting to me? Not really, but an argument could be made, so I'm not going to see it. I think that's a B. You know, I can see why people would ship it. I get it. It's chill. It's nothing horrendous to me. Who's this? Silco and Savfk. I mean, look, I'm not against that. Personally, I think Silco's gay, but like that doesn't matter when it comes to shipping. Straight people will become gay and gay people will become straight, depending on what the ship is. But Silco and Savfk, yeah, I mean, I can see, as I said before, like there is potential that Savfk helped raise Jinx. Again, like Savfk has her own monster in season 2 when it comes to Jinx's mental break. So there is a lot of history there that we don't see. We get hints towards it in season 1. Their relationship is obviously quite rocky, but again, you have a woman, Jinx, who has attachment issues and is quite attached to Silco, her father figure, and if Savfk is smashing booties, then maybe that kind of gets in the way there. It's kind of like that angsty teen thing as well. So look, like, I can see that working. I don't really take issue with that. I don't think Silco would be into it, personally. But, you know, like I say, he's a sickly little twink boy. Maybe he wants a big mummy like Savfk to toss him around, you know. It's chill. It's chill. Who's this? Mel and Lest. The furry. The cat lady, the furry from season 2. Look, I mean, like, we've got, like, piss all when it comes to Lest as a character. There would be some interest there because, like, Lest kind of likes playing people and Mel kind of likes playing people. To me, I think they would smash booties once or twice and then go, yeah, this isn't actually as exciting as we thought it would be, because I feel there are elements like a power dynamic that Mel is into and Lest would just, like, you know, be an actor. You know, it wouldn't really be real with Lest, in my opinion. Like, she's a player like Mel. She's a player. It would be one of those things like with Mel's relationship where it initiates as a scheme or a play, and then slowly they develop feelings for each other. Maybe. Does the relationship work? I don't know Lest from a bar of soap, so I don't know what her aspirations are or what she wants. So yeah, I'm just going to see it, because it just doesn't... I don't have enough to go off, so it's not something that I could kind of see happening. Like some of these, it's just like what? Okay, I guess those are two characters that have a conversation. Who's this? Silco and Singed. What? I mean, at this point, there's two characters in the same room, so we're shipping them, right? Like, that doesn't make any sense at all. I mean... Like, maybe there's the like, look, like, Silco has his aspirations and Singed has his aspirations, and they're working together to poison Zorn, I guess. I don't know. Because Singed does not give two shits about the people of Zorn. Let's be completely frank, he only cares about his daughter, where Silco at least pretends like he cares about the people of Zorn, when in reality he has kind of single-handedly turned it into a more horrific place than it was. Maybe Singed is into that. My read is he is not. And he is a tough one, I guess, to ship. Singed, because he is just like a work guy. It's not like Victor, who has a lot going on. But you still can kind of imagine relationships there. Like, Singed is very one note. And it almost feels like he's like a Marcus, in the fact that he had a love and he had a kid and something happened to that love and now he's just like Like that's it. Like nothing else can kind of take over that. He's like so consumed with his daughter and saving his daughter that I don't think like him smashing booties or even being ever so slightly romantic with Silco would be of any interest to him at all, unless it could further his goals. But then again, I don't really see him being that kind of character. Like, he'd much rather, like, show off his work to someone like Ambisa to get access to things than smash booties with Silco to make shimmer. Doesn't work for me. Sorry, folks. We're getting there. We're getting there. All right. Who have we got here? Jason. No, Jason, Caitlin. Oh, Jace is like her older brother. Yeah, they're not blood relatives, but let's remember Jace is much older than Caitlin. Caitlin is a young lady in season 1. Jace is like 25. Yeah, no, that's like, again, like, he's the Kiriman ward. They would have known each other, like, potentially most of Caitlyn's upbringing, she may have known Jace, and they have such, like, this brother-sister relationship with the nicknames and everything that it's like, yeah, no, like, they're not blood relatives, but it's another like Silco Vander, where it's like, yeah, they're not blood relatives, but like there is so much more going on there that to ship them would to just ruin the entire relationship dynamic that they already have. Yeah, like, look, like, especially if we're talking early, Jace is like the older brother by a long shot, and in season 1 she is like a little bit, or at least at the start of season 1 she's a little bit too young to be anyway. Yeah, not fond of that pick, guys. That's alright though. Some of these are less cringe than others, but that's fine. Whoa, speaking of cringe, whoa, that just like magnetized itself to absolutely not. That's crazy how that happened. So we have what we transitioned from back here, Yahoo Yahey, to the ship. Okay. Milo and Clagger. Are they blood relatives? We don't know that. We don't know that at all. They are seemingly similar age. Maybe just more kids that Vander adopted. Holy crap. The fact that, oh my god, the fact that people unironically ship this is like, dude, do you remember Berries, Game of Thrones? How, like, when the twins were bumping booties, it was like disgusting and shocking and like, yo, WTF? Yeah, it's how I feel when I see this nonsense. Milo and Clagger, really? This is desperation, porn addiction level stuff, guys. Or I guess, the YouTube bots are gonna slam me now. Corn addiction. If you're addicted to eating cobs of corn on the internet, then you might ship Milo and Clagger because you are... this comes from a level of Reddit that I try to stay away from, right? This stuff is like, why are you even doing that? Like, why are you even shipping it? Yes, I agree. There is a little bit of shipper bait in episode 7, sorry. But that doesn't make it okay for you to actually ship them, guys. That's disgusting. No. Plus the fact is, we know more of Milo and Clagger as kids than we do in their little episode 7 bloody adventure, right? Sorry, but when I think Milo and Clagger, I think of episode 1 to 3 Milo and Clagger, not episode 7 Milo and Clagger. So that makes it even worse. Not only is it these adopted brothers, but they're bloody kids, man. Yuck. And then I know the picture there is of episode 7, but again, we don't know who those people are. How are you shipping strangers, my brother in Christ? I can't. Oh, man, nah, no bueno. Who's this? Ambisa and Savfk. No, because I feel Ambisa is into people that she can dominate, like even Rictus. Like, yeah, Rictus is a big boy. He's a big, strong boy. But I feel he also, Ambisa dominates him, right? Savfk also feels like she's into the dominating alpha element. So that's just, like, head clashy stuff. Like, again, what works with Vi and Savfk with me, and I say works in big quotation marks, is the age thing. Like, Vi is, like, getting to the point where Savfk is, where Ambisa has been there for years. Like, yeah, I'm not going to WTF it, because, again, I can see why people would ship that. But yeah, that ain't working. Sorry to say it, that ain't working out. Sorry. Who do we have here? Grayson and Cassandra. What? Oh man, again, this is there are plenty here that are just like, oh, these two characters exist and are breathing. We can ship them. Grayson and Cassandra. So if we want to take this seriously, as I said I would, maybe there's an element there of, as I said before, Cassandra's the matriarch, right? And Tobias is the little beta boy that lets Cassandra do what she wants. Again, which is perfect. It works for their relationship. It absolutely is who Cassandra, I feel, would be married to. And let's say Cassandra's like, hey, that super hot sheriff, I want to smash some booty, Tobias. Tobias would be like, oh, yes, darling. Oh, can I watch from the closet again? Oh, tee. So, like, stranger things have happened. But, like, an actual, like, romantic relationship, maybe. And I say maybe in the fact of maybe there's, like, an old flair there, right? Like, Grayson at least knows the family. We get the flashback with Caitlin. Does that mean anyone was in a relationship? Obviously, absolutely not. Absolutely not. But yeah, it seems a bit off to me. It just seems a little bit off to me. Grayson is quite a again, not as much as Ambisa and Savfk, but feels like Grayson would be more into someone like Vander than someone like Cassandra. That's just me. That's just the vibe I get when I see a character like Grayson. Would they smash booties, though? Maybe. I can't rank them very highly for that. Again, that's not what I care about. So, Mel and Alora. Again, it's like the work buddies thing. Mel holds a position of great power over Alora, so it's weird. Again, if you find it grotty or weird or gross or unattractive when like a hyper successful, very powerful man dates a underling who is like basically needs to keep this individual above them happy so then they can keep their job, if you find that stuff to be a little bit not into that, then it's the exact same thing here. It doesn't matter that they're both women. Mel holds so much more power over Alora that it's just a bit of a bizarre bizarre power dynamic instead of one that would make sense in a relationship, right? Like there's a power dynamic, quote unquote, between Vi and Caitlin for very different reasons as there would be a power dynamic between Mel and Alora. Again, co-worker, underling, unwise. Caitlin found that out the hard way with young Maddie. And yeah, I like the idea that Mel and Alora are in a professional relationship, and then them smashing booties or being romantic would kind of spoil that. What is this? Scar and Cjbeards. Once again, we are in the territory of, well, this character is living and breathing, and they're in the same show, so maybe they'd be a cute couple. Oh my god. Okay. 2 things. I don't know numpkus about Scar, and I don't know bupkus about Cjbeards. How the hell am I supposed to rate a relationship between the two of them, man? Like, oh, is that off screen? Oh, it is off screen. That's all right. I'll pop that just here so we can see it for now. The rest will pop up once I put another one in there, I think. Yeah. Look, this is desperation at its purest form. I know nothing, and neither, frankly, do you know much about Cjbeards and Scar. This is literally just I like the design, that's cool. Let's see what happens when they each other. Like, dude, what are we doing? Like, what conversation are they going to have? Cjbeards literally says nothing, and Scar says the odd thing, and then scowls half the time. Like, what? Wow, what an interesting relationship, guys. Yeah, the fish man that doesn't say anything, and the bat guy that's grumpy all the time. Unless he's with his kid, then he's pretty chill. Yeah, look, that's I can't WTF it or absolutely not, because it's like, I mean, you know, what is there to even discuss here? Could they get together? Sure. Should they? No. Who are these people? God damn it! Who are these goddamn people? What's this? Caitlin, Vi, Maddie. We got another threesome going on here, folks. Caitlin, Vi, Maddie. This would not work because I don't think Vi would ever share Caitlin, and I don't think Caitlin would ever share Vi. Because again, you know, I do actually like their relationship. I'm not gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna lie to you. I do like Caitlin and Vi together. And look, I don't think that would be an open relationship. Especially with the dangers that involves for someone like Caitlin. Let's not forget, Caitlin is the matriarch of the Kiraman estate, one of the most powerful and rich families in Piltover. Becomes dangerous doing silly nonsense like that. And look, the reality is would Maddie work in a relationship? No, because she's an evil Noxian spy. Doesn't matter if you like her freckles or you think she's a cutie woody little patootie. She's a piece of shit. So why are we shipping Maddie with anyone, guys? Like, again, it would be cool if there was some kind of character there, of course. Absolutely, it would be an interesting conversation. But the reality is Maddie is going to always be playing Caitlin and Mal. Caitlin and Vi. There isn't like some element to her. It's like, oh, maybe she could have changed her mind if this just happened, or if this didn't happen, Maddie would still be on the team. No. That's just not the reality that they set up in the show. So Maddie is a spy. Why would she be in a thruple with Caitlin and Vi? Caitlin wouldn't share Vi. Vi wouldn't share Caitlin. Simple. Not going to happen. I don't think it's a WTF because, again, it's just that puppy dog thing of, oh, Maddie's really cute and I want to see her smash booties with Vi. Okay, fine. Who's this now? Savfk and Grayson. Interesting. The trouble is with this, of course, Savfk does not like Piltover. Savfk hates the Enforcers, and Grayson is the Sheriff. Now, Grayson is not Marcus level Sheriff of, yeah, we're going to make your lives much worse. Well, actually, he's in Silco's back pocket, really. But Savfk, while Grayson is the Sheriff, hates Piltover and hates the Enforcers. Again, I'm not really into this, and I think that this is what works for some people when it comes to the time bomb, the Arcane time bomb, I should say, is that it's like this love-hate thing in regards to their relationship, which is literally their song, right? The French one, right? Like, literally half the lyrics in English are about how much they hate each other and wish they weren't together, and then the other half is about how much they love each other, right? It's like this horribly toxic relationship, which I don't think anyone, I'm sorry if you are into this, but I don't think anyone should try and, make into something that's actually a good thing to strive for. This horribly toxic love-hate relationship. It's just not how healthy, good relationships work. And look, I'm the last person that you should be listening to for that kind of thing. I'm here to talk about bloody TV shows and movies, but the reality is that's how it goes, man. This love-hate thing is just, it's an interesting thing to read about and see in a show, but it's so toxic and unhealthy. That, I think, Savfk and Grayson, yeah, they would never get together. Savfk would hate Grayson for who she is and what she stands for. Grayson would probably look quite lowly on Savfk, especially for what she does to my boy, Vander. My God. Who we got here? Caitlin Mel. I might leave that in B right now. So, Caitlin and Mel kind of makes sense. Bear with me, because Mel could potentially see could see the potential in Caitlin and try and shape and guide her. It's the same kind of idea with Jace, where it's like someone who's a little bit younger, who's a little bit naive to particular things, who, she takes over the Kiriman estate, and Mel, who's incredibly wealthy and powerful and is already a council member, kind of swoops in to not only take advantage of her and put her in her back pocket, but to pretend to be in this relationship with her, much like she does with Jace. And then could slowly evolve feelings for Caitlin over time. It's kind of like the complete opposite of what Ambisa does with Caitlin, where Mel would be playing her like she does with Jace, and then maybe actually form a respectful romantic relationship with them. I don't mind this. I'll be honest. I don't actually mind that. It's not. You need a little bit of headcanon there, but there are elements there that do make a little bit of sense. So that's not the most disturbing ship we've seen so far. That works. I'll be that. Actually, you know what? I'm a that. I'm a that. In fact, I like it. I can see it. And I mean, the more minge munching we can get in the show, the better, right? Right, fellas? Right, all you lesbian-loving fellas out there? Am I right? Oh, dear. Alrighty. Connell and Philip... what the... Yeah. Yes. This might be a shock to you, but Vi and Powder's parents work. They're in an actual relationship and have 2 children and tragically die. Yes. Why is this here? I mean, I guess, again, we have actual relationships here, but some of them are actual ships originally that turned into relationships in the show. Strange. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure what we're doing there, but whatever. Ooh, what's this? Just give me 1 second, folks. I'm going to mute for about 60 seconds, 2 minutes maximum. I'll be right back and we'll continue this absolute nonsense cringe. BRB. All right. I know you missed me. I'm so sorry, everybody. Goodness me. How thoughtless of me to just leave you on the lonesome. My God. My goodness. What kind of streamer does such a thing? Okay. Where were we? Let me have another little sip of this before we get back into this cringe. Oh man, that hits my spots. Okay. It was Caitlin and Mel we left off on, I believe. Let's go to Caitlin and Mel. Yeah. I think that's where we left off. Again, as I said, the longer the stream goes, the less coherent I'm going to be. I have some medication to aid with the cringe. And by medication, I mean hard liquor. Echo and Scar. Look, I mean, does it work? Yeah, I mean, it can work. Like, they're both doing quote-unquote noble things. And I say quote-unquote because the show obviously wants them to be like the good, noble guys. But it's really fantasy nonsense. Oh, it's just so lovely here. Like, okay, all right, that's how the world works, pal. Anyway, you know, they're trying to make this home for themselves and for their people, and They work together. There is a little bit of a power dynamic there where it's like Cjbeards Echo's a little bit above him, but it's also like not like a bloody he's the wealthiest dude and Scar like is on salary for him. They just kind of, it's like Robin Hood type crew. Would they smash booties? Potentially. Maybe that's where the Bat Baby came from, you know. How that works, I ain't gonna tell you. But look, it's not, you know, Echo and Scar, it makes sense. Like, I can see why people would ship them. It doesn't work for me fully like some of these higher up ones, but it's also not like what are we doing like a lot of these ones in C. So, yeah, I guess I guess I'll put Echo and Scar in B. Alright, who's next? Jace and Silco. What the hell? Nah. Look, these are like, again, you have characters like Vi and Caitlin that work. They are opposite ends of the spectrum in regards to like politics and where they're from, etc., etc. That is a hard thing to put onto someone like Silco, though, right? Because Vi and Caitlin are young. They're young ideologues. Things change. People grow and adapt. Silco is an older man set in his ways. I don't think there's a huge amount of things that can change that unless it's his daughter, Jinx, which is a big sticking point for him in his decision-making, of course. Would he just turn around and start Mac Daddying Jace? I don't think that's a bit of a big leap and a stretch into the what are we doing WTF territory. That is not only not going to work, I don't think Silco would ever go there, and I don't think Jace would ever go there in a million years. Like, Jace obviously looks down on Silco a lot, and Silco looks down on Jace a lot. They don't respect each other at all. And look, if you want to talk about some toxic daddy relationship, that shit don't work for me. Sorry. Again, any kind of like really toxic relationship is going to rank very lowly, because I'm not at all interested in any of that. Silco and Marcus, Jeepers, God. I mean, taking advantage, sure, it's pretty gross, but it's not like unfathomable. Again, though, it's like Marcus to me is like the situation with where is he? Who is it? I saw them just before. Oh, sorry, like Singed, right? As I said before, like Marcus had a love and had a daughter, and then that's kind of it. Like, I don't think either of them would be interested, both Marcus or Singed, entering any form of relationship after that. It would have to be something pretty special for that to happen, and Silco, sorry, I love you, but my brother in Christ, you ain't that special. And you don't really fit with Marcus, because it would literally just be Silco taking advantage of Marcus, which is pretty gross. What's this? Caitlyn and Savfk. So we can see that from the fight that they have, that Savfk is definitely into it. That little cheeky grin she gets when Caitlyn num-noms on her hand. It's another one of those things where that relationship isn't going to be super strong for me, nor is it going to make a huge amount of sense. And that's kind of like, it's kind of my thing. If it makes sense, I'll understand why people ship it. If it doesn't, it's like, ugh, these are just two characters with names that breathe. And Savfk is a bit too set in her ways, in my opinion. Again, it's not Savfk dating Cassandra, the council member, but still, it's not a WTF, what are we doing, but it's not a very interesting relationship to me. So it's Vander and Grayson. Megan, I'm doing this for you. Doing this for you, babe. Look at that. There you go. Vander and Grayson makes sense to me. They already have a relationship that would work if they were in a romantic or sexual relationship. The deal that they clearly have going on in the background, there was obviously a lot of meetings and conversations for something like that to happen. Could a romance have spurred on from that? Maybe. Would Grayson have been a good mother to the kids? Absolutely. And again, it's not this crazy opposite ideology. It's Vander and Grayson both understand that they're the same people living on two opposite sides of a bridge. That's why they have such a good working, quote-unquote, relationship with each other. They have a deal. I think, if I remember correctly from Season 1, the deal is Vander keeps the crime out of Piltover, and Grayson keeps the enforcers out of Zorn. Again, that is not something that happens overnight with one conversation, right? There has to be a huge amount of trust and faith on both parties for such a thing to happen. Now, could that lead to a, again, romantic relationship between the two? I think so. Does it work? I think so. And I think Vander and Grayson, both of their voice actors, are amazing. So, how's about we have a minge munching scene between those two? I'd pay to see that, baby. God, I can barely read that. What is that? Singed and Heimed. What? Singed and Heimerdinger, bro. What? Oh, man. Yeah, the guy that got kicked out of the academy and disgraced for his, horrible practices. Yeah, bro, Heimerdinger's gonna be smashing that booty. Nah, bro, what? That's not an absolutely not for me, but that's like a what? That's a WTF. That's an easy WTF. What? Dude. No. Heimerdinger is just way, no, bro. Look, again, Heimerdinger was willing to watch Victor die of fantasy cancer because he doesn't like magic and shit. Do you think he's gonna just be chill with what Singed is doing? Dude, nah. What? No. WTF? I literally I have nothing else to say about that. That is crazy to me. Singed and Heimerdinger. Oh, Singed, I must admit, I did prefer you when half of your face was there, but you're still a beautiful boy. Now come cuddle with me, darling. What do we do? What? No. Ugh. No, thank you. I mean, it's bad enough. The fact that Babette exists is bad enough. All right? Hopefully there's not too many Heimerdinger ships here. We don't have many left, so... Who's this? Ran and Savfk. Okay, so literally we are scraping the bottom of the barrel. Ran, the Silco Goon from Season 1, who we see in the background 2 or 3 times, or more than that, she's in the background a lot, but like focused on a few times. No lines of dialogue in Savfk. Really, this is getting into desperation territory. Again, I do not know Ran's character, aside from the fact that, like Savfk, she is a goon that works for Silco, and you have to be a pretty specific type of individual to happily work with Silco. Look, I know Savika's character enough, but Ran, bro, this is, again, it's literally, these characters have names. Let's ship them. Okay. Oh, dude. Sure. I mean, sure, it exists. Ran has an interesting look, I guess. But that's, like, what are we doing? That's, yeah, I'm leaving that in C. Mel and Silco. What? No? Nah. That just wouldn't work. Again, we have relationships of opposite ideologies that work, like Caitlyn and Vi, and Mel and Jace. And then we have opposite ideologies that will constantly clash, like Mel and Silco. It'll be incredibly toxic. Nah. Like, I might even WTF that, because that's like, no, dude. Why? Why are we even wanting the little sickly twink Silco to smash Mel? What? Who's this? Vander and Felicia. Ooh. Maybe. This is like an actual... Okay, so this is an actual interesting thing to talk about, right? Did Felicia, did she cheat on, what's his name? Connell? And is Vi and potentially Powder his daughter? Did she double cheat? And is Silco actually Jinx's dad? I don't even want to think about that. Like, way to, like, oh my god, like, to ruin the relationship between Vander and Vi and Vander and Powder. What a way to do that, hey? Yeah, Vander was actually secretly Vi's daddy, and Silco was actually secretly Jinx's daddy, and it all just worked out. How wonderful. How, no. No, just no. No thanks. Simple as that. Vander and Felicia, look, again, it's not a WTF. I can see it. I can see why people would go down that route. But it really doesn't work for me because, again, it spoils the adoptive father relationship on both Vander and then Silco as well. No thanks. Again, could they be smashing booties behind Connell's back? Maybe. Do I want to think about that anymore? No. Ambisa and Caitlyn. Damn. There are some big age gaps here, guys. The biggest, of course, being Singed and Heimerdinger, unironically. Ambisa and Caitlyn. Again, it like Ambisa would like look at Caitlyn like her little plaything that she's molding, and then like Caitlyn will have too many edges in regards to being able to be easily manipulated, and it wouldn't work. It's the clashing ideology. Again, Ambisa is a Noxian general, Noxus bad, like Noxus bad. I know they don't exactly explain that overly well in the show, but Noxus bad. People from Noxus generally pretty bad. They're expansionists. They will take your home and your territory and kill everyone there if they have to. Like, yeah, look, those two are going to clash way too much for them to be in a romantic or sexual relationship. Vi and Maddie, again, it's Maddie can't be shipped. I'm sorry, she's unshippable. Because the Maddie that you want to ship doesn't exist. She is a agent. She is a Noxian planter, Noxian spy, Noxian agent. She's pretend. The Maddie that you potentially want to see in a relationship with Vi does not exist. It is an act. So is the ship, oh, I'd love to see the Noxian spy. how that would go with... No, of course that's not what the ship is. It's about the Maddie character that you know before the bloody 180 shift. No bueno. Doesn't work for me. Anything really Maddie related doesn't work for me. It's not a WTF. Again, I can see why people would do it, but it's just not going to work. Mel Grayson? Oh, yeah. Again, it's a pretty big age gap. Mel's powerful. Mel's more powerful than Grayson. Would Grayson find that attractive? I don't think so. Again, we know barely anything about Grayson as a character. Yes, she's not overly impressed by wealth and power in that regard, but, you know, it still exists. Maybe Grayson, you know, in her older age, is well aware of how horrendous Noxus is and maybe doesn't trust Mel because, you know, anyone with that can read a book should know how horrible Noxus is. Yeah, I mean, I get, it's one of those, like, I've said it 20 times doing this tier list. I understand why people have put these people in a relationship because they both have names that you can spell and they both breathe. So it's like, oh, I wonder what that would be like. Does it work for me? No. Might work for you. Not for me, thanks. Mel and Scott, again, like, sorry, but we're in the realm of this character has a functioning vag. So let's see what happens if someone else with a particular... Look, no. Sky has, like, 2 lines of freaking dialogue in the whole of Season 1, and then she's zippity-zappity turned to Ash, and then Sky that we know in Season 2 might not even be Sky. Dude. Like, there's nothing for me to ship. How do people... this is just such a visual thing, isn't it? It's literally just the visual of these two. Like, what is there to ship? Mel has plenty of character that we can talk about that is ship-worthy. Sky? She's hot. She's hotter without glasses. She's kind of smart. She's dead. Ooh, that's really hot. Like, what are we doing, man? Oh, we're nearly done. We're nearly done with this bloody cringe. Silco and Finn. Silco and Finn. I mean, that's not a WTF. Like, I can see it. Again, it's just one of those things you can see it. Do I like it? No. Do I think it makes sense for the characters? No. But at least with this, I can see people shipping them because there is interaction there. There is a relationship, quote unquote, there. It's not a good one, obviously, but there is something there. Again, like Mel, Sky, they've never had a conversation, and frankly, Sky's barely had a conversation with anyone because she has half of a line and then she's turned to dust. Ooh, what a character. Okay. Alrighty. Last one. Now, we will rank this one, and then I'm going to go and make another drink. And I'll be gone for a few minutes, and then we will continue with our slideshow. We've got 3 more tier lists to do, and a bunch of slides to get through, so fear not. Even though we've done this big chunky boy here, still plenty to go through, plenty to talk about. So, that last one was Silco and Finn. Yeah, no thanks. So, we've got Vi. What? Out of all the thruples we could have, Vi, Savfk, and Caitlyn, are you serious? Why? Like, it's one of those things. Like, I can see Vi and Savfk. I can't see Caitlyn and Savfk. But again, it's just one of those things where Vi's not going to share Caitlyn, I don't think, and Caitlyn's definitely not going to share Vi. I don't believe. Do they need a big muscle-bound mummy in between them? No. Oh, that's in WTF. Again, I can see why people do it, but does that make it right? No. God. Okay. That's... All right. That's the cringe one done, guys. Yay, we did it. Yahoo, 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 we did it. Okay, so let's go through it, and then we'll move right along, okay, folks? So we've got Vi and Caitlyn, so actual relationship, we've got Vi and Caitlyn, obviously. Mel and Jace, obviously. Caitlyn and Maddie, obviously. Tobias and Cassandra, they're literally married with a child, obviously. Connell and Felicia, they have kids, obviously. So the only S tier, and this probably isn't a surprise to anybody because I have talked about this on the stream before, the only S tier we have, and you will be happy to see it, Megan, when you do, Vander and Grayson. I like it. It makes sense. It is two characters that aren't remotely in that kind of relationship where it could actually work. I like it. I appreciate it. We've got Echo and Powder, and that is episode 7 Echo from the Alt universe, not our Echo, and Powder. Yeah, I like it. It's cute. It's nice. You know, I have somewhat of a heart left, so, you know, when I see a cute little relationship like that, it's nice. I can appreciate it. Silco, Savfk, again, I can see it. So, like, I can see that motherly, not a great one, but motherly role that, again, not a good one, that Savfk could take in that relationship. And potentially already has in some regard. Caitlyn Mel, again, it's like that Jace dynamic for me. It kind of makes sense in a way. Then we've got Vic and B, Sky and Victor and B, Vi and Savfk and B, and Echo and Scar and B. Again, that's like, you know, it kind of works. I can see why people are doing it. I'm not super hot on it, but it's perfectly fine. In C, we've got a lot of like, because that was like the lowest we could go before we got into the bad stuff. So Echo, Jinx, sorry, Time Bomb, doesn't work for me. Sorry. And again, it is Arcane's Echo and Jinx that we see culminating in episode 9. Does it work? Absolutely not. We've got Jace, Mel, and Victor. We've got Mel and Savfk, Mel and Victor, Silco and Victor, Caitlyn, Vi, and Maddie, Mel and Lest, Scar and Steb, Silco and Singed, Ambisa and Savfk, Grayson and Cassandra, Mel and Delora, Savfk and Grayson, Silco Marcus, Caitlyn Savfk, Ran and Savfk. Again, it's like you're shipping characters that literally have 0 lines of dialogue. What are you doing? Vander and Felicia, Vi, Savfk and Caitlyn, Ambisa and Caitlyn, Vi and Maddie, Mel and Grayson, Mel and Sky, Silco and Finn. And in the WTF, we have Jinx and Caitlyn. No, absolutely not. Jinx and Victor, absolutely not. Jace and Caitlyn, no. We've got Jace and Silco, absolutely not. Singed and Heimerdinger, what? Where did that come from? Mel and Silco, that ain't gonna work. And then, yeah, our proper absolutely nots are Silco Vander, no thank you, never ever want to see that. Jinx and Savfk, absolutely not. And Milo Clagger, WTF were you thinking when you shipped the two brothers? Speaking of the two brothers, my oh my, we're back to here. But as mentioned, look, I am going to make another drink. I'm going to do a couple things very quickly. I'll be back in a few minutes and we will soldier on with the rest of this stream. I might, where are we? We're 3 hours. I might actually, just in case, I'm going to chuck the Be Right Back video on. I don't expect to be any more than a few minutes, but look, I don't want to leave you guys hanging in awkward silence, alright? So, chuck this on for you, and I shall return ASAP.
I think I know what you need.
You don't seem to listen,
A bit of advice. Don't threaten the guy who pours the drinks. So you're Vander.
Hound of the Underground.
my girl.
Victor, the doctors, they said you...
How much time do I have?
Rotten luck, boys.
I have returned. And I totally understand if after all of that you needed like a shot of straight liquor, as I did. Alrighty, now the fun and games begin. Alright, now, where were we? Here. So, yep, that was the lovely, jubbly transition into the ranking all of the ships in Arcane. There was some pretty bad ones in there, but to be honest, it wasn't quite as bad as I was, as I thought it would be. Oh man, that story again. I wanted to kind of go in blind with a lot of the ships, like there were some that you could just guess. Let me move that slightly. You could just guess would be there, but there were some that really surprised me. I mean, literally shipping characters with one line of dialogue or 0 lines of dialogue, like that is crazy. Like surely part of shipping is more than just, oh, this character's hot and this character's hot. As I said, I want to see them smashing booties. Like surely there's more to it. Surely it's more about, to me at least, like this character who is clearly like into or aspires to be XYZ would mesh so well with this character because of XYZ. Or it's the opposites kind of thing with characters like Caitlyn and Vi, or again with like the light cannon ship Lux and Jinx. Like in many regards they couldn't be further apart from each other, but that's also why people ship them. Some of these characters though, man, like what are we doing? Like this one, like they had a homoerotic stare or look, like, okay, well, best get to shipping these two brothers then. Yikes. Anyway, what do we have next? So we're back onto the Reddit posts, by the way, before we move into another tier list. So, did Vander know Jinx and Vi's mum in canon pre-season 2 release? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Like, absolutely not. I asked because when I saw Season 1, I'd been under the impression that Vander and Silco did not know Vi and Jinx or Powder prior to the bridge scene we see in the beginning, or at least didn't know them well. So seeing the memories in Season 2 was kind of a surprise to me, and it was a surprise to me, and I feel it was a surprise to a lot of people, because again, the relationship that Vander has with Powder and Jinx, like, it is so core to his character shift, going from, like, this brawler rebellion leader to a father, to an adoptive father. And for me, especially Vi's reaction to seeing Vander on the battlefield is she guards herself and Powder against him. Yes, they're watching this guy beat an enforcer to a pulp. Yes. Is that very scary for a small child? Yes. Is the battlefield itself very scary for two small children? Yes. But then the thing is, right, is if you are in this terribly scary situation and you see someone who you've known since you were born, who taught you how to throw punches, who almost would be like an uncle figure to you, would you not go to them quickly, like, instead of becoming defensive and looking scared and frightened? Again, it's a scary situation, absolutely, but then the trouble is that is the one person you can see that you actually know, that you actually have a relationship, and that's how you react? No. Look, absolutely not. This is just nonsense. This is a clear change from season 1 to season 2, and it really changes the type of villain that Silco is, right? Like, all the friggin' monologuing about brother this, brother that when it came to Vander and putting him down. Not a murmur about about Felicia's children, who you've also known from birth. Like, again, I say it in my video, like, he was gonna straight up stab Powder. Like, he sicked his goons on Vi, and it's like, that makes sense to Silco if these are just Vander's gutter trash adopted kids. Like he doesn't even refer to them by their name. Vander and his kids left town. Like he never refers to Powder. He says little girl. Like, again, like, this is absolutely ridiculous. The fact that they suddenly had this relationship, that they suddenly actually knew each other the whole time. How insane to me. How ridiculous and frankly insulting to the characters that were built up in season 1. Nuts. Why was Vi scared of Vander? Because he is a stranger that you've maybe seen around, and he's a big scary dude that you don't know, and he's beating someone to rita, if you know what I'm talking about. Like, yeah, that would be the reaction, instead of, oh, that's like my uncle figure. Let me dart there because everything around me is scary and horrible, and I need to latch on to someone that can potentially help me. Like the literally, the way they write the dialogue from both Vander and especially Silco is that Silco doesn't know these kids. Again, they are like just Vander's random kids, which to me lines up a lot more with Silco's character than him just so happily ordering the death of these kids that he actually knows when he was a different person. Like, again, even if he was going to go down the path of hurting Vi and Powder, there'd be bloody monologues about it. That's what Silco would do. Like, Vi, your mother Cassandra, she was a bit of a hoo-ha. Your father is actually Vander, my brother. Like, bro, like, it makes zero sense to me that they would, let me change. Why is that doing this? Ooh. There we go. I don't know why that was doing that. 1 second. There we go. Like, it is crazy to me that for no reason at all, they decided to make this change. And really, for what? Like, in the grand scheme of the story and these characters, what did that change achieve, aside from negatively affecting both characters? Like, I seriously cannot, for the life of me, see where they thought that change was a net positive. You know? Like, is it just meant to be, oh, it's very sad, let's get some sad imagery? Like, again, for me, I'm such a bloody Vander guy. When I see the Remember Me stuff, it's like, oh my god, I'm a bloody mess. But then none of it makes sense. It's so frustrating. It's pathetic. Honestly, like, again, even if there was something that I could kind of latch onto and be like, well, at least this decision uplifts this moment or uplifts this character, but it doesn't. It just puts both of them down, especially Silco. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Like, literally boggles my brain that the writing team, you could sit down in the writing room and just be like, yep, this makes sense, this works, this is perfect. What? When, where, how, why? Bullshit. It's Bolshevik, and I will not stand for it. Just pull this up here. Yep. What's going on there? Oi. There we go. Cool. Perfect. Do that. Excellent. Excellent. Okie dokie. Yeah, look, really, really blew my brains apart when, and you can actually go back and see, this is the funny part, this is kind of a gift and a curse, that I made the breakdowns very soon after the episodes, because it was like my fresh, or at least wrote them, it was like my fresh opinion before I could sit down and actually think about what it breaks. Because like when I first watched it, I was like so depressed and sad during the flashback. I thought it was so beautiful that they reused that song. There were so many things I was like, man, I'm so into this. And then basically them like drop kicking Vander's character into the ether for the last 3 episodes made me start to think about other things I'd seen previously in the season. And like, again, those breakdowns, there are a lot of things I complain about. And then, yeah, upon reflection, there was a lot more. There were even things that I praised in those breakdowns that turned out to be absolute nonsense BS that went nowhere, and frankly served as emotional manipulation for people like me, that you can just basically chuck a character that you like with some sad music, and that's enough. Ugh, frustrating, man. Super frustrating. Okay, we have a very normal opinion here from Reddit. Why are Mal stands so annoying? Oh, on every platform I've been on, mainly Twitter and TikTok. It's always funny when someone says every platform, because there's a lot when it comes to social media, and then they say Twitter and TikTok. Branch out a little bit, please. Mal stands are so annoying because of Jace and Victor. They go... God. Again, when I'm reading this, I just want you to think about the fact that what this person is saying is applicable to this person and literally every other shipper who is rabid about their ship, or anyone who likes to go, oh, you didn't get this part of this episode, it's because of your media illiteracy, right? So just as I'm reading this, think about, oh, this person is literally talking about themselves, right? On every platform I've been on, mainly Twitter and TikTok, Mal stands are so annoying because of Jason Victor. They go attacking anyone who speaks that they prefer Jason Victor over Mal. Why are people so worked up of a fictional ship? Listen to yourself, brother. I've never seen a group of people lacking media literacy so bad. Yikes. And now they're harassing Reed, Echo's voice actor, on Twitter just because he signed a fun petition which was to make Cjbeards canon. It's scary. They take a straw and run a mile with it, and calling Victor slurs. Brother, you should have seen what happened with the light cannon people. It's so annoying. I'm so sick of blocking them all the time, again and again. Okay, I'm sure you can all see the irony here. This person is clearly, unbeknownst to them, talking about themselves. My God, it is hilarious. And frankly, this is like this person would have wrote this thinking like, oh my gosh, these freaking Mal people, they're so bad, while he's pushing Cjbeards and pushing other ships over top of what people are clearly saying is their preferred ship. Like this is the silly troll nonsense element of it. Everyone's at each other's throats without realizing that they're all treating each other the exact same way. It's hilarious. And Mal stands? I mean, brother, the reality is I just guarantee half of those people just preferred the relationship as it was because it was much better crafted and written. And they're people that prefer good writing and good characters instead of, you know, brain-dead ships. And I call it a brain-dead ship, not to insult Cjbeards fans, to insult the ship that happens in the show, because it is bloody brain-dead, and it's bloody insulting to people that are actual Cjbeards shippers. It's nonsense, it's empty, it's basic, it's plain-faced, it's bullshit. And the fact that so many individuals in these ships don't understand that you're being taken advantage of for these nonsense visuals, so then you can go onto Reddit and go onto TikTok and go onto Twitter and talk about Arcane forever and ever and ever. You are falling into their trap. Dude, crazy to me. That is what the writers wanted. That is what some of the animators wanted, I'm sure. People like you and other shippers going, oh my god, Arcane this, Arcane that, oh my god, I got to see Sjbeards, OMG Kate Vi, OMG Time Bomb. Instead of actually putting them in a well-written and well-developed relationship that makes sense, that has layers that the fans will enjoy. I said it in my video, my episode 7 video. Look, if you want the Time Bomb, just bloody do it. Spend some time writing it to make sense, and at least you'll have something substantial. Here, it's just empty like platitudes basically to the Time Bomb fans, because it happens in a universe that doesn't actually have any impact on the core story at all. Any relationship that's built between our Echo, gross, even though what he's doing is gross, and Powder doesn't reflect on the real world. So when he takes that back to the real world to our Jinx, again, the last time Jinx and Echo saw each other, they're trying to kill each other. Guys. And then suddenly Echo appears. And convinces Jinx out of her horrific mental state and trauma that she's had most of her life. Dude. It's a joke. Like if you are a serious shipper, if you're a serious Time Bomb shipper, if you're a serious Sjbeards shipper, this should piss you off. Because it's also so empty that anyone that takes issue with it, much like this individual has pointed out, anyone that takes issue with it are going to blame you, the shipper, even though it's clearly the writers, obviously. But they're going to blame you as the shipper for stoking the fire, and ruining their show, or ruining the relationships that they like, or changing the characters so then the X dynamic works. It's nonsense. The only people that got to eat well, the only shippers that ate well were the Kate Vi people. But it's also, that was the relationship that was the most obvious that was going to happen, again, because there is an entire season worth of setup and dialogue and writing to make it work. If you want to do Sjbeards, do Sjbeards. I don't give a shit. I seriously don't. All I care about is a interesting or layered relationship that makes sense. That's all I care about. None of this out of left field, here's an episode, Yahoo, everybody's happy, here's your Time Bomb, slap you on the ass, and then hope that you bloody keep talking about them forever and ever and ever online, so they can boost their analytics, so then when they go to another bloody production company and go, hey, Arcane is really popular, guys, look, people are still talking about it by the hundreds of thousands every day on Reddit. Yeah. Thank you for serving that purpose, guys. Also, thanks for showing them that you are so easily pliable. You might hear a little rustling. I'm going to have a quick little bite of this muesli bar. Hold on. I'm going to mute because, a little bit strange having a mwah, 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 mwah into the microphone while I'm talking about ships. Give me one moment. Delicious. I'll have to have something a little bit more substantial later, but that will do for now. Alrighty. Yeah, look, this is just like beyond irony to me. Like, this could be an easy troll. Absolutely. But I'll be completely frank, with the level of thought that I have seen in, not all, but in many Reddit posts, this makes me think this person's legit, and it's just like, dude or dudette, read what you just wrote. Read what you just wrote and apply it to yourself, and maybe sit down and have a little bit of a think, Goodness me. Alrighty, what was your reaction to Oriana's reveal /ending? I mean, my reaction was, that's it? Really? Okay. Pretty much. I mean, like, literally, that was it. Like, oh, okay, cool. I mean, of course, we get to show off how Oriana would kind of act and fight when we saw the Jace X evolved automaton fight, the real dancey ballerina. Like, again, it's funny, right? Because that is Oriana, right? We know that, but then there is an element where that is also Victor controlling, as he's dancing around again. So picture this, all right, friends and far now. Picture this. So Victor is controlling the automaton, right? And his movements are basically the movements of the automaton. I love the imagery that he's literally ballerina dancing and floating around in his Super Saiyan Galaxy mode, and he's having a fun little dance, right? Again, like, this is obviously the showing off Oriana as she would be, and then we get this little thing at the end. Yeah, but it is a little bit funny to think of Victor. He doesn't have his walking stick anymore. He can move around. He can float around, and yeah, he's just having a nice little dance. It's really cute. Cute? Question mark? Maybe. But yeah, no, like, literally my reaction to the ending with Oriana is like, oh, okay. Well, at least we got something, right? Cool. I was expecting quite a bit more, but that's fine. It was already an incredibly, incredibly rushed season. Clearly they were incapable of actually including any more characters, because, by God, if we cut more off that show, like, there was literally no fat left. They were cutting muscle. They were cutting organs out and replacing them with cheap fakes to keep the bloody beast going. Like it was a little bit sad, actually, because, like, there are so many times where you literally just see the start of a set, like, sorry, like, Loris goes from walking around Smeech's accountant to limping away. Like, what happened there? Like, there's obviously so many scenes. Megan, I hope you caught at least some of that. Thanks for jumping in. I hope you caught at least some of that shipping tier list. That was interesting. Thanks for the recommendation. That was fun. I've literally had to ply myself with alcohol to make it through, but we got there. And yeah, where the heckums was Blitzcrank, I mean, the trouble is, that's kind of half the trouble. They removed Victor's actual automatons and automatons in general, so we've got no Blitzcrank to speak of. Bruh, I just woke up, so I didn't. Lol, I'll rewatch later. Oh, well, Cjbeards. Hey, Megan, thanks for jumping on literally as you're opening your eyes. That is dedication, and that is sad. Like, we literally just spent maybe the last hour and a half, 2 hours doing that, so pretty rough timing. Sorry, mate. Sorry about that, governor. But I will show you this quickly. A little spoiler just for you. Here is the list, all right? And we only have one S-ranked ship, and that's Vander and Grayson. Isn't that nice? The majority of the ships were C-tier or WTF or absolutely not. There was a couple that actually worked for me, but yeah, that's the spoilers. Oh dear. Anyway. But yeah, look, I mean, like, great point. You remove the actual automatons from Zorn and Piltover, and you remove one of my favorite characters, Blitzcrank. And that's not because he's got some amazing lore. It's literally the character that I played the most in League of Legends. And the Blitzcrank would be pulling all the ladies, so he should have been on every bloody ship tier. That is his job. He is a lady puller. Damn, that part I've been waiting for. Hell yeah, the S rank. That's what I'm talking about. Absolutely, Megan. And it makes sense. The relationship between them makes sense. It's damn near perfect. So, That's the S rank. The rest of them, though, well, not so much. A little bit cringe. That's fine. So Oriana, pretty underwhelming. Ugh. Have you ever wondered what happened to this guy? Well, I understood. Rip, sweet boy. Well, so anyone that is interested in this character, it is kind of interesting because he is in LeBlanc's artwork in the background. So it's like they could have actually done actual Black Rose Society setup in season 1 had they wanted to actually, if they were it's almost like they planted the seed for the Black Rose and then forgot about the seed that they planted, because again, the average viewer is not going to know this guy is in LeBlanc's artwork in the background. That is just such a random pull that me, someone who played League of Legends for years and years and years since the beta, yes, I haven't touched it in quite some time, even I had to look that shit up. It's literally a dude in the background. It's kind of whack to me, but yeah, this guy seemingly was a Black Rose Society spy, maybe killed, Rictus comes in with the anti-magic runes, and he goes from this beautiful little Twinkie boy to this horrendous witch, and then they go, OMG, I've been munching on witch minge this whole time. No! Oh dear. Underappreciated partnership. Let's face it. Again, we're dealing with a lot of either very young people or English is not their first language, right? So we have to forgive a lot of this bizarre grammar and stuff like that. But let's face it, these two can solve world problems. Bro, that line from Echo, oh my god. In my dream, you build things and change the world. Yeah, by murdering people. Dude, yeah, you build a missile launcher and murk people. What? Oh, man. Yeah, he was trying to get his Mac on disgustingly with a woman who doesn't know he's an absolute bloody stranger to her. But that line of dialogue really kind of rubbed me the wrong way, because it's Echo, my bro. You were saying to Vi how Powder is dead. You literally painted Powder on your memorial wall. You talk about how horrible she is, how much damage she's done, how many people she's killed, how many of your people she's killed, like Firelights. Dude, oh, in my dream, you changed the world. Yeah, bro. Yeah. Okay, yeah, you changed the world by literally killing half the council. Yeah, okay, pal. And then trying to blow me up, bro. And then this shit, sorry, the only problems being solved here would be Jace fixing all the things Jinx broke. What do we look at Jinx as Jinx? Look, Jinx is the villain. I don't know how many times I need to say this. Jinx is a villain. She is the villain. That is not a bad thing in regards to a character, because personally, I love villains the most. I generally prefer villains over heroes. So it is not a immediate negative thing to say Jinx is a villain, but that's what she is. She isn't a hero. She's not a problem solver. She's not a lovely, lovely person who will solve the world's problems. No. And then people have the gall to say that that's like Jace is the one going around destroying everything. Bro, get a grip. Watch the show. Did you watch the show? Did you watch the show? Holy shit. Clearly not. Why doesn't anyone talk about Victor and Sky's relationship? Well, that's because it doesn't exist, darling. Sky and Victor don't have a relationship. They have a working relationship, but again, Sky has a few lines of dialogue. We can infer that she watches him work and is infatuated by his genius and da-da-da-da, and clearly they have a functional work relationship. I still can't figure out how they managed to scramble every character. They treated them all like lab rats. It's crazy, Megan. It's absolutely bonkers. Like, it's like all the characters... It's like we, the audience, are watching an alternate world, alternate universe between Season 1 and Season 2. It's absolutely insane to me. As I said in my character rankings, like... What characters don't change between seasons? Rictus, because we don't know him, and then he's literally just a one-note character, which is perfectly fine, and he doesn't change. Cool. Singed. Singed is pretty much the same guy. He goes through his own little arc, but he is pretty much the exact same guy from Season 1 into Season 2. And again, when I say same character, a character can go on a meaningful arc and change perfectly fine, but they need to have an arc. You can't just change them off screen between seasons, or say, during this music video segment, 3 months has gone by, and all of these characters have had arcs off-screen, and you're just gonna have to go with it. Like, absolutely friggin' not. Absolutely not. How lazy. It's crazy, like, even bloody characters like Savfk, as you say, like, no one is left alone in regards to this. Like, no one. Sky, here's a good example, Sky, because she has 2 lines of dialogue and then she bloody turns to dust, and then what we see in Season 2 might not even be Sky, right? Like, God, like, I really, really struggle. Tobias, yay, Tobias Kiraman didn't change, thank God. Like, it's a struggle. It is a struggle just to, like, think of characters that were left alone and allowed to be the person that was set up in the season prior. It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. Like, Season 1, perfect example. Perfect example. They set up Powder going quote-unquote crazy, or being traumatized and having schizophrenia, or however you want to say it. Like, they set that up because she is already reasonably mentally disturbed. We see that when Vi leaves her. That is more than a little kiddie having a tantrum. Like, that is some serious stuff that we're seeing. And a lot of people just look at that and go, well, yeah, she's a kid, and she didn't get what she didn't get her way, so she's throwing a tantrum. Like, nah, man. No. Are you watching the same bloody show as me? So then, when you have the time skip between episode 3 and episode 4, and suddenly she's this maniac, quote-unquote, there is footwork there. There is foundations that have built that propel that forward. You understand because she had a traumatic experience with her family, and then she's being raised by Silco, who is the villain. Like all of that, even though you have a time jump between episodes and you suddenly have this reasonably radically changed character, it still works and still makes sense because they did the bloody legwork to make it make sense. Here, there is no legwork at all. It is just you watch Season 1, then you watch Season 2, and oh my god, Heimerdinger has changed. Savfk has changed. They change Silco retroactively. They change Vanda's backstory and the timeline. They change Jace, and they change Victor. Like, Victor is so noticeable for so many people because it's so radical. It's so radical and out of left field. Again, unless you know the game, you expect the change to happen. But for normal viewers, it is so out of left field. Vi and Caitlyn flip-flop and change constantly, like between arcs. It's crazy to me. It's like, and again, this isn't the case because the vast majority of people that wrote Season 1 wrote Season 2. There is only a few key people that are missing, and it's like, Jesus, did that one person have so much sway over the writing room that he made sure everything made bloody sense, and then now that he's gone, no one knows how to write characters? Did they lose their fact sheets for their characters and all of their morals and wants and everything? My god, I mean, Jesus Christ, like, I don't want to pull the veil down too much, but I've been running a D&D session for like 6 years plus, and it is the same session, and I have a cajillion characters, and I'm an improv DM, so I do the most minor amount of prep and just go with the flow and improv for the entire session. I keep my characters that I headcanoned 6 friggin' years ago and haven't even written their names down in line. How the hell do you just change them so radically, man? It's not like if I had accidentally did it because 7 years ago I said he was wearing a bloody blue pants and now he's wearing red pants. Oh my god. Anyway, I'm not a human. I'm a undead ghoul. I don't DM D&D. That's crazy. Dude, like, it blows my friggin' mind apart that you're getting paid all of this goddamn money, you have all this gosh darn power, and this is what you're showing off. It's mental gymnastics trying to figure it out. Yeah. Yeah, if you can't tell. It's so obvious they only did it for fan service. Yeah, absolutely. People say that they should have had another season. I think they needed a whole rewrite. Scrap it. Yeah, look, and the trouble is it's not like it suddenly came out of left field that they needed to wrap the show up. It's not like they had written season 2 of a 5-season show, and then at the last minute, Netflix was like, "Oh, you need to wrap it up." And then they were scrambling and had to tighten everything up and trim so much and do this and do that. It's not the case. It is not the case. That has been confirmed and talked about from both showrunners. Amanda, I believe, has also like mentioned that, at least in some interviews. Look, the reality is that they were given the job to finish the show in 9 episodes and they couldn't do it. They got way too big for their boots because, yes, they took a lot of risks with season 1 and they all paid off. Congratulations, you actually made an amazing season of television. Guess lightning doesn't strike twice, though, yeah, because that's whack. And again, it's funny to me, like, because I see this all the time on Reddit and some comments sometimes on my videos as well, of like people don't understand that when I and many people, and I'm sure many of you that watch my videos and live streams, like, the reason you get annoyed, the reason you get upset at these things is not because you hate Arcane or you dislike Arcane, it's because you loved Arcane. Like, it's the only reason why you watch it, why you care so much about it. Like, these people, like, it's that whole grifter thing, right? Like, at least I'm not making money off my videos, so you can't really call me a grifter. But like, the crazy thing to me is like they don't understand that all of this anger and frustration and disappointment comes from places of passion, because we were passionate about season 1. We were passionate about these characters. We had expectations because they were written so solidly. You could actually see where the story was meant to go before it changed. That's how well they set everything up. That's how well, as I said earlier in the stream, it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me that the show didn't end on the bridge. It's crazy to me that the show didn't end with a class conflict and the cycle of violence. And we basically see what happens. It's a repeat between Vander and Silco, except it's Vi and Jinx. It's crazy to me. Anyway. And yeah, like the fan service of it all, like, again, that's I talked about a lot with the shipping stuff in season 2. It's empty fan service and really poorly written and put together, and it should be insulting for people that actually take some of these ships seriously. The plan was always 2 seasons, so how did it feel so rushed and scrapped and just bad? Half the writers went, so they lost the magic. Yeah, no pun intended. Yeah, and like they lost a pretty core guy. I'm blanking on his name now. But like they kept the 2 showrunners, Christian. They kept Amanda, of course. And yeah, it's also like you're introducing, like when you introduce Victor as human Victor, you, as the writer, know that the end goal, you know where he has to be to become the Victor that the game fans know. So it's not like it was suddenly, they were like they wrote season 1 and then they read the lore of Victor and were like, oh shit. Well, you know, he's Techno Jesus. Now we're just gonna... Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous. And then you have, like, hey, look, I like them, but you have situations where you've got, like, the music video of Sucker, and it's like, hey, love it, love the song, love the visuals, but that's literally, like, an entire season's worth of conflict in Zorn dealt with in less than 3 minutes in a music video. crazy. And again, I think a lot of Vi fans are upset for the same reason of the episode 5 one, the cocktail Molotov, when Vi has this crazy downward spiral, which just literally leads to literally nothing, but they skip over. There is so much. As I said before, there is so much fat trimmed that they've trimmed the muscle, they've replaced organs, they've done so much to trim the quote-unquote fat that it's literally just half a beast. There's nothing left. Crazy. The Riders, they lost their magic, no pun intended. Yeah, they definitely, they lost their magic, but they found their arcane. Ooh, haha. Ugh. Megan, by the way, you may have missed it. I've been drinking to help with the cringe shit that we're doing in this stream. So if I seem a little bit warped, that is why. All right. What do we have? So I mean, I kind of mentioned it on my little rant there, but why doesn't anyone speak about Victor and Sky's relationship? Again, it doesn't exist. Sorry, Sozzy, we don't know that is Sky. Again, it could be the Arcane tricking Victor. It could be Victor's humanity. All that's left of his humanity. It could literally just be his subconscious stand-in for Jace helping him do his work. There's so many other things instead of this is Sky. This is literally Sky speaking to Victor through the power of what? Through the power of Reddit shipping, probably. Oh dear. All right. Yeah, look, I mean, the funniest thing is because I'm literally the organs that process the alcohol are just rotted away. But the funny thing is the horrid creatures that like to watch me and are entertained by me ranting and raving about media, they enjoy it when I get a little bit sloshy, so they grant me the ability to relax when things are a bit cringe, because even they understand, even those horrible Lovecraftian beasts understand what we go through. us poor ghouls. All right, what's next? I don't think we've got many left. How many do we have left? A couple, and then we've got some. All right, so actually we might as well just finish, because there's only a couple left. Well, might as well finish these and then go on to these bloody tier lists, y'all. Alrighty. Religion and Arcane. I've been trying to look up main religions in Piltover and Zorn. Well, good luck with that in Piltover. And keep coming up with the Church of the Glorious Evolved. That's like fanfic sounding shit. Which seems to have been retconned into Victor's cult in Arcane. I'm trying to write a Christmas-themed fanfic and figured Christ isn't a thing in Runeterra. We have Techno-Jesus, my bro. Literal Techno-Jesus. So I wanted to be lore accurate. Do they have any winter festivals of any kind? Maybe some celestial-themed holiday? Also, I don't play LoL. Well, there's your biggest problem, because, I mean, go to the Freljord, you will have winter festivals every day and celestial stuff everywhere. Megan, hope it's not too hard on your rotten stomach. I know the Reddit random was bad, but... Oh, I knew the Reddit yeah, okay. So the Reddit, we've seen some pretty cringe shit in these Reddit posts as well. Some of them have been okay because it's just like an interesting thing to talk about. But yeah, there's been some pretty whack opinions. And there were a few things when I was searching for stuff to put in here that it was clearly written by like a child, and it's like, yeah, look, this is nonsense. I'm not going to sit here and make fun of like clearly someone who is not capable of really understanding the show. And my rotten stomach, I may have to, because, this might be a long stream, may have to pause and actually cook something. I'm not going to be able to survive on just a few munches on a muesli bar this time. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Speaking of religion, God was mentioned inside Season 1 also by Vanda. So I think a God does exist, but things are done a bit different. There was a Christmas post by Riot themselves for Arcane. So look, in regards to like religion, so it really does depend what region you're from, much like the real world. You've got like Noxus, who believe in and praise the wolf, which is half of Kindred, a god of death. And you've got other places around Runeterra who praise the lamb, which is the other half of Kindred. You've also got like champions like Aurelian Soul, who is like a galaxy bloody universe dragon who created the sun, and he's literally the night sky over Piltover and Zorn. So every night shot, I mean, this is League lore, of course, this isn't an Arcane, but every time you look up at the night sky, that's actually Aurelian Soul. That's actually a creature above the world. And he is like, his being is like a galaxy kind of looking thing. That's why I say whenever Victor is doing his bloody universe walking, I say he's walking around Aurelian Soul, because he's basically walking inside his innards. I think Zorn worships Jaina, the air god, so I think that's absolutely, you're onto it, Megan, absolutely where we're getting. So for this one, it's like, yeah, look, Piltover, yeah, I mean, the city of progress in science and technology, yeah, you're not going to get much in the way of religion and gods. Zorn, however, yeah, Jaina literally, like through the power of prayer, saved Zorn from a horrendous gas. And they mention it in the show. She has a statue. So yeah, the Zornites prayed to and praised Jaina, the air goddess. But again, you have a number of characters who are gods or godlike in League of Legends. Like, you literally have characters that aren't gods necessarily, but they might as well be. But again, you've got like Aurelian Soul. You've got the Watchers. What's his name? Bloody I'm blanking on his name. League player can probably jump in with it, because he's not a new character at all. The Watcher, he's got the one eye and he's got the purple laser beam ult. I'm just blanking on his name at the moment. You've got like creatures like that. You've got like abyssal beasts. You know, you've got Mordekaiser. You know, literally like living armor. You've got a lot of shit. Obviously, they don't like to use a lot of that in Arcane, because of course Arcane Season 1 was a very grounded story, so those kind of characters wouldn't fit. But yeah, no, literally like the night sky over Piltover is a big dragon, right? So there's a lot of stuff going on. And yeah, like for this person, if you want winter festival stuff, go to the Freljord, because it's literally on the daily. Jinx Redemption Arc. What do we got here? I got into a debate with someone on this topic today. So, just curious everyone's thoughts. In my mind, Jinx has a rushed but... What? Jinx has a rushed but very legitimate redemption arc. By the end, she's pushed through much of her trauma and has accepted the past rather than be haunted by it. That's not a decision that someone with trauma makes, my boy. She maintains who she is while showing much more empathy and maturity. Oh my god. Okay, look, reality check. I'm sorry if this is a painful subject, but people with legitimate mental issues and legitimate trauma can't just choose to push through it. That is some whack, modern, frankly, American mental nonsense. That is an average person that goes, oh, I have anxiety, who's literally just like everybody else, and they goes, oh, but I pushed through it. Yeah, like everybody else. Sorry, bud. Sorry. Jinx, powder, Jinx found her dead parents on basically a battlefield as a small child, then accidentally killed most of her adoptive family, then was raised by a chem baron, horrible villain, and has gone on to happily murder people. My god, what take is this? I'm sorry. A character like that can't just... This is why I get so offended by the idea that, oh, she gets over all of her mental trauma because she has a conversation with Echo. Like, that's not how this works. That is not... Someone who's suffering from literal visual hallucinations, visual and audible hallucinations, isn't just going to push past it. Are you crazy? She didn't need a... Absolutely. Absolutely. She's the villain. She is a villain. She doesn't need a redemption. She didn't need a redemption. She liked explosives and chose to be Jinx. Yeah. And going canon... oh, I'm sorry. Let me open my eyes here. Goodness me. Whew. She didn't need a redemption. She liked explosives and chose to be Jinx. And going canon, though, Megan, please, you're the one with your eyes closed typing this shit. But they decided to rewrite the game rather than keeping Jinx spiraling. Oh my god, into comfortable man. Completely agree. Because what an amazing character that is. What an amazing, interesting character. They take literally Harley Quinn with a Gatling gun and turn her into, wow, one of the most interesting characters to come out of the bloody show. And then they just dampen her down and make her this hollow little shell. Oh. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Like, this, I'm sorry, but this base level read of the character is why we get things like Season 2. Because this is the takes that people have. Oh yeah, Jinx. Yeah, the person that accidentally killed most of her adoptive family and has been raised by a villain. Yeah, she just pushed through her trauma. Dude. I seriously hope you don't know anyone that actually suffers from mental illness, because my god, horrendous thing to think, man. Like, I'm sorry, yes, it's a fictional character. That's not how trauma works, pal. I still just woke up. So sorry if my writing and spelling is sloppy. Megan, I'll forgive you this time. You know, because you get the double A plus for jumping on the stream basically as soon as you woke up. And as a heads up, I know I'm in a timeless void. This might be trippy to you, but it's actually nighttime here. Whoa, scary. I'm like in the future. Ooh. But yeah, it's like 10 p.m. here. In my timeless void, of course. Anyway. Yeah, like this I had to put in because this was just such like this was the example of some of the reads and some of the takes that people were having on some of these characters, and it explains why you have people that like the Echo Jinx ship as it is in Arcane, right? Because they have just such a base level understanding of how some of these things work. And the thing that gets me going as well is, like, I've had people tell me, because of my issues that I have with Jinx's changes, like, oh, you don't understand trauma, my brother in Christ. You don't understand this shit, clearly. My god. Alright. So we'll start with the top and then go the original and then see the reply. So, yep, Caitlyn is a... Whoa, we're starting off strong here. Yep, Caitlyn is a piece of shit through and through, confirmed. Whoa. What have we have here? Okay. So the original post, I believe, is the bottom one, which is, guilt isn't enough. We can feel guilty and get engaged in the same behaviors over and over again. We didn't get enough of Caitlyn actually redeeming herself and acknowledging what she did wrong. Yes, she did some pretty whack stuff, but, you know, I don't think she's as whack as many people seem to say she is. It's fine. I'm a Caitlyn stan. You know, you can call me that if you want. Whatever. Lovely. Chubbly. There we are. And then read. I said that I redacted all of the names. I forgot to on this. Whoopsie. Sorry. Don't message these people, please. Here's a question. Is there redemption to be found after supposed genocide? Oh, let's be sensitive with this conversation, guys. I'm just posing this question to try and unpack and also maybe go, what? I don't know about you guys. Can you guys tell me what genocide they're talking about here? Is he talking about setting up a couple security bloody checkpoints in Zorn? Is he talking about police brutality? That's not genocide. Is he talking about intentionally gassing children in Zorn? Maybe. I mean, yeah, that's pretty whack. Like, but that is like the most whack thing that I see in the show. In regards to Caitlyn's character, makes zero sense to me that she unleashes the grey on innocent people. And if you, again, as I've said many times, if you believe no, the grey was only unleashed on Cjbeard facilities, then again, season 1 tells us that most of the people that work at those facilities are children that are forced to be there to work. We see that with Cross kidnapping children, or Cross's crew at least chasing and kidnapping kids to work in his facilities. So either way, she's gassing kids. Vi is also perfectly fine with this. And here's another bloody example of that. Everybody likes to bag on Caitlyn for doing that, but hey guys, Vi was also more than happy to do that. So, you know, anything that goes on Caitlyn for that baggage needs to also go on Vi, and doubly so because that's Vi's people. Caitlyn is pissed off at them, yeah? Vi, those are your people. You are trying to simmer Caitlyn down, and then you're just like, yeah, babe, let's go gas some kids. Like, what? Okay. Yikes, man. All right. Genocide? Like, did I miss something? Caitlyn, like, sorry, the one that does that big nasty G word, that's Victor. Sorry. I don't see Victor's name here. We're talking about Caitlyn. Again, am I missing something? Do people think setting up security checkpoints and police brutality and torture equals genocide? Or are they literally just talking about unleashing the grey? Because, yeah, that's horrendous. I completely agree. But the big G, that's a big word to throw around. Bizarre. Strange take, again. Fascism, okay. Like, I can get why people say that. Dictatorship, okay. I don't agree, but I get why people say that. The big G, bro? I mean, maybe every time I've watched the show, I've just fallen asleep at the same bloody scene. Whoa, here we go. Is this the last one? This is the last one. For this, at least. So, this is a big one. So this is, of course, just straight from Reddit. This wasn't posed to me. This is just a Reddit rant, I guess. What's an opinion you have that you have... Well, okay. It's doubly not good when all the broken English, but let's try. What's an opinion you have that you have for an uncommon or under-recognized reason? Interesting. Now, I know I'm not the only person who has a pretty passionate opinion on something about the show, but then I look at other people who have the same opinion and I think, your way of thinking is wrong. Whoa, bro, that's not a good start. We got bloody Victor over here typing up on Reddit. What the hell? Wait, about the show. But then I look at other people who have the same opinion, so they agree with you, and I just think your way of thinking is wrong. What are some creative reasons behind your opinions? I'll go first. I hate Kate Vi with a burning passion. Well, it's actually one of my favourite ships in Arcane because, again, as I said during the shipping stream, the writers spent an entire season developing it and making it work. Funny how that works. Alright, I hate Kate Vi with a burning passion. I can't stand how their extreme power imbalance is never addressed. What? Vi is completely reliant on and feels indebted to Caitlyn while her sister did kill her mother, let's be fair. Caitlyn drops Vi... Caitlyn drops Vi and Vi is out on the streets for like an afternoon. What? Or overnight. She could have gone to a hotel. Maybe she doesn't have any money. I don't know. Caitlyn uses violence towards Vi. Yeah. Vi stopped her from avenging her dead mother. And then Vi runs back to it. Yeah, I mean, that's the writing. That's not Kate Vi. That's miserable, piss-ass, terrible character writing. Caitlyn says xenophobic and insensitive stuff about Vi and her people. I mean, sure, but like, look, man, her mother was just murdered by some of them, and then the memorial to her mother was attacked by some of them. I think in the heat of the moment, you can get away with calling Zornites animals. I'm like, look, like, bro, if they acting like animals, you're gonna get called out. It's weird. Megan, it's weird. Caitlin and Vi went from being one of my favorite... Yeah, I agree. One of my favorite ships. My fave being Grey and Van, of course. Though it's more headcanon. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, it's all headcanon for that. To now being my most hated ship with how it was executed by the cell scene. Oh, don't even get me started, girl. The treatment of both sides in terms of writing. And look, again, it's like you have this perfect setup to this class conflict. Again, I'll keep saying it. Literally, the class conflict is being acted out in their relationship, and it has no wider effect on the story or anything. Again, they break up and get back together like nothing, and it's literally been potentially like months and months and months. Like, yeah, again, it's just really poor writing. It feels like they put all of their effort into building Kate Vi in season 1, and then just they rested on their laurels for season 2. Well, it's not hated, it's just how they were written. Yeah, I just didn't like it as much as they... Yeah, again, like, because when they set it up, it works. Like really does. I was into it pretty quick, you know. But again, it's because they spend a season making it work, you know? They put the effort and the time in, and then when you get to season 2, it's the same as every other ship. It's like, oh, well, it's like, oh, you guys as the audience have already done all the headcanon for us, so we're just going to skip from A to bloody Q, you know? Like, okay, cool, thanks, guys. That's not how you write characters, that's not how you make a show. Ridiculous. Again, like the reliance on like Reddit fans, you know, like, guys, you realize that a lot of people that watch this show have never played League of Legends. They don't think about shipping. They watched your show and was like, wow, this is an incredibly animated and written television show. I quite like it. Why would you develop your story to only make sense to people that have been headcanoning things for bloody 15 years? Jinkies, Batman. Well, actually, Jinx came out 12 years ago, 11 years ago, so can't be 15. Trolling. Anyway, always good points, Megan. Always good points. Let's get back to this nonsense. Caitlin says xenophobic and insensitive stuff about Vi and her people, and Vi feels bad for her. Yes, because her sister just killed her mother. Bro, did you watch the show? Yes, Vi feels bad for her because, those people also attacked the memorial. I don't think either of them give two shits that Ambisa set it up. God, dude, again, the most base level reads on some of these things is insane to me. Oh, God. Says insensitive stuff about Vi and her people, and Vi feels bad for her? I'm sorry, but that pisses me off so bad. Can you tell I hate how Vi was written and ignored? Well, I agree with that. I mean, she was written incredibly poorly and ignored in season 2. I will give you that. Completely agree. The writing for Vi was miserable. I'm calling this uncommon because whenever I want to discuss how I feel about Kate Vi, I always end up in the land of bigots. Dude, this guy's playing bingo with the bloody words, man. Oh my god. Oh, I always end up in the land of bigots. I don't know why every Kate Vi hater also seems to be homophobic. What? Okay. But that ain't me. Oh my god. This is like, he is doing like, he or she is doing all the buzzwords, getting into some virtual signaling. My god, this is the cringest shit I've read all day. Like, unironically. I always end up in the land of bigots. I don't know why every Kate Vi hater also seems to be homophobic. But that ain't me. I do not care that they're WLW. I'm WLW. Their relationship is just completely toxic regardless. Bro, that... Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Alrighty. I kind of agree with that Reddit post. It's not fair to hate all of Zornites, but I can understand a part of Kate's side because her mum was killed in the... Yeah, look, again, it's like I said, it's the heat of the moment thing, right? Like, if literally, like, Kate and Vi had been out on a nice date and they were just chilling at home, bloody sipping a cup of tea, having a chat, and then she was just like, damn, you know, I must admit, the one thing I don't find attractive about you is you're from bloody Zorn where all those filthy animals are. Like, it's not that, like, actual bigotry nonsense. It's literally the heat of the moment of, like, I can't believe those animals. Like, yeah, of course, bro. Like, you are upset. Sorry. But they are also getting a taste of their own medicine by knowing how Zorn feels with the mistreatment. Still doesn't feel fair on both ends to get so much mistreated by class war. Well, again, like they miss the point entirely with that. Like, yeah, it sucks for Zorn, but guess who is half at fault for that? You know, Silco. Not the council. And also, like, the show doesn't even want to approach it because, as I said in my, like, drop plots and character changes live stream, like, Echo, my brother in Christ, Heimerdinger, who has been on the council for like 300 plus years, who is actually the one you could probably blame for a lot of the horrible decisions and things that have happened in Zorn, you're just so buddy-buddy with. Like, sorry, that should be the guy who you actually have a sit-down and conversation with and go, hey, do you actually know what your decisions have been doing and what it is like to live down here? Have a waltz with me down in the fissures and see what all of your industry has been doing, Jaime, my boy. And Jaime is like, oh, I'm just a scientist, and I just was like, no, you're the founder of Piltover, bud. You're still alive. You've been alive, making decisions for hundreds of years. Like, I don't care what some young council person who has been on the council for a few years decides. Sorry, it's nothing in comparison to someone like Heimerdinger, who has been key to like nearly every decision that Piltover has made since its inception. And Heimerdinger's all chummy with him. And yeah, look, as I've said, the one thing I do agree with is, like, look, all of the Ambisa Noxus stuff in Zorn, horrible. You know, it's not great. It's not fun, obviously. The Grey being unleashed on, like, the innocent citizenry of Zorn, insane. Absolute insanity that comes out of nowhere and makes zero sense. Again, you're going from a character being like, I can't believe these animals attacked my mother's memorial. Well, actually, let's take another step back. We're going from a character who was like, we can't take Hextech into Zorn. It's too dangerous. There'll be too much death. And then the memorial attack happens. And then she's like, yeah, these animals, I'm going to take Hextech down. And then suddenly jumps to, yeah, I'm also going to unleash the Grey, who my mother Cassandra put away in vents with the line, Zorn deserves to breathe. Like, oh, yes, mummy dearest, I'm going to avenge you by undoing all of your good work in Zorn. Yikes. Cringe. And that's another thing, right? Guys, we want to talk about council members who do terrible things to Zorn. What do we know in the show that Cassandra does for Zorn? Help purify the air a bit? Wow. How horrible. Guys, come on. Like, again, even if it's one bloody nice thing that she did so she looks better to all of her uppity noble friends, it's still a good bloody thing that was done. Again, like, there is a point that Silco makes when he's trying to tell these Cjbeards, like, bro, do you remember what the shit was like? Down in the fissures. Oh, what's going on there? It had to be turned on. Wow. Like half the people that made half those ships we went through, all of them were just feral, turned on people. But yeah, look, the major issue here is that they wanted to go down this Caitlyn fall from grace and this class conflict, and then they literally just drop it and seemingly forget about it. And all of this bloody Zorn basically gets like assimilated into the bloody Savfk crew. Like all of these different factions are just suddenly, we're united now off screen. Teehee. Hope you weren't looking forward to seeing any of that. If you haven't picked up, I'm a bit of a Caitlyn stan myself, so it is what it is. But yeah, it's very interesting that this individual, it's like, look, I understand that you take issue with Kate Vi and how it went, but I mean, we are missing an important thing here. You can't stand Caitlyn because the writers changed her character. You can't stand this, that, and the other. Oh, because the writers changed things. No, it's actually, the land of bigots. I don't know why everyone could get that hater other than to be homophobic. But that ain't me. Like, that's I think, the cringest line I've read all day. Oh my god. Alrighty. Now, let us do... This one should be nice and easy. Yes. Okay, so what I'm going to do... What time is it? 4 hours 24. I am going to... I'm going to pause for a few minutes. I'm going to pour another drink. Just in case you're concerned, it is Saturday night. All right, it is not like early AM on a weekday. All right, it'll be fine. I mean, JK, I'm in a timeless void. I'm going to make a drink. I'm going to have a small break, and we're going to jump into. We have 3 tier lists to go through, which should be quite interesting. And look, what I'd like y'all to think about, either chuck it in the chat or in the comments of the live stream after the fact. A lot of these tier lists are just like pre-built ones on the tier list maker that I kind of tweak a little bit to work for me. But much like Megan with the shipping tier list, if there are anything or like that I can do tier list wise, or even just interesting things to talk about, let me know. And especially if you chuck it in the comments now, again, it's just stuff that we'll talk about as we go through all of this stuff. But quick break. I'm not going to chuck the video on because I won't be very long, literally a couple minutes. So enjoy the awkward silence, everybody. Megan, stand up, wake up, go brush your teeth, brush your furs. I don't know what your morning ritual is. Wake up, come on in and put a little makeup. Why did you leave the keys upon the table? I will be back. I have returned. I have returned. I know the awkward silence. Oh, it's so terrible, but you know, replaying the first like 5 minutes or few minutes of that video over and over and over again will probably get annoying. Generally best served when there's going to be a longer break. So, cough, 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 cough. Alrighty. What do we have here? So we've got, these are just, as I said before, the pre-builts on the tier list. We're going to be looking at the Arcane opening hidden frames. Wowie zowie, guys. If you didn't know, which, I mean, you know, if you've seen my videos, you probably will know. Or if you've seen any conversation about Arcane that extends online, you'll know that there are hidden frames in the intro of every intro of Season 2. As I mentioned before, some of them are reasonably interesting. Some of them are literally just like a frame from that episode. So it's like, oh, okay, I guess that's kind of cool, but it's like, you know, not the most exciting thing in the world. Hello, here I am. While I quickly fix something up on the screen. Floating in my void. Floating, flying. Excellent. Excelente. Beautiful. Chachingo. Okay, so, well, again, this will be a pretty easy whip through, in my opinion. So, we'll just smash on through, hey? Oh my. Now, so really, I mean, these first two are together. Oh, they are literally together when you move them. Well, that's good. That's handy. Because, yeah, they are quite literally 2 frames to one story. So this one here is, I believe, just looking at it from episode 3. And this is, as you can see from the left, in the section where Jinx and Vi are sitting back to back. And then Jinx stands up and she shoots the screen, kind of. And basically, as Jinx stands up, it changes to what you see over on the right, which is, of course, a close-up shot of the 2 girls fighting during their fight in episode 3. You know, it's just okay. I'm sorry, but it's literally just, they're gonna fight, and then they do. It's like, oh, okay, well, cool. Again, like, it's no, like, crazy thing that, oh my god, if you missed this, you're not even going to start to even understand what's going on, you know? Yeah, it's just, look, we're having a little fight in this episode. Here is a single frame to show that. It's okay, you know? It's not groundbreaking. It's not lame or a waste of time, but it just literally is what it is. And then on the flip side of that, we've got in episode 9, the 2 sisters. And once again, as Jinx stands up, we then see it change to Jinx's final look. And then Vi in her, like, enforcer uniform. So it's just kind of showing off their final looks in the show. I mean, look, again, it's like, who cares? Like, we literally see that this episode. Like, ooh, crazy, groundbreaking, hidden details that only Techno Jesus knows about, you know? It's just like, okay, that's cool. That's how they're going to look in this episode. All right. Okay. How exciting. These 2 sisters are fighting. Whoa. That's been the whole show. Shocker. I like this one. So, you know, we've got Caitlyn during her... the imagery of her having her fall from grace in the intro. You know, you see the shadow crown and all of that stuff. But, I mean, this is like foreshadowing her losing her eye. You know, much like the X that goes over Isha's forehead, this X in blue goes over Caitlyn's eye. Nice little tiny single frame flash. The X, I believe, is on multiple spots, but here it lands perfectly on the eye that she ends up losing. So, I don't really like... I don't really like this. So we'll go, okay, interesting. And we'll go, not deep meaning. We'll go, should know about. Like, it's like, if you don't know this is in the intro, it's like, wowie zowie, you should know about that. And then we'll just go the best. Nice and easy. It's like story defining for this kind of stuff is a little bit much. But I'll just say that that's the best. But really cool little hidden frame effect. It's not really a hidden frame. It's an effect that lands in the right spot. So, it's not like, oh, they hid it away for nobody to see unless you pause on the thing. No, it's just a thing that appears, and it's very obvious that it appears, and it just lands kind of in the right spot to have a nice little bit of foreshadowing. Look, I'm sorry. I'm putting that down there because, bro, yeah, cool, man. Yeah, thanks for like PTSD Vietnam War flashbacking me the fact that Heimerdinger is dead. Thanks for that. Really needed to see that, guys. Like, oh my god. Is it a waste of time technically? No. It's cool. It's nice. But it pisses me right off. Oh, man, this season, bro. Oh my god. Alright, so we've got Mel as she screams the darkness and shadows away. I wonder what they mean by that. We get the single flash of her, like, powered up face, close right up on her eyes. Again, it's like, this is okay, but it is just like, we see this episode, it's really unfortunate when you go to the effort to put hidden frames in your intros, but then it just turns out to be, oh, had I kept watching for 4 minutes, I would have seen exactly what this is, It's just okay. It's not interesting. It's not necessarily a waste of time, and it doesn't piss me off like Heimerdinger does. This one, however, I will say, the intro was more engaging the actual episodes per season. The intro was more engaging the actual episodes per season. Are you saying the intro was more engaging than the actual episodes? I mean, personally, I don't know your opinion, but I feel the season 1 intro is better. It's cool that there's hidden details and stuff, absolutely. But it's just, I much prefer seeing than the, yeah. I mean, like, you had so much symbolism in the season 2 intro, and then it's also like, yeah, it just kind of, a lot of that kind of just leads into nothingness or nothing as interesting as you thought it might, and B, literally, as you say, there is like more symbolism going on in subtle ways in the intro than the entire episode following it. Whereas for season 1, that intro was like, mwah, icing on the cake kind of stuff. It fit perfectly, beautifully. Like these characters were being molded out of stone, and their actions, impacting the entire story and worlds of Piltover and Zorn. It just all makes sense. And then, yeah, season 2, you got some interesting symbolism with characters and stuff, but some of it doesn't really lead very far. Oh my. So look, this one here I think is a actual waste of time because, again, this is like literally the frame you get in the show. It's not a zoom in like some of them. It's literally the frame is just used. And it's like, okay, we also see this very soon after. So yeah, this is just like, bro, I think you could have come up with something a little bit better here. Like, episode 1, for example, you have this one. Episode 1, you're showing off Evolved Victor. That is interesting. Not a frame that is literally popping up in a few minutes, right? Like, that's just boring, wasteful. A lot of these are just going to be, because again, I've gone through a lot of these with my own video and thought about them already. But like the Victor one, again, it's literally a frame, a picked frame that is coming up. Like, oh, how exciting. Again, if we had this in like episode 1, you know, it would be like, oh, well, now that's quite interesting. Whereas here, it's just like, look, oh, okay, we get the frame we're going to see in about 16 minutes. Okay, very cool, guys. How creative of you. Ugh, Jesus. And like, some of these feel like the editor was told, hey, we need like 3 to 4 hidden frames per intro. Do you mind chucking something in and make it make sense? And they're like, yes, boss. And then they just like skip to a random moment in the episode and go, that frame works, let me chuck that there. Again, there is interest in the fact that there is small stories going on within the same hidden frames, but that's not what is being rated here. So just for an example of that, you get a lot of the Vander... Oh man, they are missing a lot. I've just noticed. They are missing a lot of hidden frames here. Okay, well, we'll just, I guess, talk about them if I remember them. But like, you have the Vander eyes, and then you have the Warwick eyes, and then you have the Vander in like the spirit bloody Victor timey-wimey face, right? And you have the same thing happen with Victor, where it's Victor in the spooky ghost ectoplasm chamber down there, and then you have Victor in his Super Saiyan level 37 thing that we just saw in OK, and then we have the automaton face, and then we have the evolved Victor. So like. There is an element that I want to talk about there, because it is important when I'm ranking some of these singular frames to remember that there is an overarching story happening within the same areas of these hidden frames, which is very interesting by itself. But the actual frames themselves, not necessarily the most interesting thing in the world, some of them. So yeah, like here. So here's your automaton face. Which, at least with that one, again, it's like you are pulling something from the episode, but at least this has something interesting. This is the first we see of the evolved automaton, and it's like a nice glimpse of it as well. And of course, let me see if there's actually... No, there's not. So in the intro as well, there's like... these similar automaton faces show up. I think there's four or 6 of them that show up left and right behind Victor, right near the end of the intro every time. And again, they just kind of look like masks in the background, but they're like all these automatons' faces, which is cool. And that's in like every intro. So that's like an example of something where you've got from the episode 1 intro, there is some cool stuff being shown to you. I like the automaton face in between Jace and Victor. You know, I think it's quite cool. But again, like, I don't think the evolved Victor face is as interesting as the automaton one. Again, it's literally his yellow eyes in the darkness. Ooh, wow. Amazing, like, okay, I don't give a shit. Like, show him off. It's literally a hidden frame to show him off. Come on. And it's not the zoom in on the eyes, so they're not following through with the Warwick Vander thing. So, you know, doesn't really get me going. Okay, so this is a toughie. Like, I would like to rank this interesting, the fact that you get Isha's sacrifice moment in the intro, but again, I can't, because it is literally the frame pulled from the episode, and it's like, okay, cool. interesting. There's no added benefit to it. It's just, yeah, this happens. Okay. Which I know, it sounds a bit silly when I literally said that the automaton face is interesting, but unironically, I find that a lot more interesting than, yeah, Isha does the in the intro. Yeah, wow, cool. Yeah, we don't even have the Silco flash yet. Man, this is not a good... I'm sorry whoever made this, but this is missing a lot of shit. We then have... Oh my gosh. Love this. I mean, I literally am using this image in the thumbnail of this video, and I've used it for a few thumbnails now. Love this one. Love this one. Because look, like this is you're getting at least a small element of the mental state of Jinx at this point. She's mourning Isha, and this single, and I'm not trolling, it's gonna sound crazy, but I'm not trolling, this single hidden frame does more for me than anything we get about Jinx mourning Isha in the entire show. Sorry. I love that this mirrors the view that we get of Powder when Jinx thinks about that moment when Vi's like, it's just after she's slapped her and she's grabbing her face, and it's just before the blood from her nose comes out. And we get the same like running tears, scratchy effect. This one, it's of course a little bit more, stable, quote unquote, because it's a singular image, not animated. But I just love the reuse of that idea and that look and style. Love this one. I don't have anything negative or cringe to say about it, which a little bit shocking to some, I'm sure. I really don't care. I'm sorry. I know there's a lot of people that love episode 7. I'm sorry, but I don't really care about the bloody rose thing that Powder gets. Yahoo, we get to see it in the same episode. I agree with that. Isha wasn't even mentioned after her death, which further implied that she was just a plot. Yeah, literally, like a non-character. Again, the show promised us that if something happened to Jinx's lens, which is Isha, Isha's acting as like this lens for Jinx to stop with like these visual and audible hallucinations that she has. Like there's dialogue saying basically if anything happens. We get the 12-second breakdown when she just thinks something bad has happened to Isha, and then something bad actually happens to Isha. And then she just gets all bloody sad and depressed. And yes, of course, that's a stage. And then she goes from, oh, I'm depressed. Oh, I'm going to play bloody hot potato with my own grenades. And then, oh, my black chocolate boyfriend's here. And we have a conversation. And then we paint on each other. And now I'm fine. Get the hell out of here, man. Get the absolute riggedy-diggity. The only reason why I was putting up with the fact that we had such a radical change to Jinx's character was because that's obviously the point of Isha, and then when Isha dies, it's like, you literally, it's hilarious to me as well, because it's like the show's like, oh, remember, by the way, Isha died? Like, at the start of episode 8, because you have episode 7, and it's like, oh, we aren't addressing this at all. And then at the start of episode 8, they're just like, oh, in a black screen background, like, oh, remember this? Yeah, this is sad. Anyway, bro. Unreal. Unbelievable. You make a promise to the audience through dialogue and through visuals in episode 4, and then you just, bruh. Black chocolate boyfriend, quotes by the media girl. Nicer than white chocolate boyfriends. I mean, I'm sure that's what people say. Please don't take note of all of my cringe quotes. You'll get me cancelled one day, Megan. Yeah, look, I literally couldn't care less about the episode 7 stuff. Oh, wow, Jinx's little rose thing, yay, yahoo. Nah, you're drunk. You're drunk. Clearly. Even though you've just woken up. You shouldn't be drinking mouthwash. I said to brush your teeth, not drink the mouthwash. That gets you tripping. The monkey face. Look, I mean, again, it's like it's this non thing where they're like, oh, the monkey face. That's Jinx's rebellious bloody blue head cult symbol for about 5 seconds, and then that's it. Okay, well, I'm super glad that we used one of the few hidden frames that we can use in the intro on the monkey face symbol that just disappears immediately. Okay. Yeah, actually, waste of time. Waste of time on the blue monkey. Alright. Next, we have Vi's double dogs, double dirty dogs. That's okay. That's not a waste of time, but it's also like, alright, we see that on her jacket. Cool, chill, alright. It's also like her pit fighting thing, right? But who gives a shit? I'm sorry, who gives a shit? Again, you're telling your editor or whoever to put these hidden frames in your intro, and then half of them are just like, oh, you're gonna see this in about 6.5 minutes, guys. But ooh, if you pause, like again, this is the reward that the people like me that go through and pause at the exact right moments to find these things get. Oh, look at this. Look at this double dog symbol. Wow, you're going to see it in about 37 seconds, but here you go. Like, dude, why are you wasting my time? That's annoying. That's frustrating. What's this? Oh, now this one, actually, I do want to put up to should know. Oh, it's either interesting or should know about. I'm going to slip it in interesting. Just because I like this framing, because it goes from, like, normally it's like goes from Caitlyn with her back against the wall, then there's a flash of light, and then that light kind of is cast on Jace as he's like blinded by it, and then we get like what actually is kind of happening there. We get the anomaly shown in between, and yes, it's you're gonna see this later, but at the very least there's something going on here. Because, you watch the intro and you're just kind of thinking, oh, okay, so like the light is like blinding Jace, or, something that Jace has done, like the sun or the light will be shown and everyone will know what he's done, and it's like, ooh. But then it's like, actually, I quite like the idea that he's the light that's blinding him is the end point of his work, right? The anomaly. Which, obviously, the anomaly, the wild rune, all of that stuff doesn't make sense. Ha! No. And then I love, again, I think I mentioned it in a reply to one of the comments on my video. Like the wild, no, actually it was on Pakara. I just want to make sure I'm getting that name right. Pakara or Pisara. Again, I don't know how it's, but Pakara, PC, I think it's AARA. I think it was on her video where, I just find it so cringe when Jace is explaining the wild rune to Echo, and, literally none of it makes any sense whatsoever. Like, he's like, oh, it's like, if I tell you this and then you give it to me and then I go, oi, Gov, you bloody give that to me right here. And then Echo does, and it's like, that's wild runes. So I go, what? Bro. And then I love Jace says, something, and then Echo says something completely different, not even related to what he said. And then Jace is like, that's it. You got it, Val. Like, bro. It's not even related to what he said at all. Oh, man. Oh dear. It's all a bit cringe, really. But, you know, at this point, with this show, at this deep into the season, it's like everything's a bit bloody cringe. You just kind of take what you get at one point. Like the shipping tier list devolved in. Oh my god, did that devolve into, oh, this character has a name and breathes. Maybe they'll get in a relationship with this other character with a name that breathes. Like, holy shit, man. Desperado. And then another little interesting one with the light here. So again, it's you've got the anomaly that's blinding Jace, and then you've also got like his future statue self, which has been lorded over by the villain wizard Victor, right? Kind of creepy, kind of weird. Especially, again, as I said, how Wizard Victor goes to Jace as a child to ensure that he meets him later on in life. So then they can be a cute little couple forever in infinity in the cosmos. Kinda cringe, kinda pedo, but hey, you guys, you do you. That was easy. Oh my god. Yeah, and there is some stuff missing. We have like 3 Warwick/Vander intro hidden frames that are missing. What else? Just off the top of my head. Vi's sheriff badge, enforcer badge is missing. Caitlyn in her full like ruler of Piltover kit, that's missing. Dude, why put this together and like not include them all? Guy, whoever put this together, you need to update this, please. Please, for sad little media ghouls like me. My God. Okay. Now, let me just... Oh, hello, it's me. Flitter floating through space, having a good time. What do we have here? Oh, bye. Alright. We have Arcane. All episodes, Season 1, Season 2. Oh, those are small. Okay. Shit. Alright. So, what's this one? It's probably like literally 1 to 18. Right, okay. So, welcome to the playground. So again, I'll just like leave them around the middle until I find out where exactly I want to put them. Literally watched this episode, 2 nights ago? Reasonably fresh on the brain skis. As I mentioned before, the thing with with Season 1, even these slower setup episodes like Episode 1 and 2, I love rewatching just because, without the sour taste that is Season 2 when it comes to foreshadowing and setup and that sort of thing. There's so much like really just tight dialogue and character work that, well, I thought most people that watches it will like very quickly pick up on the caliber of show, right? Welcome to the Playground, great example of that. The introduction of the bridge, super harrowing. Like you're like immediately kind of interested in, you know, not only what's going on, but you've got these 2 like young kids walking through this bloody battlefield, and you're like, gee willikers, what is this place? Who are these girls? Again, if you're like me and you've played League of Legends, you're like, oh, Vi, Powder, okay, Jinx, alright, I know Vi and Jinx are in the game. We've got a little pink-haired girl and a little blue-haired girl. I wonder who these people are. But again, you can kind of like forget about some of those things and just kind of get engrossed into the story, right? And it does such a again, this intro on the bridge should have been the end of the show, except with Vi and Jinx and Caitlyn probably. But goodness me, here we are. The end was actually about Spaceman Victor Boy. Okay. Anyway, we'll talk about that when we get there. Welcome to the playground. So we not only do a wonderful job setting up the fact that these little kids, once they're breaking in and stealing stuff, like that this isn't their home, that they don't quote unquote belong here. They're very kind of out of their element. And then just the slow, like it actually takes a few scenes for them to go from up the tippy top of Piltover all the way down into the lanes. We get this great fight between the kids and I'm blanking on his name. I should have it here though, actually. Ha la 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 la. Yes, I have a book with the name of every character in the show, just in case. Because I'm cringe like that. Deckard, the little Deckard boy. So, they have this scrap with, Deckard and his crew. And, I just goes into slow motion. You see bloody Clagger literally, 1v2ing because he's the tank man. He's the coolest kid in town. But you've basically got, poor little Powder watching the slow motion brawl as, this discorded violin is coming in. It's perfect. Again, the tiny little things like having the violin sound like that when it is Powder's perception is just telling the audience how already broken and shattered her mind and her psyche is. And it's just, she's a kid, she's dealing with trauma as a kid would, but then things just escalate and get worse. And she becomes the Jinx that we know until she changes in season 2 for no reason. OMG. You also off-rip between these couple scenes, immediately set up through dialogue and just even the chase sequence, the class divide that is going on between these two cities. Again, I don't want to get too much into the nitty-gritty of these things. I have my opinions about Piltover, and I have my opinions about Zorn and the politics there. These were sister cities. These used to be one and the same until they were split. So there's a lot more history here than the show shows you. So I kind of have some biases there, unfortunately. But look, the class divide is... they do a fantastic job at making sure you as the viewer understands that. Does it go anywhere? No. Unfortunate. We then get this great sequence of the playground song. Is it just Welcome to the Playground? Yeah, Playground. Yeah, it's just called Playground. Okay, cool. So the song Playground plays as it introduces the lanes and Zorn proper. And of course, when we're in the lanes, when we're in the fishes, when we're anywhere at the port, and it's in Zorn, I'm probably just going to call it Zorn. That's just so much easier than trying to remember, oh god, were they in the fissures? Or, oh god, where were they? Were they in the Cjbeards spot? I don't know. Look, Zorn, Piltover, makes it a lot easier. And then we get introduced to the big bad boy that we saw and got no dialogue of in the intro, and they introduce him perfectly. He, is standing up for and defending Huck, who is one of his people, to these outsider merchants who are just kind of trying to take advantage of this guy. Don't exactly know what he did, what work he did. He's got dreadlocks, so cultural appropriation much? Huck, my brother in Christ? Did you ask permission first? My God. Great introduction to Vander. Again, the introduction, you're Vander, the Hound of the Underground. It's like, oh, I know where his story's going. Oh, dear. And And yeah, look, like it's such an awesome moment when he's like, hey, bit of advice. Don't threaten the guy who pours the drinks. But again, it's kind of a double play because he's obviously saying that of like, look, everyone's standing up for me. But then there's also the double play of he slowly, loudly drags his chair over to get the attention of everyone in the bar. It's great because it's like, yeah, everyone's like looking out for him, standing up for him, but the only reason everyone paused and stopped and paid attention is he made sure that they knew, hey guys, you need to pay attention to this shit. Because he knows what's up. He knows he's not going to be able to potentially get away with just empty threats. He needs to be able to show up. So he has that little insurance guarantee there. It's great. It's good. It's smart. He's a smart guy. From there, Vander has a conversation with the kids, but mainly Vi. Talking about... not only being too young and unprepared to do jobs like this, but it's also about like, we get deeper into it later, of course, but like, what are you, Vi, willing to sacrifice for your, this noble bloody crusade that you think you're going on? Because again, Vander is literally the best person to have that conversation with because he has been down that exact same path, which again is just this, I feel, this empty setup to something that just does not happen because the whole class conflict is just dropped, unfortunately. And it would have been, again, it's a sad, bittersweet, and rather it would be a tragic ending. But if Vi and Jinx went down, unfortunately, that same path, it would also nicely and neatly lead into the canon of the games and where they are when we pick up in the games. But yeah, no, obviously not. Obviously not. It's about Victor being a magic man, so that's cool as well. Welcome to the playground. Look, I'm not going to go scene by scene through all of these episodes. I'll be here for bloody 17 trillion hours if I did that. I think it's a really solid first episode. Generally, when I tell people to watch Arcane for the first time, I tell them you need to watch the first 3 episodes back to back. It's 2 hours. It's about 2 hours. Treat it like a movie, and it's going to set up the story for you perfectly. And then episode 3 has some really strong emotional hooks, which are the majority of people that I talk to, like, episode 3 was insane for them. It hooked them immediately. Like, it was incredible how attached you became to these characters after 3 episodes. Like some of the stuff that they achieve by, like, as in eliciting emotions from the audience, some of the stuff they achieve, shows can't achieve in seasons and seasons of build-up with some of their characters, right? These guys achieved it in 3 episodes. Wow. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. But the reason why I tell people to watch 3 episodes is, yeah, episode 1 is very slow and grounded. It does a lot of setup. On rewatches, it's a great episode, but it can be, like, if you don't immediately, like, become invested in these kids, or if you aren't immediately like, wow, this animation and art style is really good, it might not hook people. But, as I said, you watch the 3, and I'd be shocked if you weren't, right? So, if we took the first episode with that in mind, this shit gonna be good. Vander, as he pulls the chair over. Yeah, he's like, now guys, we practiced this, alright? When I drag the chair over, you guys all stare at the person I'm dragging it towards, alright? Someone's like, I don't want to do that. It'd be a shame if I had to fucking put those back on, he says, pointing at his buddy. I don't want to, but if you don't look at the person when I drag the chair, I'm going to have to put them back on. All right. Oh, dear. Welcome to the playground. Look, episode 1, there's a lot of setup going on. There is a lot of introduction of characters, and it is It is a tight, grounded story, but there is a lot of storylines going on. So the setup actually goes over the first 2 episodes. Because, yeah, again, we get, like, bugger all set up for Piltover. It is all, like, POV of Zornites, right? So even when we see the Enforcers and stuff like that, they're these horrible, scary coppers, right? Welcome to the playground. Look, I'm gonna say it right now. People will call me out on it. I'll say it right now. I have a very strong bias to Season 1. This might not come to a surprise to anybody, especially anyone who's been watching for the last 5 hours. I'm going to be shocked if anything from Season 1 ranks below S or A. I'm going to be frank. I'm just going to put it out there. Prepare you for that, because it's probably how it's going to go. Do I think the first episode is S tier? No. Do I think it's B? No. A. Beautiful. Yeah, this is going to be unbalanced, but that's fine. Hey, it is what it is. And then we have episode 2. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. So here we are. We have more of the Piltover side. We have a lot of the Jace storyline going over, introducing Mel and the council. And again, it is just like we've got these 2 episodes where, you know, it's nice and slow, and we're slowly being introduced to these characters and their, like, wants and desires and everything like that. And honestly, again, I'm not gonna faff around. Like, I think you know where I'm gonna put that. Like, I think it does such a fantastic job. You know, we spend so much time in episode 1 in Zorn, and then we get to spend a lot of time in episode 2 setting up Piltover. And you know, their lack of knowledge or maybe unwillingness to even know how bad it is down in Zorn. Yeah, I really like both. It does a solid job at really subtly sometimes as well, setting up characters, even side characters like Torben, like how Mel just, you know, gets him the cheap kids puzzle. And, like, in my opinion, it is. I just want to make sure it is Torben. Let me make sure before I say his Tormen. Oh my god, Tormen Hoskell. Damn, I was close. So Tormen Hoskell. You know, it's interesting, right? Because, like, Mel gets him the kid's toy, and he never, over years and years and years, manages to figure it out. Right now, is that Tormen? Because he's stupid? No, I think it is literally, he is, you know, Mel has him in the back pocket, and he also does a little bit of playing with Mel as well, in the fact that, oh, Mel got me this puzzle for my birthday. Maybe he figured it out immediately that it is a kid's toy, but to placate Mel, he just, oh, I can't figure this out. Wow. Oh, you really got a really good puzzle there, you know? Like, there's more elements going on than he's just a dumbass that can't figure out a kid's toy. I feel like Vander had practiced it with the guys in the pump. Yeah. It would be so awkward if he tilted his head towards the crew and none of them would pay. Yeah, like, literally, like Savfk is playing darts and, like, all the other guys are just, like, mulling about. And he's like, bit of advice. Don't threaten the guy who pours the drinks. And he, like, looks over and no one's, he's like, oh, maybe you can, I guess. Poor guy. Yeah, that would have been a bit cringe. I completely agree. Like, as I said, he's like, guys, when I drag the chair, it's got to look really cool, okay? So trust me, I need you to look at whoever I'm dragging the chair to. And then everyone's just staring at Huck. Oh, poor Huck. Poor Hucky boy. Alrighty. Look, I don't think it is much shock at all that the 2 setups, you know, not S-tier episodes. There is a lot of slow burn and setup and that kind of thing. But I think, obviously, the payoff that we get from all of the setup is impeccable. And it is done super well, super tight. I feel there isn't wasted time at all. Any moments that sit on things are super intentional as well. I think both episode 1, episode 2, fantastic setups. Just a moment. What is this? Sorry about the awkward silence. I know it's absolutely miserable, but excellent. There we go. Lovely. 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 Jubbly. Cool. Just reading a message from someone that might be getting a free trip to Japan. Wow! Whee! Isn't that cool? For them. Woo! Okay. Alrighty. So, where were we? Look, guys, I mean, episode 3, like, I will argue all day, all night, into infinity with anyone that doesn't think episode 3 is a S tier episode. Holy crap. The episode starts right at the end of episode 2, and it just goes like an event happens and it just steamrolls forward. Yeah, we jump a little bit to Piltover with Jace and Victor doing the Hex Tekaroonies, which is okay. Like, it's cool. There's a little bit of levity in there as well. It's good to kind of pace out the, like, stress of the Zornite storyline. But my god, obviously, I think it goes without saying, the sorrow, the tragedy, the Vander. Oh, God, it's so sad. And then you get Silco doing his monologues and becoming more and more and more of an interesting villain instead of like, oh, here's this guy in the darkness making schemes and deals, and, you know, he's a bit of a drug lord guy. You know, he instantly in one episode has 10 more layers chucked onto him, you know, which is fantastic. But then, of course, the absolute tragedy that occurs, the thing that, for me at least, I've seen some pretty horrible stuff. I've watched some pretty sad and dark shows and movies and well, I don't read books. I'm not a nerd. Like, I've seen some pretty tragic stuff, as I've mentioned before, like Berserk. Love Berserk, and that sometimes has like some of the most horrendous stuff in it, story-wise, character-wise, and horrendous in a good way, as in like, oh my god, I cannot believe what I'm reading. But when I watched this, man, it just felt so different, right? It was one of those things where it was like, you know, normally you get some real big tragedy or something like this in like a finale or something like that. Not in bloody episode 3. Like, what? Oh, I missed these, sorry. His death was so impactful. Not because he was my fave, but because he had so much death and didn't deserve to go out like that. All the other deaths didn't ruck me as much, especially after season 2. It felt flat on terms of emotion. Adding death after death without a fleshed character didn't hit as hard. Yeah, and it's the tragedy of, you know, I hate to do it, but like the Eddard Stark thing, right? Where you're like following this character and you're like, oh, I see his motivations and I see where his story could go, and then it's just completely cut off short. Obviously, he comes back as Warwick, of course. season 2. Oh, yeah, we'll get there. But yeah, it was one of those things of like, man, I thought we were going to be following Vander and the kids the whole season kind of thing, and then it's like, nah, actually, nah. The story you thought was going to happen, we're actually going to take that in a very different direction, and hope you don't mind watching little kids accidentally be blown up by their sister. Yikes. Obviously, terribly, terribly tragic, terribly sad, super impactful, and just smacks you in the face. Like, every time I see it, I literally know exactly what's happening every time I see it. It's just like, smacks me in the face again. Super sad. I watched this episode with someone the other day, and I had to grab the tissue box when the end of episode 3 started happening, and they were very confused as to what I found was sad. What? In episode 3 of Arcane, you don't know what's sad? You literally just watched a fragile little traumatized child accidentally murk most of her adopted family, and then have this horrendous split with her sister, who in an act of anger and rage because of the unbearable situation that's unfolded before her, slaps her in the face and walks away so she can bloody cool off for 5 seconds, and then Powder falls into the lap of the horrid Silco, who is the man. Dude, what do you mean? What do I that blew me brains apart, and there's not much of that left to blow apart. But yeah, no, unironically watched it with someone just the other day, and they were confused as to why I was needing a bloody tissue box when Powder was bloody incensed and crying and saying, I only wanted to help, like, bro. What's sad? Dude, are you watching the bloody show? Oh, man. Everything's sad, bro. Everything. Yeah, it's crazy as well, because I didn't need any of the extra attachment to these characters. In my opinion, they did it perfectly. Milo, Clagger, I barely knew the kids, but, when they died, it was like, oh, this is this kind of story, is it? Oh my god. And then yeah, Vander, it's like a Ned Stark, where you set up this character, you give him his goals and motivations, and you're like, yeah, I can see where this is going to go. And then yeah, his story just gets cut short. Again, he comes back as Warwick, fine. But yeah, the story as we expected it, at least for season 1, is just cut short, bang, like that. Fantastic work, in my opinion. Brilliant, one might say. Bloody brilliant. Oh, what's going on there? Me chat disappeared for a second. That's alright. That's tight. And yeah, Megan, as you say, like, Vander's death, like, obviously the kids and stuff, it's tragic, but like, Vander, it hits so bloody hard. Because it's also like, here's this big tanky brawler who you expect to, fight. Like it just, you feel like that's his character, but no, the reality is he's a daddy. He's a daddy to 2 girls and 2 boys, 2 young boys, and like that's his life now. And yeah, like that broke me heart. He's going up, he's trying to save his like the daughter who's basically, he's just watched Milo and Clagger get blip-blattered, and he's trying to save his daughter Vi from these bloody ghouls. Sorry, I know my kind sometimes are a little bit cringe. Sorry about that. Oh, that went down the wrong hole. That's okay. All right. Like, that is just, yeah, it's super tragic to me, and again, it's just the fact that his story was cut so short. It all works together to have just this massive punch in the face. And really, I'll be honest, I haven't seen anything recently, at least, I mean in the last 4+ years, that comes close to giving me that feeling, I guess it's what I felt the first time I watched Berserk. Like, just this I won't spoil it for anyone that hasn't seen it. All I'll say is that you have all of this set up to go in a particular direction with some particular characters, and then, my oh my, one of those characters, something really horrendous happens to him. Poor guy, he did something a bit naughty, but yeah, you know, he gets a little bit messed up, and then when his friends come to help him, turns out they ain't his friends. Or at least he doesn't think they are, because, he does something quite naughty. His name is Griffith, and he's a piece of shit. Oh no, JK, he's a nice guy. No, but seriously, if you haven't seen it, like, the shit that they achieve in that story is pretty impeccable, in my opinion. And for someone that had no pre-knowledge on the story at all, the changes that happen are crazy, and absolutely worth watching. But again, like, I haven't seen anything that even comes close to this. Yeah, there's shows with a lot of tragedy. There's shows where, like, bad things happen to kids, and there's shows where it's like a character you're really invested in dies, you know. But just the feeling, that the absolute feeling of despair that Arcane Season 1, Episode 3 gave me, not only on my first watch, but every single time I watched that goddamn episode. My God. I mean, even just, again, it's the thing, you like, even just seeing Vander, like, in Episode 1, it's like, my boy. Look at what they're gonna do to my boy. It's tragic. It's beautiful, and again, beautiful in a sad, sorrowful, tragic way. And it's done brilliantly. So that's Episode 3, Season 1, easy S tier. Not even close, guys. Not even close. And then we've got Happy Progress Day. What are we doing here? Okay, so just very quickly, very quickly, I will be back in about 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Because, I feel like we're going to be talking about these for a while. So let me, be back. Give me a few minutes. But yeah, again, I won't put the video on because I won't be that long. So enjoy the awkward, cringe silence while you see me float in space and time. Like, oh, I see Cjbeards in the distance. Forever entuned in the cosmos. Oh, God, kill me. I'll be back. goodness me, I'll tell you what. Oh, these Lovecraftian beasts are so difficult to wrangle sometimes. God, they're so testy. Man, but, such is the curse of a media ghoul like myself. Not much can be done of such things. You just have to kind of go with the flow and deal with it when they become super cringe. Alrighty. La-di-da-dum. There we go. Lovely jubbly. Okie dokie. Happy Independence Day. So, obviously we've got the time skip. It's pretty big. It's many, many years. We go from little powder to potentially, hopefully, especially with Jesus, what some of the shippers get up to. Hopefully she's of age, because my god, if she's underage, bloody everyone on Reddit is going to be investigated by the FBI. I'm friggin' telling you right now. So she ages. And we see, my oh my, what a change has happened. As I mentioned before, though, all of the build-up, all of the legwork was already done, so this massive change in character that we see actually makes sense. It's not this bizarre, out-of-left-field thing where it's like she was perfectly fine and now she's absolutely insane. Obviously, what happens in episode 3, the trauma that happens in episode 3 plays a big part in it. But again, as I said, from the rip, little baby Powder sees her dead friggin' parents, man. Like, that in of itself is incredibly traumatic to anyone, to an adult. That would be traumatic, let alone a child who would struggle to even comprehend what's going on. The attachment issues that she has. When Vi leaves and tells her she can't come, she's yelling and screaming. It's like more than just a kid's tantrum. She's yelling and screaming. She's literally throwing her toys around. She's punching herself in the head. It is a lot more than just this little kid throwing a tanty. There's clearly some issues going on there, and especially with a lot of the lines that she said. Again, she's a kid, but Vi, I need you as Vi's leaving. It's pretty horrendous, but again, it is legwork to make the change in Jinx make a lot of sense. We also see Jace has grown and matured. He is the man of progress. And he's about to progress into Mel's pants soon, if you know what I'm talking about. Now, he's changed. Victor has, become weaker, seemingly, over time. Sicker. More of a twink, if that's even possible. I didn't think it was, but here we are. Such is life. So it is a radical time jump, but the show handles it so well that it doesn't seem like, again, if you're watching it normal for the first time, within a few minutes, you kind of have already picked up on the fact that there has been quite a drastic change in things. Not only Piltover proper in its technology, but once we're reintroduced to Jinx, it becomes incredibly obvious that there has been some massive jump going on. You see Caitlyn is older as well, where she was like a young lady in the first few episodes. She's now like a young woman, right? And a copper, a dirty old bloody copper. Gee willikers. Imagine you're the most wealthy, some of the most wealthy individuals in Piltover, and your daughter wants to be a bloody cobber. OMG, that's a bit cringe. How much does that pay, darling? Absolutely nothing. But we see the change that's happened there. Again, as I say, it's dealt with so well. It's not like, again, in Season 2, where there are times where it's like, wait, has it been a few months? Has it been a few years? Like we get to the point between episode what is it? Sucker in episode 2, I believe, of season 1, where you have all of like the cross crew, and you've got like Margot's bloody BDSM ladies, and you then in episode 4, they're all like old and grey haired, and it's like, wait, what? Were you already this old? How long has passed? Have you aged 10 years in 3 months? Has it been a year? Has it been 5 days? Literally only God knows. Like, paint the town blue. Like, that could be months and months and months of this investigation or years even. Like, God, like literally God only knows how much time has progressed in season 2. And I think they feel like they do a good job at telling you time has passed, but boy, oh boy, oh boy, you're just left sitting there guessing. Like, is it a year? Is it 2 months? Is it 5 years? Bro, I don't know. In some places it feels like it's past 5 years, and in other places it feels like it's been 3 days. Like, what is going on? Again, it feels like there's just elements that have been cut out that would make things like these bizarro time jumps in season 2, make sense. But no, they're not there. Whereas I feel for season 1, episode 4, it is just dealt with perfectly. There isn't an element where you're like, wait a minute, has it been like 5 days? Like, it's clearly been years and years and years. Like yeah, easy. It's dealt with perfectly. We get the initiation of the relationship between Mel and Jace, which is super hot, and nobody argues about their relationship at all, and it's great, and yeah, it's dealt with really well in season 2. Oh dear. Yeah, we'll talk about that when we get there. And of course, we have the thing that people seem to often forget about Jinx. She straight up murders a bunch of firelights and a bunch of enforcers that are there just guarding a party. And again, you might think these enforcers are terrible. OMG, all enforcers are bastards. But let's not forget, these are people we see run into a burning building after they hear a small child call for help. How terrible they are. They absolutely deserve to be blown to shreds. Sarcasm if you did not pick up on that. My God. Okay. People seem to forget about, again, I've said it maybe 7 times this bloody stream alone. Jinx is a villain, guys. That's not a bad thing in regards to liking or disliking her character, but she's a villain. She's a bad person. She murders people, she kills people, quite happily so in many occasions, actually. This episode alone, again, it's a couple firelights, it's a couple bloody enforcers that were just trying to rescue a small girl from a bloody fire, and it's a trap. It's a very lucid thing to do. This isn't her psychotic psyche is forcing her to do this. She literally lays a trap and records voice and yeah. This is who Jinx is. They seem to forget that in season 2. I know. I get it. It sucks. That is what it is. But we get that's good to set up Jinx's character moving forward, because it is important to realize that she is more than happy and more than willing to just take out anybody who is quote-unquote in her way. Again, she sets the fire so she can move all the guards away from the academy or wherever that address was, so she could steal the Hex Tech crystal. Reality is, why the hell was the Hex Tech crystal just left there? Jace, my brother in Christ, or Victor, you didn't just pocket that and take it home with you, my boy? Kind of important. You kind of don't want to have that go missing. Your like prototype bloody mini fusion, yeah, magic, whatever. Like, kind of bizarre that you just leave it there, but alright. To just be so easily snapped up by our girl Jinx. What else are the majors in the episode? Just trying to kind of go through it in my tiny little pea brain. See if anything jumps out to me. I mean, I may be missing a thing or two, but nothing's really leaping out at me at the moment. I'll be honest, and look, because I'm going to do this a lot for Season 2, I'm going to be fair and balanced, as I am with all things when it comes to ranking stuff. Cough, cough. I'm actually going to do something crazy, and I'm going to put that in B, just for what I said before. You know, Season 1's not perfect. The reality is boy, oh boy, like, the plot would not have been able to continue at all had Jace or Victor literally just pocketed the Hextech crystal. It's a little bit of an issue, a little bit of a flaw, a little bit of a plute hool, as some people sorry. So yeah, look, I shocked myself. I surprised myself. I've put a Season 1 episode in B. That's crazy to me. But look, it's fair. And I've got to be fair and balanced like the mainstream media. What's this? Everybody wants to be my... Oh, God. Yeah, so this is... This is the episode, yeah, where we have the, I believe, the Imagine Dragons crew animated, which is, you know, probably the worst part of Season 1, in my opinion. Look, it's cool. Like, they've made a lot of music for Riot Games, of course, and they're a huge band, of course, but then it's like, ugh, okay. We literally have an Imagine Dragons music video here, and they cut out JID's part, which is the best part of the song, guys. WTF? Why are you so insistent on using the first half of the song? Use the second half just once, just one time. JID's section is fantastic, man. Oh, alright, I guess not. Guess we don't get that. Whatever. It's fine. It's chill. It's chill. It is what it is, as the kids say. It is what it is. Everybody wants to be my enemy, so we've got some Savfk stuff in there as well. Is this the episode where Victor gets quite icky, picky, sicky? And then we've also got the Death and Magician foreshadowing. Is that this episode? Let me just super brief, y'all. This one up. That's Season 1. No, that's my music library. That's not Arcane, you absolute buffoon. There we go. This I probably should have done for all the other episodes, but that's chill. So episode 5. Everybody wants to be my enemy. What do we have here? Okay. So we start with the Caitlyn flashback. Of course. How foolish of me to forget such a lovely little flashy backy. So we get the start of the basically showing off that Caitlyn is an amazing shot, even from a young age. Much like Black Panther never freezes, Caitlyn seems to never miss. Very important to keep that in mind, especially for Season 2, Episode 3. I wonder why I said that. 3 guesses there. So yeah, we start, and there's a cool little Sheriff Grayson moment, kind of talking about, like, and it is like a little bit, oh, come on, girl. Like, Caitlyn being like, did you let me win? And then Sheriff Grayson being like, I can't do her voice. Obviously, I can't do her voice. Being like, I thought you deserved to win. Bro, just say, no, I didn't let you win. Bro. Oh, and of course I forgot to mention, last episode we reintroduced to Vi, who has been in Stillwater Prison, this whole time. Not dead, as Silco believes her to be. It's probably important that I mention the reintroduction of one of the core characters, Grayson impression laughing. Yeah, look, I mean, her voice is so unique. Like, I don't even want to try it, 'cause it's like, You deserved to win. like how the like I don't have throat cancer. I'm sorry, I can't do her incredible bloody big cat voice. You know, like it ain't gonna. It's gonna be cringe like that. So I'm gonna stay far away from trying that ever again. Oh, I'm getting muddled up here. There we go. Okie dokie. So yeah, we start with the Caitlyn flashback. Reasonably good at setting up the character there. Oh, this is a kind of funny shot, actually. I wonder if I can... Well, maybe I can. Because this might be cool. I'll see if I can do this for you. What if I... Okay, this will... Let me put on the old space ghoul. And then do this. And we want that to be... No, we're not duplicating that. You drongo. That one. Okay. So this is Arcane video. Oh, interesting. Okay, so I'll have to do it live on the fly. You'll get a little bit of a behind the scenes here. That's okay. So we're going to do this, and then we're going to duplicate this. Arcane video, because this way we can actually just like stream through some of these episodes here. And then we want to change this to if it's here, no, I'll probably just have to redo that. That's alright. Remove that. That's alright. Worse things have happened, yeah. Window capture. A new source, please. Video. La-di-da-di-dum. Again, I think it would just be better if I have some actual, like, visual for you. Especially because this is a great freeze frame on my right now. Ah! Great little freeze frame there of a young Caitlyn. Oh, of course we need to drip that down there. La-di-da-di-da. She's about to sing an opera for everybody. Isn't that beautiful? That actually kind of works. Yeah, actually that's kind of fine like that. Because we've got, of course, the black bars at the top and the bottom, but that's just how the episode is, you know, it's how it is. It's how it goes. Ugh, that looks terrible, though. Let me at least have that little bit more. That works. That works for what we need to do. I don't think the actress has an issue with smoking or anything. I heard that's how she is. No, like 100%. Like I'm just saying I don't have it, so I can't replicate it. But no, I think she just has like a reasonably low, incredibly husky voice, and yeah, it's not like oh god, there's that actor from he was in the Batman, the Penguin show for like 5 seconds, but he was the guy from Chernobyl with the voice, that guy, right? Yeah, it's not like him where it's like, yeah, his voice is actually kind of like shit. That's actually just how she sounds, and it sounds amazing. Like as I said, it's like a bloody big lion speaking English, big cat speaking English. Like a lion or a puma or something like that. Or a cougar. Oh, terrible. Oh, terrible. As you can tell, we've breezed past all the ships now, so we're in... Anyway. So this is a great little freeze frame here. So what we'll do is we'll go like that, and then we'll go like this. Actually, if I grab that and do that. Should be okay. So yeah, so we're starting off with this. Actually, I might just do that just for. If you know, you know. If you don't need to know. But I'm going to nip that up there, maybe even slightly higher, and then pull that down. Look, again, if you know, you know. If you don't worry about it. It is what it is. That'll do. That'll do, donkey. That'll do. All right. Beautiful. That's better. Okay, so we start off here, of course, with this flashback with young Caitlin going through shooting targets, kind of competing against Sheriff Grayson. As I said before, Grayson literally like clowns on her. Did you let me win? Yeah, I did. But I thought you should win, but I did let you win. Come on now. Just be like, yeah. No, of course I didn't. I'm not like that. I'm a copper. I'm a cobber, you know. But it's cool as well because you're setting up a little bit of her interest in becoming an enforcer, going down that path, along with showing off like she is a clearly reasonably well-off and ritzy individual. I probably shouldn't do that. That'll be quite jarring on the old eyes. Yeah, but we go from... Oh, that's a bit of a face you pull in there, girly. Nip that slightly. There we go. Perfect. So we go from that leading into the prison cell segment where Caitlin is having a little chitty chat with her new pink boo, Vi. Basically just like Vi is not helping herself at all, but obviously Vi could care less what some enforcer lady thinks about her. So, you know, it kind of makes sense that she's just kind of playing her a bit of a fool. You know, unfortunately, of course, this is someone who legitimately wants to find out information and help. But, you know, Vi, she's been in prison for like 5 to 7 years, so it is what it is. Grayson is so gorgeous. Oh, she's beautiful. Like her actress. Her actress is, the actual actress is a very, very beautiful woman. So Apple doesn't fall far from the voice actor. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that for free. So they're kind of trying to figure each other out. Vi, again, is kind of just taking the piss out of Caitlin to an extent. Like just saying stuff like you guys don't know this, literally everybody knows this shit. Like, bro, it's Silco. Come on. Seriously. And then Caitlin's like, oh, but Silco's a good man. He's like an entrepreneur and he's like helping everybody down in Pilton Zone. Like, I'm pretty sure that's how Caitlin talks, right? Isn't it? No? Okay. And basically we get this this nice little scene where Caitlin steps over the line to show Vi some evidence, and then quickly moves to have her released from a prison. Which you know, again, this is I talked about this in my Piltover security, like their terrible security stream. Like, dude, the council member who was made council member today, who you didn't even know was a council member, has this random Kiraman girl come and go, hey, do you know that juicy ass lesbian that you've got? Had a little bit of a chat with her, and yeah, I think we need to let her go. The guy's like, oh, no? How's about you get some proper official documentation? And then Caitlin's like, well, but she's a butch babe, and I want to take her out. And then the guy's like, all right. Look, I mean, I thought this was a little bit bizarre, because it also doesn't really come back into it. Marcus talks to Jace about, hey, you know, you let that prisoner out. Do you need some help with that, pal? And then Jace is like, no, I've got it undercover. Like, I've got it. It's all good. And then, like, no conversation with Caitlin being like, You could have destroyed my reputation as a literal council member who was made a council member today, just to release this dyke that you're into. Caitlin, what are you smoking? clearly Shimmer, clearly the good, clearly that Smeech level galaxy gas, right? Surely. What else could it be? All right. So from there, we got the intro, of course, naturally. The treachery. Every single person is my enemy? What? So we cut then to the funeral for the enforcers that died last episode. Yes, because remember, not all enforcers are bastards, guys. Even under Marcus's watch, who is incredibly corrupt, they were trying to save a little girl from a burning building. That's pretty noble. And it's like, oh, it's just their job. It's their job to do that. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Seriously. Seriously. It takes a very special kind of person to do that kind of stuff. And I ain't one of them, that's for sure. So we've got Marcus mourning the deaths of these enforcers. And, you know, it's interesting. He's heading the funeral of enforcers that would potentially or most assuredly still probably be alive had he caught the kids earlier. But, you know, it is what it is. Say hurrah. That's not the saying. Say hurrah, hurrah. Anyway, that's not how the saying goes, guys. Why are you leading me astray? Come on. WTF. Oh, man. Poor little Ren, bro. Like, literally. Just, like, if we want to talk about just dropped characters, again, I know I've talked about it before, but, man, what if Ren was Isha or Rem? Which one is it? Let me go. I've got my list here. Yeah, Ren with an N. Ren with a N. Yeah, I just think it would have been so great if Ren turned out to be Isha. Again, you know, it's not off-rip, different nose, different eye color, etc., etc. But it just, I felt like that would have been such a nice gut punch, especially for a character like Jinx, to find out that Isha is a orphan because of Jinx. You know, I feel that personally would have been more impactful and destructive to Jinx's psyche than Isha nobly sacrificing herself to save her, right? Which is just some, like, bro, this is a kid. This is a little kid, man. Like, yikey dikeys. And, like, it's just a little thing. Like we get, like, no lines of dialogue for Ren, obviously, because she's a minor character that's associated to a side character. But then it's also like, well, maybe she doesn't speak like Isha. You know, there's a lot of elements there that I feel is a little bit wasted, because then we just have this character who just disappears, who's orphaned, has no mother, has no father, and is just, yeah, forgotten about, like Isha was. You got Marcus taking her daughter to Grayson's, geez, what do you call these like statues? Like, it's not a gravestone, it's like a bloody monument to old Grayson. Yeah. Headstone kind of thing. It's nice. And she's like, and Marcus is like, she would, oh, he's Australian, right? Oh, God. Oi, mate. You see that lady? Oh, God. You see that lady over there? She's a bloody good woman, that one is, I'll tell you what. Who is that, Daddy? Oh, that's the old Sheriff Love. She was a bloody ripper of a bloody sheriff, I'll tell you what. But, oh, my God, she was wheeling and dealing with all the wrong people, let me tell you. I'm so much better at this job than she ever was. That would have made so much sense. Having Ren be the... Oh, absolutely. Ren being the adopted daughter of Jinx. Hot damn, that would have made it so much better. And again, you don't have to have the character even die. all that's required is for Ren/Isha to find out who Jinx actually is, and the fact that she killed her father. That, I feel, is going to be so shattering to Jinx more than this, oh, I'm happily, nobly sacrificing myself. It's like, nah, that doesn't do it for me. It's a little bit much, especially because it's a bloody kid, you know? It's quite a bit for a child to do, but it is nothing at all for a child to just have a shocking and sad revelation like the fact that, oh, my new big sister, or adoptive mother, or however you want to look at it, is actually responsible for me being an orphan. I think that hits way harder than what was achieved with Isha altogether, and you've already got so much beautiful and sad setup to that. But again, they cast this character aside and they introduce this other kid, and it doesn't feel real though. How much season 2 had been fumbled, not just with characters. Megan, what's this? But the plot is that is that Native American? I don't speak Cherokee, I'm sorry. But the plot story. I'm sorry, I should make fun of you for that, for a little simple little typo like that. Megan, you can't still be waking up. It's been hours. That's no excuse. Come on. But the whole plot, story, and original concept of class, I still can't get over it. Yeah, and look, every time I rewatch the season, or even just talk about the show in either video or live stream form, again, it's why it's so frustrating. Like, I should be sitting here talking about bloody Rings of Power and shit like that, not Arcane. I cannot believe I'm sitting here dogging on what was such an amazing show. It's super. Sorry, I'm rushing with writing because I'm busy. Meant to write the whole plot. Don't worry, Megan. I totally picked up on that. I'm just trolling you. And no, again, look, hey, I super appreciate that you're here listening and typing when you're doing other stuff. Obviously, that's fantastic. Love it. Thank you so much. So just if I make fun of you for things, I'm just playing. I'm just playing around. But if you do get annoyed by it, do let me know and I'll stop. Maybe I'll think about it. For episode 5. We go from the funeral to Marcus having a little meet and greet with the bro, the man, the myth, the legend, Silquo. And we get some really cool framing here. If I can find it. Maybe not, because I don't have much to work with here. But basically, it's really cool. We've got Marcus, sitting on his chair, leaning forward, talking to Silco. And then, obviously, this conversation is not going Marcus's way. Silco is just big-dicking him, being like, bro, you work for me, I pay you, you need to chill. Here's some money for the families of those people that died. But frankly, I don't give two shits about what you have to say. So basically, Marcus loses any form of power he had, and then we have this awesome frame of Silco, basically leaning forward and overtaking him. Let's see if we can get that, please. This here leans forward, and then he's literally just. Marcus is just framed within Silco, right? And you get little, again, it's just the animation. It's literally like it's been directed like a film, but this is, 3D animation. It's really cool. And then we have, in my opinion, the best, a really good match cut into an amazing impact frame, which is here. Love this stuff. Again, I made lots of videos about this stuff, but we have Silco, puffing his cigar, and we've got this smoke ring appearing, and it flashes from here. It match cuts into this, which is very cool. It's keeping the frame the circle smoke with kind of Silka's face in the center, to the circle of the Hextech. What's this? The Hextech. Hextech gate. What is it called? Bloody armpit cam. Yeah, yeah. Literal Silco armpit cam. Yeah. The Hex Tower gate thingies into this. Look at that. Look at that beast of an impact frame. Super gorgeous. The Hex gates, thank you. I've literally said that 10 trillion times in my videos, but I'm blanking for some reason. I don't know why. Only God knows. But yeah, I love this match frame. You know, match frame into an impact frame of this blast, and it's such a gorgeous impact frame as well. Super simple. You've just got the white, the blue, and the black, but and again the impact frame is looking like Silco's eye, which is quite interesting. Quite interesting. Is yeah. Very cool stuff there. Again, it's just a masterclass in visuals. They're not, it's not season 2. And again, I appreciate season 2 for what it does, but it's not a bloody impact frame every 5 seconds. It's very intentional where they put those. Now, what is it that we have next? Oh, yep, so they're working on the hex gates here. Victor is about to become a very sick little boy. Poor boy. Gotta feel sorry for him. He's just a sickly little man. If only Heimerdinger would help him, but, Heimerdinger is a bastard. I'm just gonna have a quick munch on my muesli bar. One moment while I mute so you don't hear me scoffing. One moment. I'm going to make another drink. I'll be back. Oh dear. Oh my, oh dear. Alright, let me just quickly respond to this. Cool. Just hitting up all the babes. You know how it goes. You know how it goes, guys. Alright. Oh dear. Oh dear. Let me put a little thing on top of there. Okay, so this is going to be a long stream. Shit. Okay. So we are... Look, I'm going to be straight up with y'all. I've got a feeling this is going to be a mecha stream. So we're going to be taking lots of breaks. And that's okay. I'm going to need to have a... Because before I was thinking, depending on how long we're going to take, am I going to split it up? And this and that. What I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to kind of muscle along. We're going to take some breaks, take it nice and chill. I need to, again, eat something actually substantive at some point. It's generally good to do that at least once a day. So I will probably the longest break will be that. And there might be a point where I just cannot continue and we'll have to pick up basically as soon as I wake up, which, look, we will cross that path when we get there. But do be, I guess, prepared that I will have to take a sizable break at some point soon, just to make something to eat and then eat that, and then we can jump back in. Because, yeah, I was kind of expecting at first when I ranked these episodes that, you know, much like with the first few, I'd just kind of chit-chat about them and then rank them, but unfortunately at this point I'm kind of drawing a blank on what's happening in some of these episodes, so I'm actually probably going to have to go through it much like this. Anyway, we have Victor, as I like to call him. Victor. Getting a little bit sick. Poor boy. He's a sickly little boy. You know, he grew up in a pretty nasty place. And, you know, sometimes, just sometimes, if you grow up in a pretty nasty place, you get pretty sick. Now, of course, there seems to be a little bit more going on with Victor than just like, you know, get like fantasy cancer. I make that joke quite a few times. But, yeah, he clearly has, you know, a disability from birth. It's not just that he's quite sickly with his leg, for example. We also have the fact that it seems to almost be, and, you know, this might be me reading into it a little bit. Again, we're dealing with some timey-wimey stuff. Oh, what's that, Megan? Got to dash off to get some bits from a shop. I love how non-specific you were. A shop could literally be any kind of shop. Don't know if the stream is still going if I get back, but we shall see. Hey, I will either be here rocking and rolling or on a break. I hope to see you back when you go from, when you get back from a shop. You know, if you're not going to be specific, I'm going to have to think of, you know, I'm just going to immediately jump on the dodgy. But, you know, no problems, Megan. Obviously appreciate you jumping in. And if I don't catch you even for the rest of the stream, you know, thank you so much for being here and all your comments, all your queries, all of your saying that I'm correct. You know, obviously love that. But no, thank you, Megan. So, you know, there's an element here again, because we're dealing with timey-wimey, we're dealing with arcane, we're dealing with magic. Like, is there an element here of, like, the arcane is just reaching out to Victor and is kind of causing him to have this episode, kind of spurring him forward on that path? You know, much like if you believe Sky is just a figment or formation or whatever of the arcane, and it's tricking Victor, leading him down a particular path, then there could be some element here where there's a very weak reach out, and it has such a negative reaction to him because he's so sickly or however it might be. But, you know, it could also just be, you know, he's a sick guy and this happens, and unfortunately it kind of infuses a little bit with the arcane, or makes him trip out a little bit, puts him on a little bit of a LSD tripperoo, as you see here. My poor boy. My poor boy. Man, look at those yellow eyes, guys. Aren't those nice and, like, brownish yellow? It's quite interesting when he loses himself in Season 2, when he comes out of the cocoon, quote unquote, as Hextech Jesus. His eyes slowly fade into like grey silver. He loses all the colour in his eyes. And guess what, Cjbeards fans? When he sees Jace again at the end, oh, all the colour in his eyes come back. Isn't that cute? Oh, shit. Oh no! But no, it's interesting if you didn't notice. Anyway, so with Season 5, so he has his like little kind of panicky attack, which is no bueno. He doesn't obviously want help, he just wants to continue working, which is no good, especially when you're a sickly little twink. You need to relax, you need to have breaks. And, you know, Marcus is like arguing with Jace, which certainly doesn't have the situation, of course. We then have Jinx here, recreating the Hex Gate, or trying to recreate Hextech technology. And it does not go well for her. Let us go through this quickly. Oh, no, that's back. Yep. Because there's some obviously very cool imagery here. That's a little bit slow for my liking. Ah, yep, she goes pew, and then it goes. And we get some impact frames here, of course. So the little hex tech machine that she's built blasts this hex energy, which is obviously quite triggering for someone like Jinx with what she's been through. And we get these impact frames here. Like that as well. Very cool. A lot of attention to detail. Even in Season 1, got lots of nice impact frames. And then, of course, because this is very triggering for Jinx, naturally, we have this here. So, obviously, on the left, you've got the Clagger doll, and on the right, you've got Milo, which, for a few frames here, actually turn into the characters. Milo looking pretty dead. Again. And then it just cuts back to them. So, again, like that's 2 frames. You got that frame and then a flash of white and then that frame. Like you can see that it's flashing, but it's always cool to actually go through and have a look at them. It's always fun. And yet she obviously has her little, attack. A little bit triggered here. We've got another impact frame here, I believe. Yeah, of Vi during the explosion. Not great. Pretty traumatic for someone who's, gone through quite a lot of stuff. Totally understandable as well. Great imagery. I love that kind of imagery as well. It's one of my favorite parts of Season 1 and Jinx. It's just the visual storytelling and the tragic visual storytelling, I should say, with her mental breaks. It's very sad. Very, very sad. Too bad we only get 12 seconds of it in Season 2, huh? That's cool, I guess. Alrighty. Alright. Okay, so we have the scene where the goat grandfather beats Vi and Caitlyn down to Zorn. But, it's cool. Like, Vi's just left prison. And she's kind of almost like running and seeing if Caitlyn can keep up. And also, kind of sticking to her word as well. Though there is an element there that I feel that Caitlyn would not complain if... Vi would not complain if Caitlyn lost her, right? Just grab these. Oh dear. There we go. Very good. Little sip of my drink. Oh, delicious. Alrighty. And it's really cool kind of reintroducing Zorn to Vi after this time jump. I'm sure it's very different. And of course, as soon as Caitlyn gets down here, Grandpa Goatman is just already chilling. Because I think it is important to point out that every goat in Arcane is the literal goat. Alrighty. What do we have here? Oh yeah, Vi gets her jacket. Unsurprisingly. We also have the Spider-Man shot. No shock where that comes from. Vi gets her jacket from some thug. And then we cut here to Skye and Jace and Victor working on the Hex Core. Victor is just kind of focused purely on working the Hex Core. Kind of a nice distraction for him from what all is going on. And then we introduce Jericho, the chef. Vi gets some information from Jericho, while Caitlyn thinks that she's just wasting time. But there is a purpose to all things, Caitlyn, darling. We then have a great sequence of Jace or Mel teaching Jace the game. That's the game of politics, which is a fun game that everybody loves, I'm sure. But I really love the sequence as well because, you know, you have all of these different council members are doing their plots and their schemes, and then it will, like, cut back to Heimerdinger, and he's just literally enjoying the show, right? Like, and that's kind of quite telling to Heimerdinger's character. You have all of these skeevy weevies going on in the background when Heimerdinger is just kind of focused on the play and having a good time and enjoying himself. Yeah, I like that. You know, everybody's playing their own games, but it just seems like, you know, Heimerdinger, that's who he is. You know, he's not playing any games. He's not here to make deals or go behind anyone's back. He's literally here to watch the play, and that's what he's doing. It's good. Jace learns a very important lesson here, and we also meet the character who is obviously a witch from the Black Rose Society. Obviously. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. Alright, so we've got Jinx coming back to the arcade. Oh. Where she was, you know, where the kids were back in season 1, episode 1? Yeah, I believe, yeah. Where they're, you know, they're playing their games, and then Marcus and the crew and the Enforcer crew come on, you know, kind of cause everybody to have a not so fun time. 'Tis what it is. That's life, some might say. She then fights that boxing. Oh well, she shoots Jericho's Raven, which is not very nice. And again, we just have like a really cool, like a lot of her scratches here are to do with her sister. Literally spells her name, which is always quite cool. Milo's face is on there, which is, you know, Jinx often sees Milo's face with those same X's as well. Why aren't you moving? There we go. Come on. Super sad. That's like, look at this. Oh my god. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. Oh no. But yeah, as you can see, like all of the kind of scratches there spelling out her name. Vi's name, obviously. Very cool. Very nice little detail there. And she gets second best. So even when Vi was much younger, she was a much better fighter, brawler, boxer, scrapper, etc. Yeah, Jinx, of course, not having a good time with that. Sorry, babe. We then have Vi checking in on the last drop, which is not the place she left it. And here we have like a lot of that scheming during the play. Here is the chick who is obviously a member of the Black Rose Society. Like, obviously they set it up, guys. Because, like, look, she's wearing black roses on her ears. Yeah, no, like, this is literally just was a tradesperson, guild member, and then they just used her later as a Black Rose Society member, even though they introduced someone who has a tie to the Black Rose Society and LeBlanc. Okay, big whiff there, pal. There you go, there's Heimerdinger just having a good time, enjoying himself. And we got the man, the myth, the legend, Ray Chen playing the violin there. And that's also, of course, animated to look like Ray. Awesome. Super cool. Love that. Vi takes her newly acquired friend to a brothel. Interesting. Vi also picks up on the fact that Caitlyn may be interested in women more than men. Oh my god, Kate Vi confirmed? Oh my god. Maybe. Probably. No? Okay. We've got Babette here, which, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, man, that's an interesting way to take yordles, especially with, you know, if you know what yordles are like. It's like, wow, Babette seems, and Smeech especially, seems like complete opposite of what yordles are generally like. But we also see here that this brothel also seems to work in information. My mother said to me, that I like, rah, rah. That was kind of a cute moment. She just puts in like a dumbass accent to try and hide her identity. Marcus grows a set of balls and blats himself. Only in his mind, though, poor boy. Some cool frames here, though, of course. Again, that happens very quick. But he splits up like that. And, of course, it's all just in his head, what he would want to do. But Marcus is not a hero. And that's perfectly fine, because he is a character. Yeah. I mean, I think it is clear Caitlyn is into the ladies. I'm just trying to see what this chick is dressed as. I can't really see. It's probably nothing overly interesting. Oh my. Oh, well. Yep, this is a relationship I like. Mel and Jace. I like the relationship. It's very good. So whilst Mel and Jace are having a good time, Victor is having a not so good time. Symbolism and such. We then have the baptism, Jinx being baptized in the river toxins that took Silco's eye. Very cool. And then we have this cringe nonsense, which is very cringe. God, this might actually, that alone might make it B rank, but there's so much good stuff in here. Yep, so we have this great foreshadowing here. We have Jace say, Victor, the doctors. Victor says, how much time do I have left? Oh, it's more like, how much time do I have left, my brother? And then we go reverse time. She's very happy with herself because she just played directly after Victor asks, how much time do I have? She plays the Death and the Magician cards. Of course, everybody knows about this. It's like one of the biggest pieces of foreshadowing in Arcane Season 1. But yeah, look, it's cool. Like, yeah, Victor is going to die, and then he is going to become the magician, quote unquote. You see there his third arm, which is the laser arm thing that he uses, or at least in the show, it's like a hex hand arm thing. But cool, very cool. And then we have a fight. Vi fights Savfk, but Savfk has a shimmer-infused arm. So it's not exactly going to work out for her. And Vi gets stabbed. Ouch. And then Caitlyn saves Vi. And then we have this great... Savfk comes in as like, oi, Jinx's sister. She's here, or something. And then Silco... oh, yeah, she's back. And Silco's like, from the dead? From the dead? From the dead? Yeah, brother, you probably should have checked with Marcus, my boy. All right, really good episode. A little bit of cringe in there, you know. It is what it is in some regards, you know. Kind of sometimes have to put up with a little bit of cringe for a lot of greatness. So everybody wants to be like, honestly, that's rough. There's a little bit of cringe in there, and there was one thing I didn't like in that episode. So I kind of have to be fair here and be equal and say, well, I didn't like something in this episode either, so, you know, I gotta put it in BA. Not A, I gotta put it in BA. Sorry if you're Canadian and you're watching this, I apologize. Yeah, cool. I like that. Works for me. Right, I am looking at the time. Where are we? Yeah, so I think I'm going to do what I'd mentioned before. I'm going to take a bit of a break. I need to eat something, so I'll figure that out. Have a bit of a break, and then we'll jump back into it. And hopefully that will give me the energy required to just smash all of this out and keep going. And not split it into 2 parts, but gee whiz, that one episode took a while to just kind of chat about, seeing as I introduced this new element. So, okay, cool. Thank you guys. As I say, have a break, have a Kit Kat, and I'll see you in a little bit. And by a little bit, probably like half an hour or something, honestly. So if you need to go stretch your legs, go do something, go watch something else for a little bit, and then jump on back, do it. I will be back as soon as I can. But yeah, I'm gonna have a bit of a break. We shall talk again shortly.
I think I know what you need.
You don't seem to listen,
A
Bogman.
bit of advice. Don't threaten the guy who pours the drinks.
So you're Vander.
Hound of the Underground.
The doctors, they said you...
How much time do I have?
Rotten luck, boys.
I think I know what you need.
You don't seem to listen,
A
partner.
bit of advice. Don't threaten the guy who pours the drinks.
So you're Vander.
How? 'Hound of the Underground. 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 'Ho
Jace?
Victor. The doctors. They said you.
How much time do I have?
Rotten luck, boys.
All right, folks, I have some desperately tragic news for you, especially if you have waited around all of this time for me to return. It does unfortunately look like I am unable to continue the stream as it is, but we've still got a lot of stuff to talk about. So what my plan is, so I'm unable to use the space at the moment, unfortunately. That is what it is. So what I think what will be the best is for you guys, depending on where you are, of course, probably during the day, deep into the night, depending on where you are, I'll be gone. But I plan to, as soon as I am up and able, which will probably be very soon after I wake up, I will be back here, so I'll be able to continue the stream. Unfortunate, again, I was really hoping that I'd just be able to absolutely smash all of this out. Turns out there's a little bit more than I bargained for, but a positive with me doing it quote unquote technically tomorrow. For some people it'll be tonight. I'll literally have pretty much all day to do it, and yeah, no interruptions or anything like that, and might in the meantime add a few extra things that we can talk about. Yeah, pretty annoying, I know. Pretty frustrating, I know, trust me, I know. But look, I think it's for the best, especially in regards to the quality of the stream, because I also don't want a lot of craziness going on in regards to me just like rolling on and on and on and just slowly losing interest because of particular things. And of course, any other distractions that might occur. So, unfortunately, we will have to end it now. Again, apologies if you literally waited that whole time for that news. Apologies. But look, as mentioned, it'll probably be tonight for a lot of you, or tomorrow morning. I will be back, fresh, ready to rock and roll, with, as mentioned, no interruptions, which should be fantastic. So look, everybody that's been here for the entire stream, let's treat this as part 1, and I'm just going to kind of, obviously we'll shut the stream off and then do a part 2. That should be, jeepers, maybe 6 or 7 hours away, depending on my situation. Maybe slightly longer, but keep an eye out. You guys have been very good. I've done random streams at random days on random times, and you guys managed to find the time to jump in and say hello anyway, which is fantastic. But yeah, look, again, my apologies, but we will pick this right up where we left off again, either tonight or tomorrow morning for some of you. For me, it'll be probably in a few hours' time. So, excellent. Again, thank you all very much. It was very fun, some of the stuff we dealt with in this stream. But yeah, as mentioned, I think it's a little bit wiser, I would say, just to do a part 1, part 2. 7 hours ain't so bad, minus about 40 odd plus minutes for me pissing around making something to eat. And then to just not be able to continue. But that is perfectly fine. These things happen. Us undead ghouls, it is what it is. But yeah, again, thank you all. And I will catch you, very much in less than 12 hours. Much less than 12 hours. Hopefully you can jump in for part 2. And we will continue rocking and rolling in the free world, as the kids used to say 75 years ago.